On Dauphin Island. This is our southern sky cam overlooking the Gulf. It's 3:55 on Saturday morning. This is James Spann with a crew with the Alabama Weather Network with an update on the Alabama weather situation. Now, you probably got the notification. We have a new tornado watch until 10 o'clock this morning for parts of southwest and central Alabama. This is the new watch, quite frankly, a little farther north than we expected with this, but the county's in yellow. Some of the cities in the watch would include Montgomery, Selma, Demopolis, Greensboro, Alexander City, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden, Ashland, Roanoke, Marion, Camden, Grove Hill, Jackson, Chatham, Milry, and Butlers, York, Livingston, Reform, Gordo. The bottom line is this strip of Alabama under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this morning. We have no active warnings now. Of course, if we were to have a tornado warning, we'd be on it and stay on it. But let's go to the radar. And again, we've just got a lot of rain with some thunder in progress across the state. Again, you can see it's not raining everywhere, but some spots getting heavy amounts of rain. Let's look at the activity in parts of Hale and Bibb, Tuscaloosa counties here. This is some of the heaviest rain that's falling, and this does include some thunder and lightning, some early morning thunder. We have thunderstorms in progress now from near Moundville, then curving back up into parts of Bibb County around West Blockton. This is gradually moving to the east. Nothing severe, but the rain is very heavy. And keep in mind, we've got that flood watch in effect for the northern two-thirds of the state through the morning hours. Also some heavier rain falling in parts of northern Greene County north of Interstate 5920, and a pretty good downpour in southern Pickens County around Aliceville. But let's check out that new tornado warning, Drew, back in Mississippi. This is, well, first off, let's look at this storm right here, and then we'll go back to that. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That's the polygon, right, Drew?
Yep.
Okay. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is for Lauderdale County, Mississippi, for the storm north of Meridian, and that will likely be crossing into Sumter County. The deal is we have a surface warm front here that's lifting north, and these storms are firing near that front, and there's veering of the wind with altitude near the front, which could create a few isolated tornadoes. So again, be aware we have one severe thunderstorm that is north of Meridian. This is in Lauderdale County, Mississippi. That will likely wind up in northern Sumter County, Alabama in just a bit. And this storm to the southwest has prompted a tornado warning in effect here. This is a storm that is located southwest of Bay Springs, Mississippi. This will be crossing Interstate 59 north of Laurel if this holds up. And again, that will ultimately be moving into Choctaw County, Alabama. Butler is located right here. So the weather is clearly getting more active to the west over parts of South Mississippi, and these storms will be ultimately moving into the western part of Alabama a little later this morning. And again, so those of you in Sumter and Choctaw counties, be aware storms are about 30-45 minutes away. And again, let's look at the velocity on this thing, Drew. We'll take a look at the structure here. And again, you can see evidence of the tornado right in here. That's that rotational signature just south of Taylorsville, Mississippi. And again, this is east of U.S. Highway 49, west of Interstate 59. And if that stays in place, that will be crossing Interstate 59 north of Laurel up near Heidelberg, Mississippi. And then it crosses over into Choctaw County, Alabama. Or Washington County, Alabama. I'm sorry, this is Choctaw County right here. Butler is here. Highway 17 is right here. That would be ultimately coming into parts of Choctaw County here. And the storm north of Meridian will likely come into Sumter County. So just be aware of that. So some of you getting some early morning thunder. But again, we stress at this point we do not have any active weather. So Drew, your thoughts on the whole situation?
Yeah, James, it definitely looks like we're after anticipating this for a number of hours now. We're starting to see that where we're starting to get a little bit more of intensification of the storms as they are moving towards southwestern Alabama. So obviously that's why we've got the tornado watch that's just been issued by the combination of the Storm Prediction Center and the local weather service offices. But yeah, we're definitely seeing some intensification. We've been watching this sort of line, this very heavy line of storms down in South Mississippi for a while, and it's had a number of instances of, there's been a couple of tornado warnings in the past, but also just very heavy rain, good bit of lightning as well with some of this. A lot of the activity we've seen in Alabama today has had very little lightning. Again, we've had fairly low instability through most of the day, but this has actually been producing a good bit of lightning here recently. And you can see as we zoom in here to this storm that's got the tornado warning on it. So there's been 64 strikes just in the last few minutes from this storm. So definitely very electrically active. And a lot of times when we see that can indicate when you get a jump in lightning and you've got a very electrically active storm, that can indicate issues as far as potential tornadoes and things of that nature. Looking at our rotation detector product here, our shear rate product, it's picking up on that circulation as well. And again, this is just a standard tornado warning. Looking at the correlation coefficient, the debris detector here, not seeing any evidence yet of anything like that, of it actually being necessarily on the ground, I don't think. But certainly something that the storms are starting to get their acts together a little bit more here, it looks like, as they're moving towards the state line. And again, we'll see the expectation now is as we start to get this low-level jet in place, that these should make it further east than they have been most of the rest of the day today. So we wouldn't expect them necessarily to weaken as much as they move to the east as we've been seeing a lot of the time here earlier in the day today, or yesterday, I'm sorry.
That's right. When it's 4 o'clock in 4 a.m., you're not quite sure what was yesterday and what's today.
Right.
But anyway, so let's throw the tornado watch back up here. A lot of people are just now waking up, and if you are, welcome to Saturday, welcome to the weekend. And we're starting off the weekend with some stormy weather. So this is the new tornado watch. This was issued about 15 minutes ago. And really, quite frankly, the placement's a little farther to the north than we had expected. We have a tornado watch in effect for the counties in yellow on this map. And again, this is basically the zone here between Birmingham and Montgomery, between Gadsden and Lake Martin. Some of the cities in this would include Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden, Alexander City, Clanton, Rockford, Prattville, Wetumpka, Montgomery, Selma, Camden, Grove Hill, Jackson, Thomasville, Chatham, Butler, York, Livingston, Utah, Greensboro. Again, all the counties in yellow here, and this is until 10 o'clock this morning. You're watching down on the screen here below me some of the sky cams we have around the state, just so you can kind of see what the weather is doing. And we should mention, in addition to this tornado watch, we still have the flood watch in effect for the northern 2/3 of the state. The flood watch will stay in effect this morning. The rain rates will be heavy at times. The flood watch in effect as far south as Sumter, Marengo, Dallas, Lowndes, Montgomery, Macon, and Lee counties, and counties up to the north. So back to the radar, and again, we stress this morning here at 4:02, we have no severe thunderstorms in progress. Was that lightning, JP, on that Hoover Skycam?
I believe so.
Yeah,
we've been looking for some of that, and we've noticed a slight uptick. So hopefully, with the one good thing about the lightning is we'll be able to see a little bit better if there's anything going on with some of these storms that might rotate later this morning.
Yeah, I think what's happening here, again, we've got that, this is a camera that's atop a Galleria Tower looking back into this thunderstorm cluster that's over the far western part of Shelby County coming into Helena and Alabaster here. So again, we've got heavy rain falling and some loud thunder in progress in western Shelby County, back into northern Bibb, around West Blockton, then curving back to south of Tuscaloosa. Nothing severe here, but the rain is heavy, and this could create some flooding issues. And again, we'll be watching that. We've also got a camera at Alabaster. JP, we might want to take a look at that one and kind of point that back off to the west and see if we can see anything from Alabaster with that particular thunderstorm. And again, we're not looking for tornadoes here. We see no evidence of any rotation. This is simply a lot of rain, some lightning, and thunder. So again, heaviest rain coming into Shelby County, northern Bibb, and extreme parts of northern Hale counties. But let's expand this back out and go back over into eastern Mississippi and check those storms that are about to knock on the door, if you will, coming into West Alabama. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for this storm in Lauderdale County, Mississippi, that is north of Meridian, and that is moving in the direction of Sumter County. So again, for those of you in York, Livingston, you've had some rain. Of course, we've all had some rain for the past 18 hours, but again, this storm could pack a punch. And then to the southwest of that, we have a tornado warned storm that is going to be passing south of Bay Springs, Mississippi. This is between US 49 and Interstate 59. That'll be crossing Interstate 59 north of Laurel if this thing stays down. And if it stays down, this will likely move into Choctaw County, Alabama. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning here, that storm headed for Sumter County. The tornado warned storm headed for Choctaw County. So for those of you in West Alabama, specifically Sumter and Choctaw counties, be aware you got some pretty active weather coming in. Drew, I've not seen any damage from these. I assume you have not either.
No, not so far seen any indications of that. And I don't know, Bill, if you've seen any indications of that either, looking at the Jackson chat or as far as the Weather Service chat.
Yeah, I've got the chats up now from Jackson, and I don't see any damage at this point. The warning here for the one north of Meridian, that is issued for potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And again, it's for Kemper and Lauderdale. This is Kemper County here. This is Lauderdale County. Of course, this is Sumter County, Alabama. And again, that will be crossing over into Sumter, northern Sumter, north of Interstate 5920, up here toward Emel, along Highway 17. So just be aware of that. And again, the one thing we want to do here with this new network is to give you kind of a heads up. We want to start our coverage with the counties in eastern Mississippi, and that way you'll have a little warning on this. And again, understand, we've got rain and thunderstorms in parts of West Alabama now, parts of Greene and Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Hale, Bibb, Shelby counties, but nothing severe. Again, we stress we have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We have no tornado warnings in effect for Alabama. But we've got severe storms just west of Alabama. And that's the reason we're here. So again, a severe thunderstorm that is located north of Meridian. It's headed towards Sumter County, potential for strong winds, maybe some hail. And again, to the southwest of that, we have that tornado warned storm. That's not that far from Bay Springs, Mississippi. That will be moving in the direction of Sumter or Choctaw County, Alabama. So just be aware of that. If you're in Choctaw County or Sumter counties, we got potential for some pretty rough weather here over the next couple of hours. And these storms are forming along a boundary that is slowly moving north, a warm front. And again, there's your rain west and southwest of Birmingham. Heaviest rain falling over western and northern Bibb County and western Shelby County. And again, that rain is about to move into the I-65 corridor around Alabaster, Helena, places like that. And if we can pull up that Alabaster camera, JP, you seen the lightning on Alabaster? If we point it back off to the west.
Yeah, I've been looking. Haven't really seen much yet. So
all right, let's show that on the screen here. We got Montgomery up now. Let's kind of stick with the Galleria and Alabaster cameras, and that we've got some. We'll rotate between Alabaster and the Galleria, and we'll just watch to see what we can see on those two cameras. The Alabaster camera is up on a ridge top that's kind of overlooking pretty good chunk of Shelby County. And by the way, Drew's drawing this warm front. That's the approximate warm front location. And notice how the storms are kind of forming along that boundary. And again, sometimes on a boundary, you can get backed winds out of the southeast near the surface. You got the westerly winds aloft, and that veering of the wind with altitude can set the updrafts into motion. And from time to time, you might see a brief isolated tornado. We don't have any in the state right now, but just be aware there could be a few isolated tornadoes this morning. And of course, with all the rain we've had, we've got flooding concerns. Heavy rain falling in parts of Clay County here, around Ashland and Lineville, over toward Lake Wedowee. Rain falling over much of Cleburne County as well. And again, nothing severe, no thunder, no lightning. This is just good old heavy rain, soaking rains falling. Again, Ashland, Lineville, back up toward Chehaw State Park. Let's go back over to Shelby County, Drew. We'll take a look at the storms coming in. Again, you saw the lightning on the Alabaster Skycam down below here. And again, that's live from our region's Skycam network, what you're seeing there. But the heavier rain is now coming into I-65 around Pelham and Alabaster. And that heavy rain extends back into West Blockton. Again, there could be some flooding issues here. And also some loud thunder and lightning. A lot of folks getting that rude morning wake-up call with the loud booming thunder here at 4:09 a.m. affecting parts of northern Bibb. But again, we stress there's nothing severe, no evidence of any tornado. This is just mainly a heavy rain flood type threat, and that flood watch does remain in effect. So let's go back to the Mississippi storms, Drew. We're going to bounce back and forth here, and again, you can see we've got 2 warnings in effect over east and southeast Mississippi for storms that will be moving into Alabama. This storm north of Meridian, that is going to be pushing up into Sumter County, Alabama. The warning's in effect for Kemper and Lauderdale counties. Kemper County here, Lauderdale here, Sumter County, Alabama here. That's Interstate 5920, York, Livingston right here. So just be aware if you're north of Interstate 59 in Sumter County, a pretty active storm with potential for strong winds will be coming in. And then we have the tornado warned storm that is located south of Bay Springs, Mississippi. And if that thing holds together, that could wind up in Choctaw County. Highway 17 right here, Butler here. It's just something to watch right now. And again, let's look at the velocity product real quick on our storm that is located north of Laurel. And again, that's not really a classic tornado signature at this point. This is the storm relative velocity. And again, you don't want to get too specific about the type of tornadoes you could see, but this would probably not be a morning for an upper end long track tornado. We don't expect that. But listen, if you got a tornado down for 2 minutes and if it comes down your street, that's a big deal. So we'll keep a close watch on this. But again, the circulation is relatively broad here, but also keep in mind the radar beam is relatively high. The beam is pretty far away from Jackson and moving away from the radar site there in Jackson. But again, that's the latest. And Bill or Drew, no damage reports so far, right? All right.
No, that's right, James. No damage reports received from the Weather Service in Jackson at all. So.
Okay, and that's a very good thing. And we are. Let's look at the Lowndes-Autauga storm if we can, Drew. This is the one that is to the west of Montgomery. This thing right here. This thing's tried to rotate. Let's look at the velocity real quick on this. This is coming up on Prattville. Yeah, there's no tornado signature here. But again, there's just broad rotation within this. And again, there's no thunder and no lightning. And that's the other thing. The convection is not deep. It's basically a heavy rain shower. So let's put the reflectivity back on. Just be aware if you're in Prattville, that heavy rain is coming right into downtown Prattville, which is here. This is Cobbs Ford Road. Interstate 65 is right here. This is US 31 here. And again, that's going to just be a big rain producer. And there could be some flooding, but it's relatively small and moving along at a pretty good clip. So again, it's just like a little low-top shower that's trying to spin, but there's no evidence of any tornado there. But as always, we're watching it carefully. And again, the one thing about what we have here is a big staff. Having, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in this room. That's good. And so we've got a lot of eyes on the radar and some very good trained professional eyes on the radar to be sure that nothing slips up on us here, because these can be tricky. If you get a tornado down for a couple of minutes, it is so hard to issue a warning for these things. It's just a challenge. So again, that is the thunderstorm. And again, JP's got the camera from Montgomery. And JP, there's no lightning, right? I've seen nothing.
I haven't seen any from the camera. Now I have seen an uptick from the Alabaster and Hoover cameras, but on this shower, we're looking toward the west. Haven't seen much in the way of lightning just yet, but we're keeping an eye on it.
All right, so let's go back up to our Shelby County, Bibb County thunderstorms, and these are much louder and more obnoxious. This is producing a lot of lightning up and through here. And again, you can see the heaviest rain is now falling around Pelham in the northern part of Alabaster in Shelby County. It's pouring along Interstate 65. And again, Hoover's here, that's Interstate 459. And again, we stress nothing severe. We got 7 lightning strikes. Drew, what's the time frame? Do we know in our box, is that 10 minutes or?
It is just 3 minutes.
3 minutes,
just in the last 3 minutes.
Okay, that's good to know. So within the last 3 minutes, that's your lightning count up on the screen you see there. But lightning is active. And again, you can see the lightning on the Alabaster Skycam we have here. So it's a noisy Saturday morning here for northern Shelby, and that rain is headed toward the 280 corridor, which is right here. Again, no tornadoes, nothing severe, just heavy rain, some thunder and lightning. It's absolutely pouring in Woodstock down to West Blockton. That's in northern Bibb County. And again, there could be some flooding issues going on here. And also tremendous amounts of rain falling along US 82 around Eolan back here. Again, that's moving to the northeast. And again, the precipitable water values are quite impressive. You're going to see some pretty good rain rates with this. And keep in mind, some spots already have seen 2 to 3 inches of rain over the past 18 hours or so with this feature. So again, let's kind of expand the view. Let's show the tornado watch, because what's happening, and again, I know we sound repetitive, but it's 4:15 on a Saturday morning and many people are just waking up. And we want to bring you up to speed. This watch was issued about 30 minutes ago. Quite frankly, the placement's a little farther north than we expected. The folks at SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, decided to go ahead and put Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and Gadsden in this. That's pretty far north. Again, the air is relatively stable, but there's this warm front that might try to lift that far north. So again, the northernmost counties in the watch would be Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Jefferson, St. Clair, Etowah, and Cherokee. And then to the south, the southernmost counties would be Washington, Clark, Wilcox, Dallas, Lowndes, Montgomery, Tallapoosa, and Chambers. And it just seems to correlate with this surface boundary that's this warm front that's slowly creeping northward. And again, sometimes a front like that can serve as a pretty good focus for some heavy convection. So we're going to stay with you. We're just going to roll with it here. And that's the one thing we have the freedom to do with the network. We're not cutting off any TV program. We can just stay live as long as we need to. So we're going to stay with you for quite a while this morning to ride through this event together. We have no warnings in effect for any part of Alabama. In fact, Drew, if we can put the, thank you. We put all the warnings together on here. We have no warnings anywhere in the state of Alabama. We've got 2 in Mississippi. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Kemper, Lauderdale counties, and a tornado warning back for that rotating storm near Bay Springs, Mississippi. And you can see on that trajectory, this storm comes into Sumter, this storm comes into Choctaw. Again, we'll see if the tornado warning stays in effect. It did not look that impressive on the last few volume scans here. And remember, in addition to this, we still have that flood watch for the northern 2/3 of the state. Parts of the state have received rain amounts in the 2 to 3 inch range over the past 18 hours. An additional rain this morning could be 1 to 2 inches, and that's a lot of rain. But in a way, it's a good thing. Remember, we've got over 90% of the state now in drought conditions, so this will make a big dent in the drought. It's not going to knock it out completely. So we'll go back to the radar here at 4:17 on Saturday morning. And we have one heavy shower over Prattville. We have heavy rain falling through parts of northern and western Bibb County, Woodstock, West Blockton, into Shelby County, toward Pelham, Helena, back over toward Highway 280. Heavier rain falling in parts of Clay County. Good soaking rains falling in parts of Cleburne County. Some lighter rain across the northwestern counties of the state, the Shoals down to Russellville, Hamilton, Vernon, Sulligent. And again, at this point, none of the activity in Alabama, nothing here is considered to be severe at this point. It is sub-severe. Remember, there's a very strict definition on what is a severe thunderstorm. The definition, winds of 58 miles per hour or greater, or hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. All right, Drew, your thoughts where we are now.
Yeah, so it looks like, again, the storms back in Mississippi are continuing to get their acts together here. You can see, I'll switch back to the Jackson radar here, and that line is looking pretty mean there in South Mississippi, in between Jackson and Hattiesburg. And so, of course, we've got that severe thunderstorm warning to the north of that that's about to cross into Alabama there in Choctaw County here fairly shortly. Sumter County fairly shortly, but it's back towards the southwest that you really see some more of the action, and maybe some of the more threatening looking thunderstorms, which of course include the tornado warning here. That's for mainly Jasper County, Mississippi. Lots of lightning with that storm right now. And then looking back towards the southwest, we see another little kink in the line there, which looks like we're going to be having to watch this quite a bit with these little kinks in this line of thunderstorms as it moves to the northeast, which typically indicates places where there could be some rotation. You see quite a bit of lightning there with this one, with this severe thunderstorm warning as well. So this one covers Covington County, Mississippi, Jefferson Davis County, Mississippi, and Jones County, moving towards the east. And again, this would end up eventually moving into towards places like Coffeyville and Butler and towards Thomasville. Eventually, again, this is going to take a little while to get over that direction, but those are some of the areas in northern Clark County and Washington County and Choctaw counties that you'll, if you are watching us now, that you'll want to just be aware for the next hour or two. But you can even see there's also, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. What you're seeing here south of Prentiss, Mississippi, that's a shear marker, which is indicating rotation, basically. And you can see here, looking at the velocity product, that it may not be total really good signature yet. That's what would produce a tornado warning, but it definitely is rotating there. That's easy to see. Looking at our storm relative velocity, we can see it a little bit better there with the storm relative velocity. But again, these storms are producing a lot of lightning. That definitely seems to be ramping up and giving us evidence that, that the whole situation, especially in this part of Mississippi, is getting a little bit more volatile as the jet starts to kick in, and our upper level forcing is moving in as well. So again, back off towards the southwest. Just a note, because this has been the story for Alabama for most of the days. You've got flash flood warnings behind this as well. So even if you end up without a tornado warning further to the east, these storms are kind of training in same general direction. So there's some places with this as it moves fairly slowly towards the northeast that are going to be getting lots of rain. So this could, if this holds together as it moves further towards the east, we could have some more issues with some very heavy rain and potentially some flash flood issues as it moves further to the northeast. So that'll be something we'll be watching, in addition to obviously our first priority, which would be the tornado warnings and those kind of situations.
All right, and again, for Bill and JP, just FYI, Olshu is going to be out in the field, and you two guys can just be ready for his stream. He'll be coming up here shortly. That's one of the things that we want to do, is supplement radar with visuals, and man, it is hard. At 4:21 a.m., it's dark, but that's the reason you're seeing our Skycam images, which are live while I'm talking, so you can just kind of look out the window. And once we get the streamers and the chasers in the field, you'll see those streams as well. And also during really big days, we'll have drones up looking at this. This is a fairly low-end event, but understand, if there's one or two tornadoes, it's a big deal if one of those things is near you. So we are live at 4:22 this morning. James Spann, and we got the full crew here at the Alabama Weather Network Studio A. We're watching a batch of thunderstorms about to push into Alabama that could produce an isolated tornado or maybe some strong winds. We have the one storm that is about to cross over into Sumter County. We have this rotating storm that will likely be coming into Choctaw County. But let's look at our storm that is in Kemper County, Mississippi. This is northeast of Meridian. And quite frankly, it doesn't look that much different than the storm up here that's already in northern Sumter. The Weather Service in Jackson, they're responsible for Kemper and Lauderdale counties in Mississippi. Of course, the Weather Service in Birmingham is responsible for Sumter County, Alabama. And again, that's the one thing, we don't issue the warnings. It's done by Weather Service offices. And the one good thing we have chat sessions in real time with all of these offices. I can communicate them at any time. They can communicate with us and share their thoughts on what's going on here. So we'll see if the Weather Service in Birmingham extends this warning into Sumter. I would suggest they will not. Quite frankly, it doesn't look severe by classic definition. And again, by classic definition, that would be 58-mile-per-hour winds or 1-inch diameter hail. Don't think we had that in this storm as it moves over into Sumter County. And again, this is entering the county north of Interstate 5920. That'll be passing north of York, north of Livingston, up Highway 17 toward Emell. It is raining heavily up in the northern tip of Sumter County up here into parts of Pickens County. Let's look at Tuscaloosa, Drew. It's about to pour rain. And JP, maybe we can pull up the Bryant-Denny Skycam for Tuscaloosa. We'll take a look at the situation there. And I think we've got the camera in Tuscaloosa focused on University Boulevard. If not, let's take a look at University Boulevard, JP, on the Tuscaloosa camera so we can kind of watch the traffic moving along and see the rain rates. It'll be a lot easier for us to see that with that particular view. But again, heavy rain coming into the city of Tuscaloosa. There's nothing severe by definition. We don't have any large hail or damaging winds. The main concern, heavy rain and flooding. Again, there is some thunder and lightning involved. We've got heavy rain falling in parts of Sumter County, or I'm sorry, parts of Bibb County, north of York, north of Brent Centerville, around West Blockton, and heavy rain over here in parts of Shelby County as well, northern Shelby County as well. Let's go to the Birmingham next, Brad Drew. This is coming from Columbus. We'll flip it over to Birmingham, but just take a look at a closer angle. And yeah, you can see it's pouring. I mean, big time pouring in West Blockton and Woodstock. This is in Bibb County. It's about to pour in Tuscaloosa. We've got heavy rain in Northport now, and that'll come right into Tuscaloosa. And again, down below, you've got the camera at Bryant Denny Stadium. You can see the University Boulevard down below. We'll kind of watch the rain rates there. And again, I would imagine we'll have some thunder and lightning as well. And again, we'll kind of rotate, JP, between that, the Hoover Galleria camera and the Alabaster camera. We'll kind of rotate those. And also Montgomery, we'll throw that in the mix as well, so you can kind of see what it's looking like in real time in addition to what we're seeing here on radar. So loud, noisy storms with a warm front lifting northward through central Alabama early this morning, producing heavy amounts of rain. The greatest concern here, flooding. We see no evidence of any tornado activity in Shelby, Jefferson, Bibb, or Tuscaloosa counties. This is rain with thunder and lightning, rain heavy in spots, very heavy in spots, and again, that could be enough rain to create some flooding. The Weather Service in Birmingham, they say they will not be extending this warning, and I think that's the right call. There's just no evidence that this storm is severe coming into Sumter. So again, we've got a thunderstorm coming into western Sumter, northern Sumter. These are north of Interstate 5920. And Drew, looks like we have a confirmed tornado now.
Yes, James. Yeah, Bill was just seeing that and passing along that, yeah, we do now have a confirmed tornado warning here for the storm that we were talking about earlier that had a severe thunderstorm warning on it. But you can see here that it is now a confirmed tornado warning for, looks like Jefferson Davis, Mississippi, Covington, and Jones County, Mississippi. And we'll take a look here and switch over. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is that we might be seeing a debris signature with correlation coefficient right here. So as we kind of move this back and forth a little bit, yeah, that little lowering right there is what we're likely talking about right here, and the reason we've gone confirmed there. So just to the west of Santee, just to the east of Carson along, looks like State Road 35 there in this part of Jones County, Mississippi, actually maybe Jeff Davis, Mississippi, but that is what we're looking for there as far as debris signature. And if we turn on a velocity, yeah, you can see the velocity couplet is right there in the same spot. So that's what it appears is the reason that we are now with a confirmed tornado warning on this storm.
And again, when you see a purple polygon, that represents a confirmed tornado. A red polygon is a radar indicated tornado, just to give you the logistics of how this all works. And again, this is Collins, Mississippi. This is US Highway 49. That's that major route from Jackson and runs down to Hattiesburg. And again, that will be crossing Highway 49. This is in Mississippi near Collins. And again, if by chance this thing continues, that could wind up moving into West Alabama a little later. In fact, here's the state line right here. And this is Butler County, or I'm sorry, Choctaw County here. The town of Butler is here. This is Washington County. So again, we have a confirmed tornado that is southwest of Collins, Mississippi, that could wind up in Butler, Choctaw County, Alabama. And another possible tornado that could wind up in northern Choctaw County. So again, everybody in Choctaw County here needs to kind of pay attention. If you're in Butler or Toxie, any place over there, just kind of leave us on here. We're going to stay with this for a while this morning, as long as we have this active weather approaching. And it's 4:29. If you're just joining us, we have no active warnings in Alabama. We do have active warnings in Mississippi. You can see these parallel potential tornadoes here. We have one approaching Interstate 59, not too far from Heidelberg, Mississippi. We have another one that could wind up approaching Laurel, Mississippi, if this thing holds together. The next larger town in the path of that would be Collins, Mississippi, along US 49, and then just maybe approaching Laurel. We actually had a little bit of damage in Laurel yesterday from strong winds, a little bookend vortex type feature. But again, all of this obviously is kind of moving in the direction of west and southwest Alabama, so just be aware of that. Let's go back to the heavy rain in Bibb and Shelby counties, Drew, when we're going to bounce back and forth between all of the things that are happening here. And again, the Skycam network, JP, how's the lightning output on these? I've been busy looking at radar.
It seems to have died down a little bit, but that's not to say that it might ramp back up here pretty soon.
Okay. And again, the lightning you're seeing with our Skycam network, the Region Skycam network, this is from our Galleria Tower in Hoover camera. We have a camera in Alabaster. And again, those are looking right into this, and it's just really a lot of rain here in northern Shelby. We got 2 lightning strikes in the past 3 minutes, and like JP said, it seems like the numbers have come down a little bit. But the big deal is that really heavy rain, and again, it's just a good soaking rain along US 280. Some of the heaviest rain, though, is just west of I-65, Pelham, Helena, Alabaster, then back out toward Pea Ridge out here in the far western part of Shelby County, then crossing into northern Bibb. Again, it's just really coming down. It's at West Blockton. And again, these are rain totals, Drew, over the past hour. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like we've down towards West Blockton, parts of northern Bibb, moving down into kind of southwestern portion of Bibb, and then into Greene County. That there have been, again, radar estimates, but just in the last hour, approaching 2 inches of rain in some of those areas where we've seen these training thunderstorms. And you can see there's also some of that happening in places like Lineville as well. So you got a little bit over an inch further towards the east there in parts of Clay County, and then we've got a few little stripes
Drew,
as well.
You got 1 minute. You got 1 minute.
In the world. All right, okay, I think we're back.
There we go. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, that's okay. No, I'm glad it didn't go black on me back there. We gotta turn that timer off, I guess. But yeah, you can see obviously that there's been some stripes of some fairly heavy rainfall here over the last hour or so. It looks like also that cell down parts of Autauga County as well into heading towards Elmore County there. You can see you got over about an inch there as well. So yeah, that's certainly still a lot of the story currently in Alabama. However, as we look towards the southwest, that may be changing here soon if these tornadic circulations continue to hold together.
All right, so let's throw the tornado watch back up on the board here again for everybody just waking up on Saturday morning. A tornado watch was issued about 45 minutes ago. Now, if you're in the Tennessee Valley, you got no problems, no severe weather, no issues. Cullman, Jasper, Fayette, Hamilton, Scottsboro, Athens, Huntsville, the Shoals, Russellville. No issues with severe storms. There is a warm front that is lifting northward, and our friends at the Storm Prediction Center, they've kind of correlated the tornado watch with the position of that surface boundary. The county's in yellow here. So this is the tornado watch until 10 a.m. And the northernmost communities would be Reform, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Asheville, Gadsden, Center, Leesburg, Galesville. That's the northern extent of this, and it's a little iffy if we have any severe weather that far north. The deeper moisture is down in through here, places like Marion, Demopolis, Clanton, Dadeville, Roanoke, Montgomery, Hayneville, Selma, Camden, Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, Chatham, Butler, York, Livingston. That's kind of the southern extent of this, and as you can see, in fact, let's pop the actual polygons on here, the warnings too, so we can see that. We have no warnings for Alabama, none, zero. I note that sometimes you see James Spann, he's got the red tie and he's got the suspenders and hands are moving around here. No, we remember, we're in a whole new world here, and we're going to be doing a lot of coverage on this network, even without formal warnings, just to give you a heads up. That's the reason we're here now and we're staying on the air. But we've got a couple of tornado warning polygons back in southeastern Mississippi, and one around Heidelberg. We have one that might be approaching Laurel. And again, the purple polygon, that represents a confirmed tornado based on a debris signature on radar. And of course, if these things hold together, they're headed toward Choctaw County, Alabama, which is right here. So just be aware that if you are in Choctaw County, you got a couple of tornado warnings to the southwest of you, and that bears watching. And again, I honestly don't believe this is going to be a major tornado problem. It's a relatively low-end threat, but if there's 1 or 2 tornadoes, it's a big deal to whoever lives where those tornadoes touch down. And again, we'll stay with you through through the entire event this morning. Weather Service in Jackson, by the way, is stating with that Jasper County rotation, it's getting pretty broad. And hopefully that will dissipate. We don't expect any of these long track tornadoes. The greatest concern would be this one down here. We'll look at the Jackson radar, and again, we're pretty far away. This is this spot where the radar coverage is not that good. We've got radar coverage. The problem, it's the beam height. The beam is probably 8,000 feet off the ground and through here from Jackson. But again, this is the lead tornado warning. We'll take a look at the velocity display, and again, that's very broad and pretty ill-defined in through here. So again, the Weather Service in Jackson indicating that this is weakened a good bit. The greater concern, it's the one to the southwest that is located not too far from Collins, Mississippi. And again, you can see over here, that's your couplet. This is Collins, that's US 49. This is in Mississippi, by the way. And let's look at our CC, our correlation coefficient product. This is where we can see potential for debris that's being lofted. And again, we're seeing some drops in through here. And again, it's pretty noisy. That's not really a classic debris signature. So, and again, it's conceivable that we had the tornado down and it's gone back up. But again, based on that lowered correlation coefficient product, we have this confirmed tornado polygon that's in effect. And this does include Collins, Mississippi, US 49. This is Ellisville, the town of Laurel. The city of Laurel, Mississippi is right here. And of course, obviously, they're watching that with great interest. That would be the largest population center in advance of that once it gets past Collins along Interstate 59. And again, if by chance this thing were to hold together, it will wind up in Choctaw County, Alabama, in the southwestern part of the state. So doing some tours of the Weather Service chat sessions, the one thing is still we're not seeing any damage reports out of these storms in Mississippi. But understand, it's 4:36 on a Saturday morning. Sometimes it takes a while if the tornado does touch down for everybody to get confirmation of damage here. Let's see. Let's go back to the Birmingham Metro, Drew. Again, a lot of people are asking that what's happened. People are they're awakened by thunder, and understand. I totally understand that. It's 4:37. You're thinking, uh-oh, is there anything severe in Alabama? No. We have no severe thunderstorms anywhere in Alabama. It's just noisy and it's raining a lot. And again, we're rotating through our sky cams. You can see down here, right below me, and those are live views, and you can see some lightning and thunder from some of the cameras, including that one from time to time at Alabaster. But just some good old-fashioned soaking rains falling in through here, through parts of northern Shelby, Jefferson County. Some of the heaviest rain is falling, coming into Pelham, back toward Helena, Pea Ridge, then crossing back into Bibb County. Tuscaloosa coming down good. We might check our camera at Bryant-Denny Stadium, kind of looking down over the University of Alabama campus to see what that looks like, and that the rain rates have really increased again in Tuscaloosa. And again, that is looking down on University Boulevard, the campus of the University of Alabama. Just a steady soaking rain falling there. But we have no flash flood warnings in effect. We should mention that as well. Although keep in mind, some folks over the past 18 hours have seen 2 to 3 inches of rain, and this is going to tack onto those totals here, and the ground is getting saturated, something we have not had for a long time. We've not had saturated grounds here in quite a while. In fact, again, most of Alabama is in a drought right now. For downtown Birmingham at points north, this is lighter rain falling here. And again, clearly there is some thunder and lightning. You're seeing from time to time the lightning flashes on the Skycam network. 5 lightning strikes in this zone here in the past 3 minutes. Heavier rain coming into Pell City and East Alabama. These are just good old rain showers in here. Heavy rain falling now. Northern Randolph County, kind of north of Woodland and Newell. Heavy rain around Lineville and Ashland, back into parts of Cleveland County. Let's show the whole state. I always like to say this. If you're in the Tennessee Valley, I'm not ignoring you. I know it's raining in the Shoals, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, Marion, Lawrence County here, but understand there's nothing severe. We expect 0 severe storms over the Tennessee Valley. And the rain should be light to moderate. There is a flood watch in effect there. But again, we just don't expect any severe thunderstorm problems. You're not being ignored. That's the thing. We're going to focus on storms that might be dangerous or have a high impact. South and southeast Alabama, it's quiet down here. If you're in Dothan, you saw 80 degrees yesterday with a sunny sky. And Dothan will see some rain later today, this afternoon, but by the time the storms get there, they should be greatly weakened. I'd say after this watch is over at 10 o'clock, I really don't think we'll have another watch. The upper air support for this will begin to lift away late this morning, early this afternoon. But again, you'll see a little bit of rain later today. And the same thing, Mobile and Baldwin counties. We're not ignoring you. There's just nothing going on right there. We're going to focus on where the active weather is. Of course, we'll be watching this line of storms down here through south and southeastern Mississippi. And ultimately, that will be coming into Mobile and Baldwin counties later this morning. We'll keep a close eye on that. But again, we stress, out of all of our counties here, we have 0 tornado warnings, 0 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are here because we are watching tornado warnings to the west in parts of southeast Mississippi, and those could possibly push into the southwest part of Alabama, maybe parts of Choctaw or Washington counties. And again, we're going to keep a close eye on that. But other than that, it's just a lot of rain, Drew. So far, so good. We have not had any issues thus far, but the morning is still young.
Yeah, that's for sure. Always glad if we can keep it relatively quiet. And, again, we can hope that maybe we'll continue to see some sort of weakening trend as the storms move towards the east. I guess, you could say that we did see that earlier with that storm that had at least a severe thunderstorm warning on it earlier. I'm going to try to switch back to the radar here so I can see. I can kind of zoom back in there, but but part of that too with that storm, I think it was also getting a little bit too far to the north, probably starting to get ahead of that that boundary that we've been talking about, and so that could be part of the reason that it started to lose some strength as well. These ones further towards the south, staying in a little bit better air mass south of that boundary, have a better chance of keeping things together. And so far, not seeing a lot of signs of weakening. Now it does appear at least that the Weather Service is not going to be extending that tornado warning for the northern storm there that's moving towards Quitman, Mississippi. So that's good to see. If we switch back to the velocity again, we looked at this one earlier, but you can see that it definitely doesn't look anything like it did when that tornado warning was first issued a while back. So that's good to see that at least this one is continuing to show some of that same story that we've seen a good portion of the day today or this morning and then yesterday. But further towards the south, the confirmed tornado warning still appears to be an issue. Now, it does look like, and we got a lot of polygons going on here now, that they may have issued a new non-confirmed tornado warning. It's kind of hard for me to tell that for sure. I don't know if anybody else can see that in the in chat, whether it be Bill or James, whether that's been downgraded to a standard tornado warning. It kind of looks like that. I can actually go back. Yeah. Just going back in time, I can see a new red tornado warning polygon has popped in here in the last few minutes. So it appears with what we were looking at earlier, where we're struggling to see a for sure debris signature in the correlation coefficient, that they've gone ahead and allowed this to become a standard tornado warning. Not to say it's not a serious warning and something that we need to take seriously, but you can see looking at the velocity as well that it is certainly much broader than it was back in the last 15 or 20 minutes when we had that debris signature. So that's good to see. Again, as it's moving eastward, if we can keep this trend going. Now, not to say that these can't cycle back up. That's certainly possible. But so that's why we'll continue to watch it. But at least for now, we still have good signs as the storms move towards the state line.
All right, so let's do a reset here. We're at 4:43 on Saturday morning. This is James Spann. We've got Drew McCombs, the entire team here in the Alabama Weather Network Studio A, watching severe storms over southeast Mississippi. And again, I really do believe the greatest chance of severe storms will be along and south of US 80. I've said this all night, and I'm saying it right now. I know that technically we do have the tornado watch as far north as Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden with this surface boundary nearby, but I just have an idea that the better chance of a severe storm with a potential tornado would be in this rich environment down here to the south where the air is unstable. Dew points are sitting around 70. You walk outside and you can feel that. Where Tennessee Valley, no concern at all for severe storms. Huntsville, Athens, Decatur, Scottsboro, we're not worried about severe storms at all, but you'll see rain at times this morning. Again, the air is unstable, and really it's not been touched that much down here in South Alabama. And with the trough coming in from the west, that's what's producing this line of severe storms. And again, that'll be pushing into southwest Alabama here in the next hour or so. And we'll watch those very carefully. So again, if you're in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, it's pouring, I know that. But remember, pouring rain does not make a storm severe. Loud thunder doesn't make a storm severe. All storms have that. What makes a storm severe? Damaging wind and large hail. And the specific definition is 58 mile per hour winds or greater, or 1-inch hail in diameter or larger. And we don't have anything like that going on here. And by the way, Bill Murray, if you get Old Shoe's stream up, let me know over there. We've got John Olshoe is going to be coming in from the south, kind of getting into this. And okay,
We're working on that right now.
okay, and I know you are. And again, it's John will be in a position to kind of intercept the storms coming into the southwestern part of the state from southeastern Mississippi. But again, let's just for the fun of it, let's look at the velocity, Drew. You know,
I was looking at that too.
Yeah, you see a little pendant like that, and you're thinking, but
we're so close to the radar site. You know, it gets kind of hairy in there, but hard to say for sure. But that little appendage is
right. Anytime we see along a boundary a little pendant echo like that, you start to think, uh-oh. And we'll watch these like a hawk, which is what we do. We got a lot of people in here with eyes on this, but again, at the moment, you saw that velocity really not representing any sign of a tornado at this point. And so, again, we stress we have no warnings in effect for any part of Alabama, just heavy rain falling. Again, Tuscaloosa, northern Bibb, northern Shelby counties, that's one axis of heavy rain. Another axis of heavy rain falling over northern Randolph, north of Woodland and Newell, up into parts of southern Cleveland County, up toward Ranburne. It should be pouring at Ranburne right now. And again, all of this is moving to the east, and we'll see waves of rain and storms continuing this morning, but the severe threat should fade by midday today as the better dynamics shift away from the state. And again, no warnings at all across the state. Raining in Florence, I know that, raining in the Shoals. In fact, JP, if you can pop up the one of our Florence cameras, we've got two. We'll take either one. We've got one on the campus of the University of North Alabama. We've got one at the Renaissance overlooking the Tennessee River. And again, that's the UNA campus site. And it's just good old-fashioned rain. Just wanted to show you it's raining. No thunder, no lightning. It's steady, but nothing especially heavy. That's our Renaissance Skycam, Shoals Renaissance, overlooking the Wilson Dam and the Tennessee River. And again, just a soaking rain falling up there in that part of the state. So just wanted to correlate the radar with that. But again, I stress, if you're in through here, anywhere in the Tennessee Valley, we are not concerned about severe storms. You are still under a flood watch, but severe storms not expected. So let's go back down to the Birmingham Metro. And again, we've been watching that Alabaster camera, some pretty impressive lightning strikes from time to time. And again, the heavy, we got just a soaking rain along Highway 280 here from near Double Oak Mountain back up toward the summit. Heavy rain along Interstate 65 and US 31 around the Valleydale Road exit, Cahaba Valley Road exit, the Tank Farm exit. It's just pouring here. We've got heavy rain that's moving into Helena and Alabaster and Maline, right in through here. And again, we checked the velocity. We see no sign of any trouble in terms of rotation, nothing like that, just a lot of rain. And this could create some flooding issues. And again, we've had some folks with 2 and 3 inches of rain yesterday and last night. It's moving over the same area. And also heavy rain falling now just north of the city of Tuscaloosa, back into parts of western Jefferson County. Again, some of the heaviest rain is falling on top of Lake Tuscaloosa. Heavy rain falling around Brookwood. We've got heavy rain falling out toward Coker in western Tuscaloosa County. Western Jefferson County, rain is increasing here. That'll be coming up into Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, places like that. And again, heavy rain continues over northern Bibb. And some folks with this batch have received over 1 inch of rain this morning. But again, no warnings as we speak for all the activity you see here. And again, within this sector, what you see on the radar, we've got 8 lightning strikes here within the past, or 9 within the past 3 minutes. So let's go back to our, in fact, Drew, check some of the rain totals. Drew, take it. What you got there?
Yeah, I was just going to show, since you were talking about some of the rain totals, that not just what we've seen here in the last hour, which is what we looked at earlier, but this is actually 24-hour rain total estimates. And you can see there in northern Bibb County, and then looks like parts of western Shelby County, maybe southwestern Jefferson County as well. You do have some estimates of 2 to 3 inches. Looks like we've got some of that. Parts of Pickens and southwestern Tuscaloosa counties as well. Big stripe of heavy rain, though, further towards the south, where you can see here that there has been estimates of 4 to 5 inches through parts of looks like Dallas, and then heading up towards Chilton County and Autauga counties, and then back towards the southwest and parts of Marengo counties, and then down to Choctaw. And again, some of our heaviest ones were in southern Choctaw, northern Washington. So yeah, that stripe there. And unfortunately, if I switch it back to the radar real quick, that stripe of the heaviest rain, I'll clear those queries off there, over the last 24 hours is where this trajectory is kind of looking like it may go with these severe thunderstorms in southern Mississippi that also has extremely heavy rain with it. So that's not a great recipe probably as far as flooding is concerned over the next several hours, James.
All right, so 10 minutes until 5 o'clock. We'll begin to see a little daylight with our camera network around 6 o'clock this morning in about an hour. But again, for now, we're seeing the lightning flashes coming from, and JP's looping through the sky cams as we're seeing multiple views where we have the rain and storms that are currently in progress. But here's the big picture. South Alabama, as we speak, is relatively quiet right now. There's just not much happening south of US 80. Most of the rain is along and north of a warm front that is pushing through parts of central Alabama. That warm front is slowly moving northward. And again, north of that warm front, this is just rain. And in some cases, heavy rain. South of the warm front, that's a very muggy, sultry air mass in place with dew points around 70. And again, this is where the air has really not been touched or contaminated by rain from yesterday and last night. And that will be coming through the southern counties of the state this morning for the next couple of hours. And again, I just believe that the better chance of organized severe storms will be along and south of US 80, Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery, Opelika south, where those dew points are so high. And again, we've got these warnings back in Mississippi. We have no warnings in effect anywhere in Alabama. None. 0 right now. But we've got a couple of warnings back in parts of southeast Mississippi. So, boy, look at the lightning on that Hoover Skycam. Wow, that's pretty impressive. So let's go back to our southeastern Mississippi storms out of the Jackson radar. And again, we've got 2 polygons here. Let's look at this one. This one is weakened a good bit. This storm that's coming along Interstate 59 north of Heidelberg, Mississippi, and really and truly, that pretty much rotation has kind of gone away. So I think this one's going to go off the board. This expires in 8 minutes, but again, I doubt this will be extended. Of course, again, this is the state line right here. This is Choctaw County, Alabama. And so everybody's watching this, but again, that northern one has weakened a good bit. So let's look at our southern one. And again, this one looks awfully broad. It looked a whole lot better 15 minutes ago. And again, we have very broad circulation now east of US 49, moving in the general direction of Laurel. Could it tighten back up again? Sure. Oftentimes, systems like this, storms like this are cyclic, and they show signs of rotation. And at one point, we had some debris being lofted, but again, right now we have broad circulation right in through here, moving in the direction of Laurel and Interstate 59. So again, there's a tornado warning in effect here. We'll watch that. And if this holds together, that will be affecting Choctaw County. The storms will be moving into southwest Alabama, no doubt about that. The question is, will there be a tornado, an isolated tornado? There could be. Again, I don't think this is going to be a major outbreak. This is kind of a lower end threat, but still, there certainly could be a few isolated tornadoes. So again, state line here, Butler here, Chatham here, Highway 17 right here. And again, if this thing happens to hold together, that would most likely come up toward maybe southern Choctaw County, toward Toxie, someplace maybe south of Butler. But we'll see. It's a long way out there. It's got to traverse Wayne County, Mississippi first before it gets into Choctaw County, Alabama. And we'll see how the Weather Service in Mobile handles that. The Weather Service in Mobile handles Wayne County, Mississippi here. And let me just throw this note out too, that the one thing we want to do here with this new network, we do not want you to have to worry about what National Weather Service jurisdiction you're in, what TV market you're in. It doesn't matter. We've got your back. If you live in Alabama, we got you. We want to take away that worry, because that can be so confusing when you deal with TV markets and who's in this market, who's in that market, what weather service covers you. You don't need to worry about that. You're covered. That's all you need to know. We want to simplify things for you. So let's go back to the Birmingham Metro. We're going to kind of bounce back and forth between the zones where there's active weather in progress. And again, we stress we have no warnings in effect anywhere in Alabama, but it's pouring. I mean, it is pouring now over the northern half of Shelby County. Maline, Helena, Alabaster, Pelham, Indian Springs, over here to Inverness. I mean, it is just calming down. And there could be some flooding issues. Be aware of that. Also, we got some thunder and lightning. Again, you've been noticing on our Skycam network. JP's looping through the Skycams, where we've had some very impressive lightning strikes coming in from places like the Galleria camera we have in Hoover, our Alabaster Skycam. The one you're seeing now, that's coming from Region Center in downtown Birmingham. That's the intersection of Red Mountain Expressway and Interstate 5920. In Tuscaloosa County, it's pouring north of the city of Tuscaloosa. Northport, over toward Lake Tuscaloosa, back down toward Coker. Again, nothing severe. And there is some thunder and lightning. Again, within this zone we're seeing here, we've got 19 strikes here in the past 3 minutes. Heavy rain at Ranburne in Cleburne County, East Alabama. That'll be moving over toward Bowden, Georgia. Heavy rain in Randolph County, north of Woodland and Newell. And some heavy rain falling north of Lineville and Clay County. And again, these are more just heavy rain showers here. Let's drop down to the south, Drew. We'll take a look at Elmore County. Again, this is the big shower that came through Prattville. It has come through Lake Jordan now, and it's moving north of Wetumpka over here toward Eclectic and ultimately Lake Martin. There's some thunder and lightning involved here. And again, when you get a big loud boom at 4:56 on a Saturday morning, that wakes a lot of people up. It's a rude wake-up call on a Saturday, but it is what it is. But there's nothing severe. Again, loud thunder does not make a storm severe. I know that it feels oppressive. The dew point's way up there. You walk outside, you just feel it. But again, in addition to that type of air mass, you need the proper upper air support for tornadoes to form. And again, it's kind of a lower end threat this morning, but there could be an isolated tornado over the southern half of the state this morning. So let's go back to our tornado watch, Drew. Again, we're going to cycle through a lot of this. Remember, a lot of folks are just joining us and they're coming online. So let's start with our tornado watch. The county's in yellow here until 10 a.m. All right, so this will include Reform, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Asheville, Gadsden, Galesville, Cedar Bluff on the northern extent. That's the northern edge. No severe weather issues north of there. And even along Interstate 59, it's kind of a low-end threat. I think the higher chance of tornadoes is going to be in the southern part of this watch. And the southernmost counties would include Washington, Clark, Wilcox, Lowndes, Montgomery, Elmore, Tallapoosa, and Randolph in East Alabama. We have no warnings in effect. We'll put the warnings on here. We have no warnings in effect in Alabama. The warnings are back across the state line in Mississippi. And again, just a big hats off to the Birmingham Weather Service office. I can't thank Kevin Laws and his team enough for what they've done to improve the efficiency of warnings. The one thing we're trying to do, reduce the number of false alarms. And Kevin and his crew at that office in Birmingham, they have really done an amazing job of keeping their finger off that warning button when there's nothing really severe. And it's just been marvelous, and we're thankful for that. But again, no warnings in effect for Alabama. We've got the 2 tornado warnings in effect. Again, this northern tornado warning, that's going to go away in 2 minutes. This is for what was a decent circulation, but that's basically gone away around Heidelberg, Mississippi. That's Interstate 59 here. That's Interstate 20 here. The more meaningful circulation is south of there, west of Laurel, but even that circulation is broader now, and it doesn't look as good as it did about 15 to 20 minutes ago. So those are our 2 warnings in Mississippi. And really, Drew, that's it. We just got those 2 spots, right? It looks like for the whole deep south.
Yeah, I'll kind of zoom it out a little bit just to double check. But yeah, looking back towards the west, I don't see anything back in Louisiana or Arkansas or any place like that where we had seen some earlier. So good to see that this appears to be it at this point. I want to take a quick look. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick here. And just kind of talking about, James was talking about the air mass that's in place and just how it feels outside for it being early in the morning in January. And you can see, again, look at the dew points there, and where we got 70-degree dew points in places like Chatham and Thomasville and Selma, upper 60s there surrounding those areas, and then 70s down towards the coast as well. And you got 60s up into North Alabama too, but that just helps you to see that area there right kind of in the southwestern part of the state that we're most concerned about. And so, we've still got that sort of, juicy air mass in place. It's just a matter of getting the other ingredients together. And again, hopefully they don't come together completely, and we don't end up seeing any issues with any of the severe or tornadic storms. But that's kind of what we're looking at as far as that is concerned. And also just kind of taking a quick look, this is just the wind gusts that are just the ambient wind gusts right now. This is not necessarily what the thunderstorms. And you can see that as you move further to the south, actually getting decent little gusts of wind, occasionally up to 20, 30 miles per hour in parts of South Alabama. But it's a lot calmer as you move towards the north. So if you are an early riser and you happen to be getting out, it might be a little bit breezy out there as you start off the day, even if you're not getting any of the rain in place currently. But just a quick look at some of those parameters out there, James, and yeah, again, we're hoping that things won't come together as they move further towards the east where those warnings are.
And that is a good point. So it is now 5:01 as the morning rolls along here. This is James Spann. If you're just joining us, you're watching the Alabama Weather Network. We handle the entire state, all 67 counties, and we will take care of you no matter where you live if there's a tornado warning. And we have no tornado warning. Sometimes we like to just go on the air and kind of talk people through active weather, which is what we have now, even though there's nothing severe in progress. And we've got the warnings in southeastern Mississippi. This one here is basically off the board. It expired at 5 o'clock, 1 minute ago. So there's one tornado warning left in southeastern Mississippi, and that's it. And again, all of this right here will be moving through the southern half of Alabama over the next few hours. And as it moves through the southern part of Alabama, there could be an isolated tornado, maybe a spot with strong gusty winds. I would say the chance of severe storms for the northern half of the state is pretty low. In fact, it's nil for the Tennessee Valley. A very low end threat, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden. I know the tornado watch technically is in effect that far north, but that's a very low end threat for these cities. The main concern, really US 80 and points south, Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery, Auburn, south. And again, we've got John Olshew. He's going to be coming up kind of intercepting this line. Bill, how we doing with John? Is John awake? That's the big question. Are we awake?
John got a good nap. He just flew in from Colorado, James, so we're grateful to have him out on the road this morning. He's heading toward Thomasville.
Okay.
And that's what we see on his stream right now.
Okay.
As he heads north. So he's running up into there to see if he runs into anything there in southwest Alabama.
Okay. And Ryan, I think the goal here will be to go to our 3-box set where maybe we can get John's stream in one and JP's Skycam rotation in the other. So we'll work on getting that going here in a second. And the goal here is to make this presentation visually interesting. The way people consume media, it's changed. What I've done for 47 years, it's been great, but seeing some guy standing in front of a radar with nothing visual, you want something beyond that. So what we're going to try and do is give you a visually interesting presentation with streamers in the field. And again, on really big days, we'll have drones in the air. And we have sky cams all over the place. And before you know it, we're going to have one in each county, multiple sky cams in each county. In fact, we do now. We want you to be able to see the weather, because we've learned through social science studies that when you see it, like what you see over here, then you respond better to warnings. You know it's actually there. We've learned that people want to seek confirmation when they hear a warning. And we don't want you walking outside looking at the sky, and I know it's just human nature to do that, but we want to provide you with the cameras where you can actually see the weather. So JP's rotating through our sky cams, and we've got John Olshoe, who is coming up from the south, and he'll be intersecting these storms as they get into southwest Alabama a little later this morning. Drew, what you got there? Looking at that rotation I see.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at it. It looks like it might be trying to
Tighten up again.
Recycle itself. Yeah. First of all, I was looking at the reflectivity because I was wondering if maybe it was trying to get a little bit more outflows, trying to go out from this line here, which would be a good thing. And so I thought I might have been seeing a little bit of that, but then once I switched over to velocity, you can definitely see that. Again, it's not a really tight circulation, but it's definitely looking better than it was a few minutes ago. So definitely it looks like we're kind of recycling a little bit, and it's kind of seems to be kind of shifting a little bit more towards the northeast and not as much of the easterly component. And see the polygon looks like it's been shifted a little bit in that direction as well. But moving or getting closer, we're still a couple of counties away from the state line. Again, you're still not to Laurel, Mississippi quite yet, but getting closer. It's not within the polygon quite yet. And they've got it as a fairly small polygon at this point. I don't know if that's maybe just due to some of the uncertainty of whether the circulation is going to continue to tighten or weaken again. But again, like we've talked about, if this continues to have circulation further towards the east, then eventually here's the state line, and we would be moving into parts of Choctaw, and then probably mainly Choctaw counties at that point.
Let's look at our new flash flood warning, Drew. We've got a flash flood warning for parts of the Birmingham metro. This is our first warning in Alabama. So this is a new flash flood warning in effect here for southern Jefferson and northern Shelby counties until 8:15. So this is the polygon defined right here. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Jefferson and northern Shelby counties. And again, keep in mind, we had a flash flood warning in pretty much the same area yesterday afternoon and evening. Some locations here picked up over 2 inches of rain. Our sky watchers are great. A number of our sky watchers in the Birmingham metro, they have shown rain amounts already in excess of 2 inches, and this will tack on another 1 to 2 inches. And with the ground saturated and this batch of heavy rain coming in, you can see here in the western part of the county, Pleasant Grove, Hueytown, Bessemer, that'll be coming right up into the metro here. So it's a really messy Saturday morning with a flash flood warning in effect. So again, for those of you in the Birmingham metro, flash flood warning in effect for northern Shelby. All right. The southern extent of this polygon runs through around Maline, then back up toward Pelham, and then around Inverness to Leeds, and then it's as far north as Fultondale and Adamsville here. So again, the Birmingham metro, flash flood warning until 8:15. You hear us say this a lot, but it's true. Turn around, don't drown. And JP, if we can get our region center camera up. I'm looking at Maplesville. That's a black picture there, black sky. We don't have any thing going on there. Let's go to our Birmingham region center camera. Okay, so this is going to be the intersection of Red Mountain Expressway and Interstate 5920 in downtown Birmingham. And the heavier rain rates have not arrived there yet, but they're about to. And we're going to see how the traffic kind of holds up out there. And again, that's looking from the top of Region Center with our Region Skycam network. You know, we'll be watching how conditions deteriorate there as this batch of really heavy rain comes up into the downtown Birmingham area. That's overlooking the BJCC complex, and that's Interstate 5920 you see down below. And again, heavy rain falling along U.S. Highway 280 from Double Oak Mountain all the way through Greystone, Inverness, back up toward the Summit and Mountain Brook. And again, Interstate 65 got some heavy rain here, basically from Pelham and Alabaster on north. So just wanted to point out there is a flash flood warning in effect for Jefferson, southern Jefferson, northern Shelby counties. That's basically the Birmingham metro, in effect until 8:15 this morning. We have no tornado concerns in the Birmingham metro. This is all a flood concern, even though I know you've got some thunder and lightning going on here. And we also might check that Galleria camera, JP, to see if we can take a look at US 31 down below the Galleria. That would be on the Galleria East camera. We have two sky cams on the Galleria, one west, one facing east. The east camera should give us a look down into US Highway 31. Yeah, that's 459 and 31. And maybe we can pan a little bit down and look at US 31, because sometimes we'll see some pretty significant flooding issues on US 31 in front of the River Chase Galleria. And we'll kind of watch and see how that unfolds. But we'll watch the Galleria camera and also the downtown Birmingham. All of the cameras, we're watching all of them, but especially the ones in the affected areas down here. So again, that's the current situation for the Birmingham Metro. Flash flood warning until 8:15. Let's go back to a big view, Drew. For those that are just happening to be joining us, we have that one warning. That's the only warning in effect for the entire state of Alabama. Flash flood warning for the Birmingham Metro. That's it. We have rain falling. In fact, let's put the regional radar composite back on here so we can kind of see there we go. We have rain falling over northwest Alabama, just light to moderate rain, nothing too heavy. Raining in the Shoals, raining in Moulton, raining in Double Springs, Hamilton, Russellville, down toward Fayette. And again, that's just rain here. We expect no severe weather for the Tennessee Valley. This is just rain. You're still under a flood watch. The heavier rains are over Cleburne and Randolph counties. Those are moving over into Georgia around Carrollton and Bowden. South Alabama, relatively quiet. Again, you can see at the moment south of US 80, nothing more than a few spotty showers, but this is to come. This line right here will be crossing over into southwest Alabama, and that's the primary concern with that is the possibility of a brief isolated tornado. And again, you can see we have the one tornado warning in effect for a storm that's approaching Laurel, Mississippi. So let's go back to that Laurel storm, and everybody in Choctaw County was watching this very carefully, and take a look at that. Drew, tell us what you got with that. You've been kind of watching that thing carefully.
Yeah, so looking at it here lately, just looking at the reflectivity and not looking at even the velocity yet, seeing a little bit of an interesting look there with, see what you got going on right here. So that concerns me a little bit there within that tornado warning polygon. We'll go ahead and flip over to the velocity. It's still better than it was a little while ago. It's tightened up, but still not too worried about it. But I'm going to go ahead and switch over to correlation coefficient. Of course, this storm does have a history of having a debris signature when the tornado warning was first issued, but not really seeing anything that indicates. There's a few lowerings there, but that doesn't look like your classic sort of debris signature that we would be certain about. So I think at this point, I feel pretty confident that it's good chance it's not actually reaching the ground or producing any sort of debris, but still something to take seriously because it still is within that warning and does still have at least some broad rotation there. Now, looking at the velocity values, I haven't really done too much in the way of querying some of those recently. This is, again, we're about 3,000 feet off the ground here. And you can see that these are just your base velocity values, and they're in the 30s generally. So we're not seeing any sort of extreme looking destructive winds with this. So obviously it could get pretty gusty. And you do see that there are quite a few lightning strikes still. So that is one thing that's still been a theme with this storm complex, is that there's been lots of lightning. Just in this area here near this thunderstorm near Taylorsville in Bay Springs, Mississippi, you've had a little bit more than 60 strikes just in the last 3 minutes. So again, it's still a very active storm. Wouldn't say it's necessarily weakening a whole lot or anything yet. It's still got some punch to it. As we look back off towards the southwest, looking into the rest of this line of rain and thunderstorms, for one thing, I don't see as much lightning. Maybe further towards the south, still some, and I don't see maybe as much indication of rotation further back towards the southwest. So it's kind of looking more like this leading edge of it has the most, potentially concerning parts to it at this point. And just also while I'm at it, just kind of look on this leading edge here coming into the state right now. Just saw a little bit of a kink there. I wanted to investigate there, starting to move into parts of northern Choctaw counties and or county. And yeah, I think we're okay there, but you definitely can see that there is an uptick of lightning here as it moves towards York and towards Livingston. So again, if you're waking up right now in this area, you don't have any sort of warning, but you've got a heavy thunderstorm with a good bit of lightning coming through. And again, we'll be watching that, of course, James.
Yeah, and again, this is Sumter County here. We've got rain over much of the county. But again, if you're down here in Choctaw County from Butler down to Toxie, Needham, Gilbertown, Silas, anywhere in this Highway 17 corridor, just kind of be weather aware this morning, and that you've got this kind of nasty line of storms about to move into Choctaw County. Just kind of a heads up. There could be an isolated tornado. There might not be one. Heavy rain will guarantee that. Thunder and lightning will guarantee that. But again, just kind of be very weather aware and be sure you've got a good plan in case there is a tornado warning. And the one thing that we need to do better in the weather enterprise, it's to provide adequate warning for people that live in manufactured housing, mobile homes, trailers. We have to do better. And one of the things we're trying to do is to give folks that live in manufactured housing more of a heads up. And again, considering the tornado warnings in effect here, if you live in a trailer, a mobile home in Choctaw County, you might want to consider thinking about getting to a business that can serve as a shelter, any site-built business, or a community shelter if there's one available. Just a little heads up here, and that you've got some time. And again, there's absolutely no guarantee that the tornado warning stays in effect. In fact, it might not. This thing has been cyclic. It's been cycling back and forth. But again, evidence of circulation near Laurel, approaching Laurel, Mississippi. And again, if that continues, that will be coming up into Choctaw County, Alabama. To the north in Sumter County, nothing severe here. Rain, thunder, and lightning, nothing severe. Let's go back to our flash flood warning in the Birmingham Metro. And again, we're working the tornado activity in southeast Mississippi and the flooding in the Birmingham Metro. So again, this is your flash flood warning polygon right here. This includes northern Shelby County, and it includes southern Jefferson. This includes downtown Birmingham, the Birmingham Metro. And again, you're watching on our Skycam network as we're cycling through how the rain is affecting different locations across the state. But the heaviest rain of all is falling right in through here, right on U.S. Highway 280. This is around Chelsea and Double Oak Mountain, back over to Sterrett and Vandiver, then back up to Leeds, Wolf Creek, Pell City. I mean, it is just pouring in here. And again, the rain rates have increased in downtown Birmingham as well. So just be aware that there's potential for flooding. The ground is saturated. We've not had this issue in a long time because it has been dry for a long time. But goodness, this is going to make a big dent in the drought. That's a positive here. But again, at the moment, the heaviest rain rates from Chelsea, Vandiver, Sterrett, Wolf Creek, and Pell City along Interstate 20 up in here. And this continues to move on to the east, and we'll see another band of rain moving into the Birmingham Metro later. So that's the greatest concern, a flash flood warning that is until 8:30, Drew. Correct me if I'm wrong. The flash flood warning time is until 8:15. 8:15 this morning. So if you have to drive somewhere, be really careful. And the last thing we want is for us to have a problem with somebody being washed off a road or somebody being stranded. You don't want to start your weekend off like that. So if you see standing water, just turn around. Your life's not worth it. Nothing's worth that. Just turn around, take another route, or just wait this thing out. So flash flood warning for the Birmingham Metro this morning, for southern Jefferson, northern Shelby counties. Some heavier rain coming into Tuscaloosa. That's the rain that's been out there around Coker and Elrod, around the Sipsey Valley. And again, that's coming right into Tuscaloosa and Northport. And again, that will be producing increased rain rates. And of course, there's more rain back off to the west in Pickens County, Lowndes County, Mississippi, Kemper, Noxubee counties in Mississippi. And again, that will all be moving into west central Alabama. So let's kind of show a broad view. In this boundary, we have a warm front that is lifting north. It's about right in here. In these storms, this heavy rain that we're getting in the Birmingham Metro, Tuscaloosa, St. Clair County, places like that, that is along and just north of that boundary, the warm front. And the better chance of any severe storms near and south of that front. And again, the tornado watch technically includes Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, but I really think the better chance of severe storms could be south of there. And again, this is where we got dew points around 70. If you walk outside, you feel it. I mean, if you're down here in Greenville, Chapman, Luverne, Troy, Camden, Monroeville, Linden, you walk out the door, you feel that dew point at 70. And again, with some good upper support coming in here, that could set the stage for an isolated severe storm. And this is not a high-end severe weather threat. It's not. It's a case where the dynamics are good, the thermodynamics are not that good. But still, again, all it takes is one or two small tornadoes, and it's a big day for the people that are in the path of those tornadoes. And we'll be here to watch those carefully this morning. We're at 519, and again, over here, what you're watching, our Skycam network, JP's rotating through our Skycams, where we have the rain, thunder, and lightning. That's the campus of the University of Alabama. As you can see, a lot of lightning showing up there. And down below, Bill Murray, where's John right now? Do we know?
John's on I-10 westbound going over the Bayway right now.
Okay.
And he got on there at Spanish Fort, so he's now heading over Mobile Bay.
Okay, so that's John Olshu. What John is going to do in the box you see right here, he is on Interstate 10, the Bayway, and he's going to hook up US 43, and he'll be going through Saraland, Axis, Creola, Bucks, on up into to near Jackson. US 43 runs right in through here, and John is going to intercept that line of storms for us. John's a trooper. John was in, Bill, he was in what, Denver yesterday?
Yeah, he was watching the snow, sending us pictures from DIA yesterday, James. And
that's what we do in the weather business. We don't sleep. We are old weather warriors here, and this is what we were born to do, and it's a joy to be able to do that. We'll sleep at some other place at some other time. So 5:20 is our current time, and again, we'll be watching Old Shoe Stream coming up right through here, intercepting that line of storms right in through here. Again, let Drew just kind of walk us through this. Let's take a look at our Laurel storm again. How are we doing with that one?
Yeah, let's take another look at it. And well, for one thing, you can see that the tornado warning has been pared down a little bit again here. I will mention, just so if you've noticed that the purple polygon is still here, sometimes with the way these confirmed tornado warnings are tagged, it doesn't fall out of the system as fast as it should. So that's why that one's still there. That's the old confirmed tornado warning from a while back. The one that's currently still active is this small little red tornado warning here, which let me just click on it again where I can see it here. I believe it goes until 5:30. Double check. Yeah, so that one goes for another 8 minutes. But yeah, because the fact that they have not extended it further towards the east, they've just kind of been paring it down, usually is a good sign as far as them hopefully not reissuing it or extending it after 5:30. And however, as I say that, there's a little bit of an interesting looking signature on the back end of that, but it's still not anything like it's been in the past. And looking at the reflectivity, again, just still very heavy rain embedded within that. Obviously, the lightning still continues to be pretty heavy up towards Blue Ridge and Bay Springs and Matthews, and as it's moving towards Heidelberg and Goodwater. And again, Laurel is still right there nearby, but despite that, it still has, again, they have not issued the warning further towards the east. So Laurel, Mississippi, which is, as James mentioned earlier, the major population center in this area, is not within a warning polygon at this point, or a tornado warning polygon. So that's good news at this point. Taking a look at another one of our products here, and it's showing a little bit more of maybe some straight line, almost could be more of a straight line wind kind of situation there with the velocity along this gradient here of velocity. So again, there's probably some gusty winds with this, but it's looking like at this point that they are likely not going to extend that tornado warning, is at least my guess at this point, James.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning, this one here that's in effect. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect that will be for the potential for strong straight line winds. And again, that warning is in effect until 6:15. And again, that's these warnings come, of course, out of the Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi, but this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for parts of Jasper, Smith, Clark, and Jones counties in southeast Mississippi. And again, this will ultimately sweep into Choctaw County. I know we've talked about that for a long time, but that's the one thing I've heard this a lot over the years. People in the western border counties like Sumter, Choctaw, Washington, they say we don't get enough heads up. That's why we're here, giving you a heads up. We want to fix that. With this new network, we were able to do things we just could not do in the old days, which is fantastic. And we thank you for watching. And again, if you have not installed the app, be sure you have that on your phone, your TV, and your tablet, Alabama Weather Network. So you can watch us on the big screen, just like you watch Netflix or Hulu or Amazon Prime or YouTube. And I should mention, we do stream on the social platforms. A lot of you are watching on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. However, thank you. We're glad you're here, and we'll stay with us for a while this morning here at 524. Got the entire crew in. And JP, how's your cameras looking? Give us an update. What do you see?
Yeah, this is the Fairhope camera. We're looking to the northwest, looking for some lightning, trying to be able to see something. The sun will be rising here in about an hour, but we're looking up into those storms. Still a little far away to see anything yet.
Yep. Again, that's the Fairhope Sky Cam. Look at what's that dew point, JP? Is that 71?
71.
Wow. Goodness gracious. How about a 71-degree dew point on a January morning? And it's not that unusual, but it's still pretty amazing to me on a January morning to have a dew point of 71. That's something you might see in July or August. And of course, that's one of the things we're a little worried about is the fact that these storms are moving into that environment where the dew points are so high. And we'll just see how the whole thing plays out. And again, let's look up at Sumter County, Drew. The heavier storms are pushing into the southwestern part of Sumter County around Cuba. That is not the island of Cuba. That is the community of Cuba, which is right here. That's US 80 here. This is US Highway 11 here. That's Interstate 5920 right here, and that's Cuba. And again, it's pouring rain, thunder, lightning. I mean, it's loud. But there's no evidence of any tornado, no evidence of any damaging winds. That's the reason there's no warning. You just cannot issue warning after warning after warning for storms that aren't severe. Because when you do that, nobody will pay attention to warnings when they are severe. It's the cry wolf thing. And again, loud thunder, heavy rain doesn't make a storm severe. You've got to have 58 mile per hour winds or greater, or hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. So again, we'll be watching these things like a hawk, and we've got a lot of eyeballs on them here in our Studio A operation. But again, these storms are under severe limits despite the fact that they're loud and it's pouring rain coming up into southwestern parts of Sumter County, around Cuba and York. Of course, the University of West Alabama is located right here. Let's check out the Birmingham situation, Drew. We've got the flash flood warning for the Birmingham Metro. This was issued about 30 minutes ago. And thankfully, the heavier rain rates are now beginning to shift out of that polygon. The heavier rain rates are now a little to the east through parts of northeastern Shelby County and parts of St. Clair County. It's absolutely pouring now from Highway 280 around Westover back up toward Sterrett and Calcis, and then back up to Wolf Creek and Pell City, raining heavily in parts of Leeds, down Highway 25. Just south of Leeds, heavier rain coming up into St. Clair County around Raglan. And again, there's some loud thunder, I understand that, but this is not severe. The concern here, it's flooding. But again, thankfully in the Birmingham Metro, the rain rates are starting to decrease again. But what's pouring in Tuscaloosa now, that heavy rain in Tuscaloosa back up toward Kellerman and Wyndham Springs, all of that will be moving into the Birmingham Metro a little later this morning. And we've got more heavy rain over Pickens County, and that will be moving into the Birmingham Metro later this morning. So again, we've got waves of rain this morning. The rain should taper off by mid-morning, and by afternoon, just some patchy light rain around. And Drew is watching those velocities like a hawk. And for those that don't know, Drew McCombs here, my associate, my colleague. Drew was a meteorologist engineer for Barron Weather, the same company that makes this amazing graphics system we have here. We have 3 Barron graphic systems here, links 1, 2, and 3. And Drew is a meteorologist / engineer, and having him in this operation, it is invaluable. So Drew, thanks in advance for your service. This man is good.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it, James, and obviously it's an honor to be involved with this, and so I'm just so happy to be here. And yeah, what I was looking at, the National Weather Service Birmingham mentioned that they were watching a storm in Mississippi that was starting to rotate before crossing into Pickens County. It looks like that's kind of what we're talking about right here. And so I just want to take a quick look at that. Again, it doesn't have a warning, isn't too concerning yet, but of something that they're watching there as it's moving towards Aliceville. And again, you look at the reflectivity, very heavy rain, not as much lightning up this far to the north compared to some of the places further down towards the south in Mississippi. But yeah, a decent amount of thunderstorm activity about to be moving into Pickens County and moving towards, again, Aliceville. And then also other places that are going to be getting the heavy rain here soon would also include Carrollton, Reform, Gordo. A lot of the communities there along US 82 will be at least kind of getting skirted by this. But the area that has that potential circulation is a little bit further towards the south of 82. But again, we'll be continuing to watch that, and it looks like the Weather Service has got their eye on that as well. They also mentioned in Sumter, talking about cells merging there along the Sumter Choctaw line, and so that would be further down this direction. I have to switch back over to and this is what we were kind of looking at earlier, but they're not looking too worrisome at this point, but apparently they're watching that one as well. And that one's one of the ones that still has got a good bit of lightning with it and some high reflectivity values as well. Probably got some hail aloft in there, although I don't think we've seen any reports of any hail reaching the ground. Not really expecting that, but certainly some of these have got some of that aloft in the thunderstorm, James.
All right, so it's 5:30 on Saturday morning. This is James Spann and the crew with the Alabama Weather Network. We've been live for quite a while now, and we'll stay live with you until the threat of severe weather fades later this morning. And we're watching over here our Skycam network. JP's got the Skycam cycling through, looking at communities where the heavier rain is falling, looking for any flash flooding problems. And down in the bottom box down here, this is John Olshoe. John is about to move north up US 43 from Mobile, and he'll be coming up toward Jackson, and John will be intercepting this line of storms that's over southeastern Mississippi. Now, the good news, all the tornado warnings have gone away. As of 5:30, we have no active tornado warnings in Mississippi, which is good. We have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. Now, there could be an isolated tornado as this moves through southwest Alabama later this morning. No doubt about that, and that's the reason we have a tornado watch. In fact, let's put the watch up. And again, the watch, a little surprising to me at least, with the placement. It seems pretty far north. The watch technically includes Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Jefferson, St. Clair, Etowah, and Cherokee counties on the north end. I really think the better chance of any severe storms and isolated tornadoes, it's going to be over the southern half of this watch box, down to Washington, Clark, Wilcox, Lowndes, Montgomery, Elmore, Autauga, Perry, Dallas, Marengo, counties like that, Sumter. This is where it seems like we have the best combination of instability and dynamic support, lift, if you will, from the approaching trough. We have a warm front that's in here, and I think what they did, they tried to kind of match the northern boundary of the tornado watch with the placement of that warm front. And sometimes along a front you can have storms that try and rotate, but this area has just been totally worked over with round and round after heavy rain, and I'm not so sure it's supported. But having said that, there's your watch, so just be aware of that. And again, we'll pop the warnings on here really quickly, and we have no tornado warnings in Mississippi. That's good. We've had tornado warnings. That's really what got us on the air earlier this morning, the issuance of this watch and a number of tornado warnings in southeast Mississippi. All of those have gone away. We have one severe thunderstorm warning polygon that's near Laurel, or just north of Laurel, between Laurel and Meridian along Interstate 59. So that's the good news. And I hope, and it could very well be, that's the last tornado warning of the entire event. We get away with no tornado warnings here. That is a distinct, very real possibility. But there could be an isolated brief tornado this morning. So again, we're going to watch this stuff very carefully. We'll put the radar, there's our flood watch. Thank you, Drew. And again, Huntsville has pulled out these counties, and I think that's the right thing to do. You're going to get light rain. Periods of light rain for the Shoals, Athens, Huntsville, Scottsboro, Decatur, Moulton, but I don't think we have any flooding concerns there. The flood watch remains in effect for parts of north central Alabama. The southernmost counties in the flood watch would be Sumter, Marengo, Dallas, Lowndes, Montgomery, Macon, and Lee. The northernmost counties are now DeKalb, Marshall, Cullman, Winston, and Marion. The counties in green on that map. And again, the one concern here is a flash flood warning in effect for southern Jefferson and northern Shelby County. So let's pop the regional radar back on here. This is the composite of all the radars across the southeastern states. And again, South Alabama, relatively quiet as we speak, but it won't stay that way all morning, in that you'll have to deal with this line of storms over south and southeastern Mississippi. North Alabama, just good old-fashioned rain with some thunder and lightning here. And the rain is heavy in spots, and again, that's prompted a flash flood warning for parts of the Birmingham metro. But we just had no concern of severe weather north of Birmingham. And really, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Gadsden, it's very, very iffy. So South Alabama, just be weather aware over the next few hours. I think by late morning, this watch goes until 10. And by late morning, the upper support begins to lift away, the lift that you need to support severe storms. So I think by late morning, early afternoon, any risk of severe storms should be over for the state as the storms keep pushing into southeast Alabama. So let's quickly look at our Birmingham metro again. We'll kind of look at our two hot spots. Again, we'll put the Birmingham radar back on, and there's your polygon right here. That is a flash flood warning in effect. The rain rates have really decreased in Birmingham, but it's about to increase again. The rain out here toward Sayre and the county line down to Oak Grove, Birmingport, that's going to come right through the Birmingham metro. So again, rain rates will go right back up at about 5:45 or so. This is that big batch of heavy rain that prompted the warning initially. That's coming through Pell City, then down to about Vincent in Shelby County, and that'll be moving right along Interstate 20. And again, we've got more rain back in parts of Pickens County, and again, that will be coming through the Birmingham metro. So if you have a place to go this morning, that's fine, but just be aware that if you come across water running across the road, turn around, don't drown. We don't need anybody getting in trouble or having your car stalling out in flooded waters. And of course, understand, in many years, most years, flooding kills more people than tornadoes. And we have to do a better job of communicating that risk. So again, that's our Birmingham metro. And Drew, I'll let you handle our southeast Mississippi storms. How are we doing down there?
Yep, we will go ahead and head back in that direction here and switch back over to the Jackson, Mississippi radar. And so, as we've talked about, we don't have a tornado warning currently, which is good. It's been a little bit since we could be able to say that. We still got that severe thunderstorm warning for this cell that did have a tornado warning on it earlier, so that's still going until 6:15. So we get a little ways to go on that as that storm moves towards the east, and that's for Clark County, Mississippi, also the northern part of Jones County, Mississippi, Jasper County, Mississippi, and again heading generally towards Choctaw County at this point, which is getting some heavy thunderstorm activity in the northwestern corner at this point. Now, one thing you'll notice looking at this storm here near Heidelberg that has a severe thunderstorm warning, it is now showing a shear marker again, which is indicating possibly some rotations. Let's put the velocity product back on here again. I may turn off the shear marker now just so I can see the velocity product a little bit better. And yeah, it's still, trying to rotate a little bit here, but it's still not a super tight circulation. And as we look at our base velocity again, let's just do a quick query on some of the values here. We're still looking at 30, 40 mile per hour winds, maybe actually looking like we're trying to get a few gusts up to around 50 miles per hour. And again, we're 3,000 or 4,000 feet off the ground as far as where the radar beam is hitting the storm at this point. So this, we're likely not getting that sort of wind at the surface or there at ground level. But again, this is still a storm that's got enough punch to it, got some lightning with it, 41 strikes in the last 3 minutes or so. And then I also wanted to mention that, let's see, can you watch Pickens? Oh, there's a watch. Oh, just watch oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, so we're getting to watch Pickens County here, so we'll take a look at that in a second. Want to just mention we've got a couple of storm reports that looks like that have popped up here for tornado damage. Looks like trees and power lines down with that storm previously as it was further towards the southwest near Carson, Mississippi. So there is some confirmation there that you had that tornado on the ground probably when you had that debris signature earlier. Now moving I guess we'll head back over towards Pickens County now and take a look at that, James.
Yep. All right. So at 5:38, let's look at Pickens. And again, we are on chat sessions with the Weather Service in Birmingham, and they're watching the storms coming out of Noxubee County, Mississippi, which would be this county, coming into Sumter or Pickens County. And again, at this point, it's not tight. That doesn't look like a tornadic circulation. These things are on this boundary, and they're trying to spin, but having a hard time. And again, this is an air mass just totally worked over by rain. So at the moment, while there's some evidence of maybe some broad circulation here, we just don't see any evidence of a tornado. So again, if you're in Pickens County, thunder, lightning, heavy rain, yeah, absolutely. But again, at this point, we just don't see any evidence of a tornado, and that heavy rain will be coming into Tuscaloosa, then ultimately back into Birmingham. Again, this batch of heavier rain out here toward Oak Grove and Birmingport, down toward Kellerman, Wyndham Springs, and Tuscaloosa County. That'll be coming through Birmingham. And the rain over in Pickens County, that'll be coming through as well, and that will enhance this flooding issue we have here. That's a flash flood warning until 8:15 this morning. That's the polygon you see right here for southern Jefferson and northern Shelby counties. And again, for the moment, there's a pretty good lull in that things are relatively quiet. In fact, JP, pop up that region's center sky cam. We'll look down in the traffic in downtown Birmingham. This is going to be, and we'll take a look, maybe that's Interstate 5920 down below, and maybe we can take a little look at the intersection of 5920 and the Red Mountain Expressway just to kind of watch traffic. And obviously at 5:40 on a Saturday, not many folks are out there, but the good news, the rain rates have really decreased in Birmingham for the time being, but again, more heavy rain is coming in from the other side here. And again, you can see lightning there. We got 10 lightning strikes in the past 3 minutes from this. So again, this is just kind of a messy Saturday morning. It's not the way you want to start a weekend, but it is what it is. And again, we are live in that we have no tornado warnings in Alabama. Again, a lot of people see me and I got on the suspenders and red tie and all this. No, we have no tornado warnings in the state. We have had tornado warnings in southeast Mississippi. We got a flash flood warning here. We just got some active weather. We thought we'd just stay live with you and help you through this thing on a Saturday morning. And we've got a tornado watch. And again, the greater risk of an isolated tornado, we believe, is over the southern half of the state. And we got some pretty active storms over southeast Mississippi about to come into southwest Alabama. In fact, it's pouring down here. Let's look at Sumter County. And again, these storms over Sumter are producing really heavy amounts of rain. The heaviest rain is now a little east of York and Livingston, down toward Bellamy and Belmont in Sumter County. This is US 80. The Rooster Bridge over the Tom Bigby River is right here. And that's moving in the direction of Demopolis and the US 43 corridor. And again, this could create some flooding issues because the rain rates are tremendously heavy. And there's a lot of thunder and lightning. I mean, if you're in Bellamy and Belmont, it's loud right now. And that heavier rain extends down into Choctaw County, down Highway 17. And again, all of that will be crossing the Tom Bigby, which is right here, over into Marengo County. Heavy rain falling over much of Greene County as well. But again, let's go back to the Mississippi action, if you will. And again, we have no tornado warnings. We have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. And again, this batch of storms near Heidelberg is showing evidence of rotation. It's somewhat broad, but remember, it's going to be moving into southwest Alabama where the air has not really been contaminated by rain. It's been kind of basically untouched. And this broad rotation is moving in the direction of Choctaw County, Alabama. So again, if you're in places like Butler, Toxie, Gilbertown, Silas, just keep a close eye on this. And again, we'll stay right here with you until storms, the risk of severe weather is ended or the storms are out of here, out of our state. It's going to be a while. Again, the tornado watch is set to go until 10. So again, broad rotation near Heidelberg, Mississippi. That will be affecting Butler County, or I'm sorry, Choctaw County. I'm from Butler County, that's Greenville. Georgiana, Chapman, Ebenezer, Industry, McKenzie. All right, this is Choctaw County. This county seat is Butler. And again, the main north-south route is Highway 17. And at some point, I'm going to get my engineer, Drew, to get our state highways on here. There we go. Now, if you zoom in close enough, they show up. There you go.
Yeah, but we could make them pop up a little sooner.
Because everybody knows Highway 17 right here. And again, that runs down through Gilbertown and Silas. Needham is right over here. And so that stuff in Mississippi will be coming into Choctaw County relatively soon. And again, let's look at St. Clair, southern St. Clair. This is down toward Wolf Creek, below Pell City. There's some broad rotation showing up down here. This is near the Logan Martin Dam. The Logan Martin Dam is right here. Let's look at the velocity real quick. And yeah, that's noisy. Apparently, okay, yeah, that's what they're seeing is right there. That's storm relative velocity, yeah. And I think Nathan is right at the Weather Service. He believes that this is side lobe contamination. That is an artifact product with radar that's not real. I know that looks like that could be a tornado, but again, I do believe that they are correct and that this is side lobe and not a tornado signature here. Still, it's pouring. I mean, it is pouring rain here. This is US 231, and again, the Logan Martin Dam is right here. That's the Coosa River going down toward Lay Lake. Logan Martin Lake is right up in through here. And I mean, it is coming down. If you're in Pell City, Cropwell, Riverside, it is just pouring. I was just there driving through yesterday. I was at Alexandria yesterday, Valley Cubs. And again, that'll be coming out toward Lincoln and Talladega. But again, we've got that rotation that they're looking at, but again, they believe it's side lobe, and that's probably the case. I think that is the case. This is not in a perfect environment for a tornado. But again, as always, we'll keep a close eye on that. And we are thankful for our sky watchers. Bill Murray, how many sky watchers do we have?
James, we are currently sitting at 1,704 sky watchers, which is just literally amazing. And just to shout out to one of them, you know, we just had a huge photograph contest through the month of October, and our winner has his new Tempest up and running, which is really exciting. Drew and I were just thrilled to see that today. But this is one of our great sky watchers up in Northeast Alabama, Daniel Harbin, on WEX 05, and he sent in this interesting photograph. But James, you know, this is just a cross-section of what these folks, these men and women, do for us day in and day out, selflessly, and it really helps us with our jobs.
They do, and we thank everybody. And if you want to be part of the Skywatcher team, get the app and look under the Skywatcher tab, and there's a little, just very short little form you fill out, and it's a marvelous group of people that help us every day on blue sky days, on stormy days, with photographs, video. And the nice thing about the Skywatchers, we know it's reliable. On open social platforms, that's fine, but you get these knuckleheads that try and game the system, and they try and trick you. They'll send in an old picture from 10 years ago and saying it's tornado damage from this morning. You get the AI guys that do the AI slop. With the Skywatchers, we all know they're genuine. Everything is good information, and it's a marvelous resource for us. So having that number of Skywatchers. So again, get our app and look for the Skywatcher section if you want to help us. And the more eyes we get, the better off we're going to be. So again, we're watching rain and storms mainly over the northern half of the state. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings in Alabama. We have no tornado warnings in Alabama at 5:47. We have a flash flood warning in effect for the southern Jefferson, northern Shelby, the Birmingham Metro until 8:15. Heavier storms in progress over parts of southern Sumter approaching Demopolis. And again, it's this stuff right down and through here that we'll be watching carefully. This will be coming through southwest Alabama, and from time to time, the Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi, they've had tornado warnings in effect. And again, just reading from the Weather Service in Mobile, they're watching obviously the same thing we are here. Damaging winds look to be the main threat with this line of storms. But again, obviously, there could be an isolated tornado, and that's the way it looks at this point. And got a new tornado warning, Drew. What you got?
Yeah, it looks like we just saw that one pop in there. So we'll zoom down and take a look at it. So it looks like, let's kind of go back through here. Yeah, so that's our same storm that's been the culprit here for a while now. So you see that was the one that eventually had the confirmed tornado. then became a severe thunderstorm warning, and then now looks like the circulation has now tightened back up again, and we can see that we've got a new tornado warning. So that tornado warning is for Clark County, Mississippi. You can see the town of Quitman is within that. US 45 is with that. Pine Ridge, Shiloh, they're near the state line. So this goes right up to the state line. I'm going to go ahead and look at the warning text of this real quick. And again, this goes until 6:30 a.m. This is the National Weather Service in Jackson issuing this for a storm capable of producing a tornado near Goodwater. It's radar indicated rotation, so this is not a confirmed tornado at this point, but looking at some of the radar indications here, that's what they're going off of there. And you see that we've seen a few of these already this morning. We've got a shear marker here. That's what you're seeing right there on kind of the western side of the polygon there. So that's indicating we have some rotation. Take a look at that. Looking at our velocity product here, yeah, you can see that the circulation has kind of tightened back up again, and we've got some pixels there of inbound and outbound velocities that are right there next to each other. So right there next to Goodwater is where we're seeing that rotational couplet there. So whenever you see that kind of signature, then you're usually a little concerned about the possibility of a tornado. That's the storm relative velocity. So you can see still seeing a couplet there as well. And let me switch back over to correlation coefficient. Now there's a little bit of a lowering there. I couldn't say for sure that this would qualify as one that I would be have confidence as being actual debris at this point. There's also some hail, it looks like, within the storm. We're looking at about 4,000 feet in elevation off the ground. And so it looks like there's some hail with the storm that could be causing some of that lowering. So I'm not totally sure on that. And of course, the warning is not confirmed at this point. Now, as that moves towards the east, this is what we've been talking about for a while here, that it's moving towards Choctaw County. And so this one is heading in the direction, again, the polygon comes right up to the state line, and it's heading in the direction of Butler in Choctaw County, including places like Lisbon and Needham as well. Toxie is going to be kind of on the southern edge of that. And then I believe, 17. So this is that corridor that James was talking about earlier, that you have Highway 17 running through the center part of the county, and it is moving in that direction. So again, the warning is not officially over the state line yet, but it's getting, the storm is getting closer, and if it continues to maintain this strength, or it's possible it could cycle back down again and then cycle back up. So this will definitely be one that we will continue to watch, but that definitely looks like at least something that bears watching, although it's not a slam dunk, I'd say at this point, as far as tornado being on the ground. But we'll keep looking at the correlation coefficient here, because it might indicate a little bit more here, and we're seeing a good bit of lightning. Looks like there's a good bit of a lightning uptick as well that is apparent with this storm, James.
And again, if you live in a trailer, this is where I would recommend that if you're in the northern half of Choctaw County, especially around Butler, down to Needham, back up to Lisbon here, this is where I would recommend that you go to a shelter or a gas station or any business that can serve as a shelter, a site-built business. Because with this, the worst place to be in a tornado is a manufactured home. Marvelous, safe, affordable housing. But you can't stay there during a tornado. And you often need a little more lead time to get to a safe place. So again, if you are in Choctaw County, specifically around Butler, which is the county seat, largest town in the county here, the advice is to, I know it's not a fun thing to do at 5:53 on a Saturday morning, but I would get everybody in a vehicle and get them out of the trailer and get them to a shelter that's open, or any business, a gas station, a fast food restaurant, someplace that can serve as a shelter, because you just do not want to be in a trailer during a tornado. There is no safe place. I don't care what kind of a tie down you have. So that's the recommendation at this point, even though you are not under a tornado warning. Best case scenario, rotation goes away, there's no warning, nothing happens. But as a course of least regret, I would recommend that you be out of a trailer in Choctaw County, specifically around Butler, Needham, any of these communities, and just get to a business or some type of shelter until this thing passes. I just think that's some wise advice early this Saturday morning. So again, we've got strong evidence of rotation in this storm that's near U.S. Highway 45, just south of Quitman, Mississippi. And again, that will be moving into Choctaw County, I would say, in about 15 minutes by 6:10 or so. And again, John Olshoe, who is in this stream here, the bottom stream you're seeing, John is moving up to intersect with this. Bill, is he coming up, do you know if he's going to come up 17 or 43? Do you know which?
He's coming up 43 right there by the old, I don't know the name of it, the AM Calvert plant. He's right there near Mount Vernon.
Okay.
And he's coming up that way.
Okay, and again, John will be intersecting this line ultimately as it comes up into either Choctaw or Marengo or Clark counties. But again, and understand it, and if you follow this out, okay, if you follow this out, that's going to wind up in Marengo County. That'll be crossing the Tom Bigby and then moving into Marengo, which is here. This is US 43, Alabama Highway 10 is right here. So just if you're in Marengo County, same thing, close eye on this and be ready to take action. I know it's a Saturday morning, but as you take action, as we plan this out, and again, we have no tornado warnings in Alabama right now. We're getting close to having a warning for Choctaw County. But if you go in a polygon, you have to, number one, respect the polygon, and number two, in your safe place, I want helmets for everybody. Most people that are seriously injured in tornadoes, it is blunt force trauma above the shoulders. And by putting on an inexpensive bike helmet, a batting helmet, a football helmet, a motorcycle helmet, that will greatly enhance your chance of surviving. And helmets for everybody in that safe place, that's critical. So just some things to think about. And of course, I know that you know the safe place in your home, but if you live in a mobile home, where are you going to go? And that's something that you really don't need to think about when there's a tornado 2 counties over. Hopefully you've been thinking about this for years, but be ready to implement that plan and go to that safe place at this hour of the day. So again, let's quickly check the Birmingham Metro. We'll come right back to Choctaw County in just a second. We're bouncing back and forth between this flash flood warning we have here and the activity down in southwest Alabama. So this is the batch of heavy rain that prompted the flash flood warning. It's well to the east. It's approaching Lincoln. It's coming into Lincoln, the Honda plant right here. It's pouring, just pouring between Pell City back over toward Riverside and Lincoln, up to Raglan. That'll be coming into Anniston soon. Anniston, Oxford, Alexandria, Jacksonville. Another batch of heavy rain is about to come into the Birmingham Metro out over western Jefferson County. Graysville, Mulga, Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald, Chapel, Bessemer. And again, that's about to move in here. So the flash flood warning remains in effect until 8:15 for the Birmingham Metro, southern Jefferson, northern Shelby counties. Even though the rain rates have slacked a little bit, they're about to pick right back up again. So just wanted to point that out. If you need to travel in Birmingham, be aware, flash flood warning until 8:15. So let's go back down to Choctaw County, and please understand we are not ignoring any part of the state. There's just nothing happening. If we're not talking about you, that's a good thing because there's nothing going on there. So looks like, Drew, we got a confirmed tornado now.
Yes, James. Looks like they just went confirmed here. Looks like maybe in the last minute or two. And so you can see we've now got that confirmed tornado warning going until 6:30. So we'll go ahead and take a look at our velocity again. The velocity actually doesn't look too impressive. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing a correlation coefficient drop. Well, kind of play through it here. Yeah, let me take a look and see if I can see in the text of the warning. Looks like they're calling it observed radar confirmed tornado, which typically would indicate that they're seeing a debris signature with that. I'm not seeing as much of an indication as I would typically expect with this, but either way, and I'm looking at the Jackson radar. I feel like that's about as good as we're going to get over here. Yeah, that should be the best one. So anyway, either way, it is a confirmed tornado, so we want to take it seriously. and it's moving. That circulation now is near Harmony and Elwood, Mississippi, moving towards DeSoto in Clark County. And then this is again the one that's continuing in the direction of northern Choctaw County. But again, the circulation looks about the same as it did before, maybe even a little bit less. I'm seeing a little bit less of a really small couplet that we saw earlier. But either way, it looks like they're seeing some indication there of a confirmed tornado warning with this particular cell, James.
All right, and while we're looking at that, let's pop on the Mobile radar real quick. It's a different angle. And understand this is where radar coverage is not good. The radar beam's over 5,000 feet off the ground. Let's look at the velocity real quick. And again, this is velocity. This is coming from Mobile. And again, with that beam so high, we're not getting a good low-level slice here. And let's go back to correlation coefficient to see if the potential for debris being lofted. Again, that's coming from Mobile, and there's a definite lowered correlation coefficient in through here. The bottom line is this. You've got to treat this thing as if a tornado's down right now. And again, the tornado is in the process of crossing Highway 45 near DeSoto, Mississippi. That will be crossing into Choctaw County at about 6:10 to 6:15. It's coming up in 10 to 15 minutes. If we got a way to do an ETA, Drew, I know we do on the Barron system. I thought we'd maybe draw out the approximate arrival time of this over here to Butler and Needham, which is down here. Toxey's down here. So let's take a look at some approximate arrival times. And again, we've got Butler at 6:44. This morning. Don't take that to the bank. I tell people this all the time with these ETAs, please don't take it to the bank. These are some of the smaller communities in Choctaw County and also in Mississippi in the path of that. And again, if you're in a trailer, if you're around Butler, you need to be in a shelter now. That's just the right thing to do. Best possible case, this thing goes away, there's no tornado, and you're fine. There's no damage. You're blessed. But as a course of least regret, if you live in a manufactured home in northern Choctaw, I would certainly want to be not in a mobile home, but I would go to your shelter now or a business. Look, it's 6 o'clock. Most fast food joints are open. Gas stations are open now. It's 6 o'clock. Just go hang out there, and they will typically let you do that. They understand the situation and ride this thing out in a site-built structure and not in a trailer. So many of our mobile home or our deaths in this state from tornadoes are due to those that live in manufactured housing that did not leave. And in some cases, you can't. They don't have transportation. And again, it's on us. We have to be better at getting people into a safe place in mobile homes, give them more lead time. We have to be better. So again, we've got a tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado from the Weather Service in Jackson. That's the warning they're issued for Clark County, Mississippi. And again, this tornado near Quitman and DeSoto, Mississippi, along Highway 45, US 45, will be crossing the Alabama-Mississippi state line, crossing into northern Choctaw County here in about 10 minutes or so. And that is moving in the general direction of Butler. All right, Patrician Academy is right there. Done many a school program at Patrician. That's a great school. You've got Needham, which is down here, Toxey, which is down here. This is going to be north of Toxey, north of Silas, north of Gilbertown. And again, it's coming up here toward the northern part of the county. This is Pennington, that old scary Tom Bigby Bridge. If you've been around here a long time, you know that bridge right there. That thing was terrifying. A one-lane bridge that carried railroad, trains, and cars, and one way. Of course, now there's a nice new bridge over the river, but out here at Pennington, so just be aware that there's a chance if this thing stays down, once it crosses out of Choctaw County, it's going to cross into Marengo County. And again, the main north-south route in Marengo County is US 43. Linden is here, Sweetwater here, Dixon's Mills is down here. Half Acre, Nanophilia, any of these places I call out, be ready. Just be ready, okay? And again, I want to stress now, there's no formal tornado warning for Choctaw County, and that's the right call. This is a county that belongs to the Weather Service in Mobile, and you want to see if this thing dissipates. You've got a little more time here, but we're trying to give you some advance time, especially for those that live in mobile homes, to get to a safe place. And again, you can see that Drew's got the approximate arrival times over here. And please understand the key word is approximate, but that gives you an idea of the amount of time that you have to get to a safe place if you live in a mobile home. Now, if you're in a site-built home, you know the deal. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, and you'll be fine. JP, you've got the Jefferson camera, which is in Marengo County, and that's going to give us a really fascinating view. Have you seen any lightning from that so far?
Oh, a lot. We're looking toward the southwest. Again, this camera is just a little bit south of Demopolis. We're looking into that severe thunderstorm that's about to cross the state line. Quite a light show, and as the sun will start to rise here within the next 20, 30 minutes, we'll really get a much better look at this, and our visuals will definitely improve.
Right, and again, JP's got the sky cams. Bill Murray has got the content that you're sending us. We've got John Olshoe on the road to intercept this thing. We were attacking this from different angles. We got a big crew here, so we will handle this very well. But that Jefferson Skycam is located about right here. My fingers, it's the Alabama Public Television Tower. That's the reason it's at Jefferson. We're so thankful for Alabama Public Television to allow us to put cameras on all their towers across the state. And it's going to give us some amazing views, especially in some rural areas like this. And again, we're about to get some daylight here at 6 o'clock. Of course, it's overcast, but soon we're going to have some daylight, and we might be able to see something on that Jefferson Skycam. So JP's done a great job of getting the right camera on the right storm today. But again, we're watching a confirmed tornado that is near DeSoto, Quitman, Mississippi, that will be crossing into Choctaw County, Alabama soon. And again, the Weather Service in Mobile will make a decision on issuing a warning or not for Choctaw County, and that will be coming out soon if one is issued. And again, the Weather Service in Birmingham handles Marengo, and they'll have to make a decision on Marengo. But again, you can clearly see the path of that tornado is near Butler, maybe a smidgen north of there, then crossing the Tom Bigby, coming up toward Linden, and then ultimately crossing Highway 25 over here, maybe near Thomaston or Dayton. And we'll just see if it is. And again, we don't expect a long track tornado type morning. We just don't expect that this morning. It doesn't favor that. But having said that, you never know. When it comes to thunderstorms, expect the unexpected. I learned that a long time ago from some very smart people. And as I have done this for so long, I have learned how true that statement is. When it comes to severe convective local storms, there's a lot of things we don't know, and there's a lot of things we can't do. We've come a long way, but still, you can have some unexpected things that happen. So we're live on the Alabama Weather Network. It is 6:06 on Saturday morning, the 10th of January. And we are working a tornado watch. Drew, let's quickly pop on that watch box. Let me show you folks that are in the tornado watch. And it does include Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden. I don't think we have any issues that far north. My main concern, it's the southern half of this tornado watch, the southern half. Counties like Choctaw, Clark, Washington, Sumter, Marengo, Wilcox, Dallas, Perry, Elmore, Autauga, Montgomery, Lowndes. But obviously everybody needs to pay attention. This is until 10. Later this morning, the upper support begins to lift away, and we should be in better shape. So let's go back to our storm that's approaching Choctaw. We're going to focus on that. Understand we've got some heavy rain around the Birmingham metro. We know that. Flash flood warning, but we're going to focus on this. This is the most dangerous storm of them all. But again, just keep in mind if you're in the Birmingham metro, there is indeed a flash flood warning in effect until 8:15 as we have waves of heavy rain coming through. So Drew, what you got? You've been looking at the radar. You're our radar specialist. Go.
Yeah, James, it's still, as far as just the presentation on the radar, not looking as impressive as it has at points in the past. You can see back here when the tornado warning was first issued, you definitely had a more of a tight circulation that looked very suspicious. Now it looks to me more broad. We'll turn on that was our base velocity. Here's our storm relative velocity. So, I'm not seeing a super tight couplet with that. And then the reflectivity, of course, you've got some very heavy rain. You've got a good bit of lightning here. We'll try to pay attention to the lightning counter here. It does look like, yeah, the lightning trend is down here over the last 10 or 15 minutes. We went from having almost 40 strikes within a certain period of time in the last 3 minutes prior to that to now we're down to about 14 in the last 3 minutes. So certainly looks like maybe we're starting to trend down a little bit with this, and still not totally sure about not seeing slam dunk evidence of a debris signature. Again, however, we want to take it seriously. We've still got this confirmed tornado warning in effect here until, for another, a little bit more than 20 minutes. But at least seems to be a decent sign that maybe it's trying to cycle down a little bit, which we hope it'll do that and continue to do that before it reaches the state line, James.
Yeah, and again, even with the circulation a little broader, this could be cyclic and it could tighten back up at any time. So again, the advice remains the same. There is no formal warning for any part of Choctaw County, Alabama, but again, the advice, if you live in a manufactured home around Butler, the advice would be to go to a shelter or a business that can serve as a shelter now, as a course of least regret. The one thing, and I'm a numbers guy, I'm very dyslexic. You see me always trying to find these boxes over here. I'm dyslexic, but I do numbers. I like numbers, I like math, and the only number that means anything to me really during a tornado event, it's the number of lives that are lost. And the object is for that to be 0. And that's why we make these recommendations, and we don't make the recommendations lightly. The one thing about me, if you know me, I'm a straight shooter. We don't hype up things that shouldn't be hyped up. We don't do that here. That is not what the Alabama Network is all about. We shoot straight. We can use some really strong language, and I'm good at it, but I'll only use that strong language when it's needed, not when there's fog or there's some light rain or whatever. We don't do that here. We are advertiser supported. We don't need to make money from social media. We don't play that game. So just understand we're straight shooters, but if you hear me make a recommendation, we do that because we believe that's the right thing to do. All right, so 6:10, we've got a tornado warning for Clark County, Mississippi, for the possibility of a tornado that will be crossing into Choctaw County, Alabama, in about 10 minutes or so. And again, this is Alabama Highway 10 right here. That's Alabama Highway 17 right here. 10 and 17 intersect at Butler. That is the county seat of Choctaw County in southwest Alabama. And if by chance this thing holds together, this is the Tombigbee River, and that would cross over into Marengo County, places like Nanophilia, Half Acre, Linden, Thomaston, Dayton, Dixon's Mills, Sweetwater. If you're in any of these places we're calling out, just watch. That's the thing to do right now, is to watch. And that's the good thing about this is that, again, you don't have to worry about TV markets anymore. Goodness gracious, we've had so many people over the years where they're assigned to a market in Mississippi or Georgia, and we couldn't do anything about it. Well, by golly, we can here with this new operation, and that's what we're doing here this morning at 6:11. And again, the tornado circulation has crossed over Highway 45. Let's pop the velocity back on, Drew. And as Drew says, the velocity seems to have come down a little bit, the circulation a tad broader, but remember, the radar beam is thousands of feet off the ground. This is the radar coming from Jackson, Mississippi. The options are looking at this thing from Jackson, from Birmingham, or from Mobile. And these are all bad options because the radar beam is so high with this. It is just problematic. This is a known radar gap. And again, a lot of work has gone into doing something about it. But I would say the radar beam is at least 6,000 feet off the ground at that point. But still, it gives you a good idea of approximately what's going on here. And clearly, if nothing else, there's broad circulation. But it's clearly not as tight as it was a few minutes ago. And the wind velocities have come down from a few minutes ago. But it could tighten right back up. And so again, Drew's kind of going through the history of this thing. And it's clearly spinning, no doubt about that. Whether there's anything down on the ground at this moment, we don't know that. Let's look at correlation coefficient real quick, and it's noisy. It's a really noisy look. Again, there's a clear drop in CC right here, and that could be debris being lofted. It could be, but the radar beam is so high and so far away, the beam is broad. But again, there's definite potential for debris that's being lofted right here. And we'll find out in a matter of minutes if Mobile is going to extend the tornado warning into the northern part of Choctaw County. And again, Butler is right here. Potential tornado is right here. Pretty close. And again, that's only a matter of 25, 30 miles. It's not that far out, if that far. And again, if you're in Marengo County, the southern half of Marengo, not Demopolis, but Linden and Point South, again, just be aware of what's going on here and watch this thing carefully. We're right here with you. We'll take good care of you, and we'll get through this thing together. And this is the only tornado warning, Drew, correct me if I'm wrong, the only tornado warning in effect in all of Mississippi is this one right here. And I think that is okay, that's it. So there's one tornado warning. And it is this one. And it's the one in Clark County, Mississippi. Quickly, while we're out to Big View, let's look at Birmingham real quick. A flash flood warning for the Birmingham Metro until 8:15 this morning. We've got more heavy rain moving in from the west, about to rain heavily again in Tuscaloosa. So again, that's your flash flood warning polygon until 8:15. We had some tremendous amounts of rain earlier. That heavy batch of rain is moving into Anniston, Sacs, Oxford, Linlock, Weaver, Jacksonville, Duke, Alexandria, Angel. That's what's happening in Calhoun County now. That's what prompted that flash flood warning earlier. But again, this second batch of heavy rain is going to be coming in here, so that could clearly increase rain rates again and aggravate the flooding situation in progress now. So again, be very careful. Flash flood warning for the Birmingham Metro. There is no severe weather anywhere in this area. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden. Heavy rain and flooding the main concern. Again, if you're in the Tennessee Valley, no issues with severe weather today. The concern, it's going to be down in southwest Alabama. So Choctaw County is the biggest concern that we're going to have in the short term for this rotating storm coming out of Clark County, Mississippi. So Drew, let's go back to Choctaw County, and we will find out in a matter of moments if this warning will be extended. And as you think about preparations, if you're in northern Choctaw, Needham, Butler, Lisbon, any of these places, again, we've talked about mobile home, folks. You should have left about 10 minutes ago, just as a course of least regret. But if you have not, you need to be out of a mobile home, even though there's no warning. We're trying to give you some advance notice here. But if you're in a site-built house, be thinking about your safe place and have helmets for everybody. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. And just be ready if you have to go through that plan. And we encourage everybody to review that plan, and because this is tornado season, November through May. I stress, if you're new here, having a tornado threat in January is nothing new. It is to be expected. This is the season for them here. And in the good news, we're going to turn much colder Sunday. We'll have no severe thunderstorm issues for a couple of weeks. It'll be much, much colder here. So again, we've got that circulation that will be crossing the state line here in a matter of 10 minutes or so, moving in the general direction of Butler in Choctaw County. This is in southwest Alabama. And Drew, they've dropped the confirmed?
They looks like they dropped the confirmed tag, and they've just now got it as a radar indicated. And so that's why we got the red polygon now showing up further to the east.
Yeah, I think that makes good sense. The CC product was very noisy. It's not really a classic signature, but it almost looks like it's trying to tighten up again. But whatever, tornado warning. One of our problems in the messaging, we want to be sure that you go to a safe place for any tornado warning. You can have a confirmed tornado, you can have a tornado emergency, all these high-end messages, but for any tornado warning, you want to be in a safe place. And again, we've got our Skycam at Jefferson up here in Marengo County looking down into this. That's the camera that you see right over here. This is John Oldshoe's live stream. John is coming up from the south on these storms. He'll be intercepting them from the south, and that's the way you want to do it. Bill, what's on your mind?
Yeah, James, John is past McIntosh now, so he'll be coming into Jackson before long. But a piece of good news, James, the cold front is catching up.
Yeah, it could undercut this stuff.
To the line of storms. The dew point at Golden Triangle has dropped from 64 to 57.
Ooh.
In the last hour and a half, and at Philadelphia it's dropped from 67 to 60. Even Meridian it's dropped from 70 to 64. So if it'll hurry up and catch up with the line here and undercut it, that would really help us.
Right, and that's why I really don't think we have any issues in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden. The dew points are coming down. An air mass change is beginning. I know that there's a tornado watch, but it was based on a boundary trying to move north. Well, it's apparently moving south at this point. So again, that is great news. And
Did you say Meridian was down, had dew points down already? Yeah, so I'm sorry to interrupt you, James. I was just looking back at the radar a little bit. That little linear feature right there back, it's almost an hour ago now. I wonder if that might be the front right there potentially. You can see it kind of trying to catch up, and then it's already past Meridian by this point. So curious if it's that close to the leading edge there potentially.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. And again, if that's the case, that really means there's no chance of severe storms. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston. Our messaging has been the southern half of the state for this very reason. And I think that's still the right message here. And I know we have a tornado watch up to Interstate 59, but the better chance of any severe storms are going to be in the southern part of that tornado watch box. I will just tell you that. And again, we're starting to get daylight now. That's for those of us in the communication business, it is so much easier to work severe storms during daylight hours when you can see things. And again, you can see from John's stream over here that we're starting to get daylight now, and he's headed up into Clark County to intercept this line. And he will put himself in a safe position, to be able to see anything that's on the right rear flank of these severe storms. And we've got our sky cams. Again, we're watching all the various areas of heavy rain. It's pouring at Bald Rock Mountain, where the dew point is still sitting at 62. But we do notice the dew points are coming down, and that's a great observation by Bill. It just seems like that just maybe the front will be getting in here. And again, I really think by mid-morning, the severe weather risk is over. The watch goes until 10, and I really don't expect that to be extended. As the dynamics pull away, we see a gradual air mass change. But still, if you're in Choctaw County, you're south of the front. Again, Meridian, we've had a dew point drop, and we'll watch and see how that air mass change affects this, but it seems to be right in advance of that front. Let's look at the velocity real quick. And again, you can clearly see this thing is spinning. It's not confirmed. We don't have the debris being lofted. This is now just the standard tornado warning, not a confirmed. But there's still potential for what could be a tornado that will be coming into Choctaw County here. And again, this is the Tom Bigby, and this is Marengo, and this is Choctaw. And so just we'll watch this thing together, and again, we'll find out in a matter of minutes if the warning will be extended. And again, the Weather Service in Mobile makes the decision on Choctaw County. And I would imagine it's going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, they haven't. I've been waiting to see if they were going to comment on it, and they hadn't really said anything about it yet.
Drew, you ever been to Ezel's Fish Camp?
No, I have, but I can't remember when it was. It's probably a long time ago.
I know I'm chasing a rabbit here. Every time I see weather down in through here, I think about Ezel's, which is on the Tom Bigby.
I don't know if I've been to did they have other locations?
They did, but that was the best one.
I was about to say, I think I've been to one that wasn't the original or whatever.
Yeah, it's good stuff. We'll build them for this ad message when the coverage is over here. So, again, we've got circulation that's relatively broad. The good news, the wind velocities have come down, but clearly we've got a little mesocyclone going on here in this storm that is about to cross over into Choctaw County at 6:22. And is this Mobile's radar, Drew?
This is still Jackson.
Jackson, okay. And these are wind velocities. And understand, when you look at wind velocities on radar, you're looking at wind velocities within the radar beam, which is over 5,000 feet off the ground. That's not down at the surface. Just keep that in mind. If nothing else, I would imagine they'll throw up a severe thunderstorm warning, but maybe a tornado warning. I would imagine they're looking for some reports. So what they're going to do is a severe with a possible tornado. So the Weather Service in Mobile is going to be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning, and they're going to mention in the text of the warning a tornado is possible for northern Choctaw County. So again, In a moment, you'll see a new polygon pop up. It's going to be a yellow polygon, and that will be a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Choctaw, in effect until 7:15 this morning, with potential. There's your polygon here for the northern part of Choctaw County. Until 7:15, potential for winds at 60 miles per hour. And there could be an isolated tornado involved in this. At the moment, you can clearly see the rotation has weakened a good bit, but it could cycle up again. And again, like we talked about, this is not a morning for long track tornadoes. It's not the setup for that. So tornadoes will come and go with these supercells, these thunderstorm structures, and it could ramp up again. But again, I think that is clearly the right course of action with that looking so ill-defined. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for the northern part of Choctaw County, basically from Needham north to the Sumter County line, almost down to Toxie. That's Highway 17 right there. And again, we'll watch that like a hawk. So this is our first severe thunderstorm warning of the morning. And again, we've got our Jefferson Skycam, which is right here. JP, what you seeing over there?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see anything. A lot of heavy rain, so it's kind of hampering our visibility a little bit.
Yeah, that's it's pouring up at the camera site, but we've got it. The Jefferson camera is right there, looking back into this, and you're just going to get. Let's put the reflectivity back on here, and I'll show you what. Yeah, no, it's just pouring. Again, the Alabama Public Television Tower is right here. If you drive Highway 28, you know exactly where the thing is. And JP's got it looking back into Choctaw, but obviously with this rain, it's just pouring. I mean, it's going to be hard to see anything until we get the rain rates decreasing a bit. But even with that rain, from time to time, we've seen some pretty impressive lightning. Old Shoe down here has got a much better visibility situation. John is along US 43 coming up toward Jackson. And John is going to be intercepting these storms that move into southwest Alabama. And again, let's kind of expand this out a little bit, and you see this does go back into South Mississippi. That line runs all the way back to Laurel, north of Hattiesburg, Columbia, Mississippi, down into Louisiana along Interstate 12, east of Baton Rouge. And this line of convection will be moving in here. And so far, for most of this, it's just been heavy rain and flooding. Notice we have flash flood warnings in effect all up and down the line. But right up here, it's almost like a little bookend vortex thing. We've got this rotation that has prompted a tornado warning for Clark County, Mississippi, but the rotation is weakened greatly. And so the Weather Service in Mobile has gone with a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Choctaw County. Not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning in effect that would include Butler, Needham, almost down to Toxie, back up to the Sumter County line. And let's kind of do a radar tour. Let's look at, we'll go maybe to Birmingham and look at what's going on here at Demopolis. It's pouring, and understand at Demopolis, what you've had is just heavy rain. Now it's pouring out here from near Providence, north of Linden, back up to Gallion, and then right up to Greensboro. Highway 69 runs right in through here. Just pouring, thunder, lightning. It's loud, but it's not severe. Remember, you need 1-inch diameter hail or 58 mile per hour winds for a storm to be severe, and we are not seeing that. So be aware of that. And then the heavy rain extends up into parts of Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties, but there could clearly be some flooding issues here from near Providence, Vaughnsdale, back up to Greensboro, and then ultimately up to near Duncanville in Tuscaloosa County. Let's check the Birmingham Metro. And again, we've got a flash flood warning. What's interesting, at the very moment, there's really no meaningful rain within the polygon here, but that's about to change. What prompted the warning, that's over in Anniston and Jacksonville. This new batch of heavier rain comes in here a little later this morning. Let's check the East Alabama rain. And again, there's nothing severe. This is just a huge downpour. Piedmont, Knighton's Crossroads, Jacksonville, Weaver, Sacs, Anniston, Oxford, Alexandria, Wellington. It's coming down over to White Plains now along Highway 9. And that heavy rain will be coming into Calhoun County, mainly north of Interstate 20. Again, a lot of thunder and lightning here. It's loud, it's noisy, but there's no tornado threat. Nothing going on in terms of anything dangerous. Flooding is the main concern here. The rain extends up into parts of Cherokee County, DeKalb County, Marshall County as well, up in northeast Alabama. Just good old rain falling up here at Fort Payne. There could be a little thunder in Marshall and DeKalb counties, but again, there's no concern with any severe storms up that way. Let's go back to Choctaw County at 628. We've been here for a long time, but that's what we do. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Choctaw County, basically from Needham north. And again, this is the yellow polygon you see here. And this storm coming out of Mississippi did prompt a tornado warning. And the good news, the rotation is weakened. Let's check the velocity, and it's very ill-defined at this point. That is clearly not a tornado signature. And at one point, there was evidence of debris being lofted. And the Weather Service in Jackson issued a confirmed tornado warning. That's the purple polygon. But then it went away pretty quickly. And again, at this point, we've got just very broad rotation here. So no evidence of a tornado, but there could be some pretty strong winds in through here. And again, that'll be coming through northern Choctaw. This is the Tombigbee. The Tombigbee River represents the boundary between Choctaw and Marengo counties. And then this thing's going to come out into Marengo County, Linden South. That places like Sweetwater, Half Acre, Nanophilia, Octagon, Dixon's Mills. And then this is Highway 25 over here. This is Thomaston, Dayton, Magnolia, going down toward Vineland. But again, we'll just, if you live anywhere in here, be aware there could be some pretty strong winds coming through, and there could be, this thing might ramp up again, a tornado. Drew, these things are cyclic. They come and they go with patterns like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that has literally been a story for, I mean, I think it's been about the last 24 hours now. I've been watching it about that long, and that continues to be the story throughout this event. And thankfully, it has continued to be the story where, as things have been moving to the east, it seems like they continue to cycle down more often than not. And so, of course, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning now, but yeah, that's our first actual non-flood warning that we've gotten, right? So with all of this, so far we've been pretty fortunate. And looking back off towards the southwest, this is still a strong line of storms, but you can see that there's no severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warnings further back towards the southwest. It's all flood warnings, and if we take a look at the velocity, I mean, yeah, there might be a little, little spin in a few spots, but nothing significant. And so, that would make me feel better about, as this continues to move towards the northeast over the course of time, that it's going to just continue to be more of a rain threat, and that, like you mentioned earlier, this little kind of bookend vortice at the head of it might be the main thing, and then everything behind it is kind of coalesced into more of a line. And as we mentioned earlier too, if the front is starting to catch up with it, starting to push through it, that's going to help us a good bit as well. So fingers crossed maybe that what we're watching here moving through Choctaw County might be the main thing that we're dealing with here and then maybe hopefully not a whole lot much else. But don't want to make any promises, but yeah, that's the hope.
There's no promises in the weather business. I learned that a long time ago. Predicting the future is hard, okay? But I think Drew is right. It seems like we've got a pretty well-defined little vortex. The bookend vortex, there's been a lot of papers on these things, that's right in through here, and then a trailing line down below the vortex. And within that bookend vortex, occasionally there can be a brief tornado or strong straight line winds. And that's the reason we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Choctaw. And with the lower dew points coming in from the north, kind of undercutting this whole thing, hopefully we can kind of reduce any chance of severe weather sooner than later. And we'll be done with it. I mean, we'll have lingering rain around, obviously, at times today, but in terms of the severe threat, it would seem like this is just kind of the spot right here. And we'll watch this thing as it kind of rolls into West Alabama, and there could be an isolated tornado. We're not done with it. In fact, we really never started with it in our state. All the tornado warnings have been in Mississippi. But we've had multiple tornado warnings in Mississippi early this morning. And again, we'll still watch these things carefully. And if you're just joining us, thanks for being here at 6:33. And this is the Alabama Weather Network. That's all we do is weather. That's it. And we are here to help you no matter where you live. Anywhere in this state, we've got your back. And we've been on live here for a long time, and we'll stay with it this morning until everything settles down. But again, we've got this main concern right in through here. This is about 65 to 70 miles southwest of Tuscaloosa, about 80 miles north of Mobile. And again, within this northern edge of the northern end of this line segment here, and again, evidence there's a little vortex that's spinning here. We've had some tornado activity, and again, evidence of strong straight line winds. So again, the storm itself is about to come into Butler. Once it gets into a kind of a population center, we will obviously have a better chance of getting some good reports here. But I personally, on the social side, have not seen any reports so far. Of course, this thing has just gotten into Alabama. But traditionally, if something happens, we'll know about it really quickly. Again, the one thing that's helping me now that we have this big staff is having Bill Murray handling user-generated content. JP is handling all these sky cams. I can tell a coherent story and have time to think. We've got Ryan working the TD side, technical director, and with Drew here is a wingman on the radar. It's just this is an amazing team, and there are many more of us. We've got Ashley Brand and Charles Daniels, some great meteorologists I've worked with over the years that will be part of this during these active days like this, and understand the object of the game. There could be days where we stay with you for 24 hours nonstop if it's a really big day. If it's a crippling ice storm, we might be on the air for 3 days in a row nonstop. If it's a major hurricane on the coast, we might be on the air a day before, the day of, and the day after. It's just, we have the staff and the capability of doing that, and it's a really good thing for us. So, Drew, I'm going to go get my charger real quick, plug in my iPad while you take it for just a second, because I'm down to 2%.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad it's that. I was, got to make sure our mics are going to still run a little bit longer too. But so I think we're good on that. But we'll keep an eye on that as well. But yeah, so we'll continue to kind of take a look at the severe thunderstorm here. We'll take a look at the latest scans of the radar. Still seeing a good bit of lightning with this. So that's been a persistent theme with this line of storms moving in from Mississippi, is that there's been more lightning with this than most of what we've seen in Alabama, most of the day over the last 24 hours or so. So still seeing that uptick in lightning pretty prominently there. It looks like it may have even gone up a little bit in the last few minutes. So let's take a look at the velocity again, make sure we're not getting sort of a suspicious activity. Again, definitely you can see there where we've got that uptick of lightning, but still the circulation is not looking too concerning at this point. We'll take a look at some of the velocity values. And as James mentioned, we are, in this case, we're really high off the ground. We're at 7,000 or 8,000 feet off the ground at this point. So these don't mean as much really at that sort of level, but at least gives you an idea of what's up there, what's aloft in the atmosphere. Because occasionally, if you get a strong enough storm, you get the conditions set up right, you can bring that wind down to some extent. It usually will not be as the speed will not be as high as it is when it's further aloft. But again, we're not seeing indications of any sort of extreme straight line winds with this either. But not to say that looking at this, very likely, for one thing, you're going to have really heavy rain. You're going to have lots of lightning. You're in places like Riderwood. And Butler looks like, at this point at least, Butler's going to kind of get the brunt of the lightning. If it continues to produce the lightning like it is right now, you're going to get quite a bit of lightning show in Butler. And speaking of that, looks like we're getting some bolts kind of jumping out ahead of the line. So this is one of those things that we talk about probably more in the summer. But with this, it looks like we actually are getting some lightning kind of jumping out ahead. So that's another thing with these storms, especially now that the sun's starting to come up. If you're up and about and you're near Butler, Mount Lisbon, or Mount Sterling, and rain's not there yet, don't be hanging out outside waiting on it, because there's lightning jumping out ahead of the line here, and you don't want to get caught up in that for sure. So In fact, I'm almost okay. So I'm almost like hard. This is hard for me to believe that this actually might be one. But look at this strike out here east of Toxie. If that's valid, which usually this data is really good, so that very well may be a valid lightning strike jumping out. And let's do a quick measurement on that. If that's true, yeah, I mean, that's within the realm of possibility. That's almost 10 miles away from the edge of the thunderstorm that we've had a bolt from the blue, and I guess maybe the sun's coming up enough now that maybe you actually can call it that now. But certainly looks like lightning is one of the major issues with this particular storm as it's moving through northern Choctaw County right now. And again, could see some gusty winds too, and at least currently not seeing much indication of any sort of circulation, which is obviously really good. But yeah, lightning is definitely picking up there here recently, James.
All right, so it is 6:39. This is James Spann with the team, Studio A, Alabama Weather Network. We're glad you're here. We have active storms in progress across Alabama this morning. We have rain, some thunder and lightning. The greatest storm with potential to cause problems, it's this one. That's the reason we're focusing on northern Choctaw right now. We've got a batch of severe storms coming into Butler and the Highway 17 corridor, Needham and Butler, ultimately Toxie and Gilbertown. And again, conditions will go downhill really quickly in Butler here in the next few minutes as the storm moves in. So just be aware of that. We've talked about this for, you've almost had 90 minutes lead time if you're in Choctaw County to do something about this one. We started watching this way back in southeastern Mississippi. So hopefully folks that live in trailers have gone to a shelter or a business that can serve as a shelter. Really, it's too late now if you're not there. And there's no tornado. That's the thing. We have no tornado here, but understand a severe storm can easily blow down trees. And I just know, JP, it looks like we got daylight at Jefferson now. I just noticed the camera there. Looks a little different now.
Some increasing clearing. I saw a couple of lightning flashes way off in the distance, looking at those storms about to cross the state line. It'll be an interesting view there, but I don't think we're going to see too much from that angle. But yeah, the lightning is definitely starting to crank up again with those storms approaching the state line.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Got that purple daybreak convective sky with lightning. That's an incredible scene. And again, we want to thank Alabama Public Television for letting us put our cameras on their towers. They have towers statewide, and it gives us some amazing views of places where we could never even buy a report in years past. The resources I have here, it's just incredible, and I'm so thankful for them. But again, we'll leave those up on the screen so you can watch John Oldshoe's live stream. Again, John down here is headed up to intercept this line of storms. He's coming up into Clark County. And again, JP is running our Skycam network, and he's got our Jefferson camera, which is in Marengo County, looking right down into this. Again, that's a fascinating shot. Jefferson is right here, and we've got the camera looking right down into this, and we'll kind of be able to watch it on radar and in person. And we have learned from social science studies that you perform better in terms of getting to a safe place if you can see it, if you can get that confirmation once you get a warning. And that's the object of what we're trying to do here, is to provide multiple live streams to give you confirmation. But Bill, where is Oldshoe now? He looks like he's getting into a shelf cloud or something there.
Yeah, he is past Grove Hill, so he is getting ready to be close to Thomasville and into Sweetwater. Yeah, so he's getting close to the cell.
Okay. And again, this is John Oldshoe of our staff, one of our team members. John typically will be in the field like this, out on the chase. And he's past Jacksonville, coming up on Grove Hill. And John is going to be intersecting this line in either northern Clark around Thomasville or southern Marengo, south of Linden, down around Dixon's Mills, somewhere in that vicinity. And we'll be able to watch it from the ground with John's camera and from the tower at Jefferson. This is incredible to think that I would ever have resources like this one day. It's really amazing, and this will be beneficial for everybody. And again, we're going to have cameras in every county in the state, multiple cameras in one county. That's the plan. And we're building these things out very quickly. And again, it's just, we think it will be better for you. Not for us, but for you. And we're glad to be able to provide that for you. So again, that Region Skycam network, it's just incredible. That's US 43 right here. Severe storms coming into Highway 17. Again, the storm's coming right into Butler. And at the moment, we don't have a camera in Choctaw County. We will soon, very soon. I mean, they're coming. They're coming online really quickly. But the Jefferson camera has given us a great angle right into that. Again, Jefferson is right here looking down into this. And again, we see no evidence of tornadoes, none, zero. The main concern, strong damaging straight line winds. And again, the lightning output is pretty impressive. There's a lot of lightning, Drew, I'm seeing. How much you got there?
Yeah, so let me zoom in a little bit more. So we're kind of right on that cell. So yeah, it looks like we got 52 strikes just within the last one. It looks like it's bumped down a little bit, but just within the last 3 minutes, we got 40 or 50 strikes. And like we were talking about earlier, we had quite a few of them jumping out ahead of the storm. It's like maybe they're not quite doing that as much right now, but you can see that Butler is about to get the brunt of it here fairly soon. Lisbon already seeing a good bit of lightning in that area, but Butler will see a lot of lightning there as it moves further towards the east here fairly soon. Looks like Needham might get a little bit of it. It's not. It's going to be mainly to the north of there, but it's still going to be heavy rain. But a lot of the lightning is staying maybe just to the north. But yeah, it's quite a show there. And so I would expect, I don't know if the Jefferson camera is able to catch it from that far away, but and especially with the sun starting to come up here.
Ryan, take that Jefferson full screen if we can. Yeah, thank you. JP, you've been watching this thing. That's incredible with the morning purple color and the convection and the lightning here. That's incredible.
An incredible shot, seeing the lightning increase there, of course, as the sun's coming up. But I would say that the primary threat here would be that strong, damaging straight line winds. And that can do a lot of damage to trees, to power lines. Treat it as a tornado warning.
Oh, wow.
Don't be out in that.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at the horizon. Goodness gracious. This is pretty amazing. Again, we're looking into the severe storm over Choctaw County from Marengo County in the community of Jefferson. Jefferson is along Highway 28. And again, JP's kind of zooming into that horizon where we've got that lightning, the lightning show that's in progress that's over Choctaw County. And again, we stress we see no evidence of storm rotation, none. At this point, it did produce a tornado earlier back across the state line in Mississippi. But again, the main concern, damaging straight line winds. So let's go back to a triple box. And again, we're going to leave the Jefferson camera up, which will be right there. This is John Olshoe coming up on the storm complex from the south. John is coming up through Grove Hill on US 43. He'll probably be intersecting this thing around Thomasville or maybe Dixon's Mills. Again, Thomasville is right here. John is coming up from the south. And that thing is coming right into Butler with potential for very strong winds. You know where the best place to eat in Butler is? The hospital, the General. I'm telling you. Random things pop in my mind. I'm thinking, how good was that last lunch I had at the General, at the hospital in Butler? I mean, it's good. So that's another lunch recommendation. But again, the thing is, there's no tornado warning here. But listen, you just might want to be in a small room, because here's the problem. If you have straight line winds, they can easily knock a tree through a house. And if you're in your tornado-safe place, that assures that you will be safe if that were to happen. So again, you just might want to consider being in your tornado-safe place as this band comes on through. It's going to move through pretty quickly. And remember, once it crosses out of Choctaw County, this thing is going to be coming into Marengo County, the southwest part of the county down here. Nanophilia, Half Acre, Sweetwater, Dixon's Mills, Linden, Octagon, Thomaston, places like that, Magnolia. If I've called out any of these communities, then this line will be affecting you in Marengo County. You're next in line here. And again, this is the Tom Bigby River. That's the separation between Choctaw and Marengo County. So we got a severe thunderstorm complex over northern Choctaw that's going to be rolling into Marengo. Bill Murray, any damage reports so far from anybody on this?
Seeing nothing, James, so far, which is great news. We want to keep that trend going for sure. And John has just crossed US 84. there in Grove Hill. So he's about 35 minutes from Sweetwater, which would be a logical place to intercept the storm. So I think he and the storm are going to get there about the same time, James.
Okay, and again, a lot of people say, is it safe for you to be sending people into a storm where you're telling people to stay out of the storm? Well, John has been doing this for a long time. This ain't his first rodeo. He is a long-time chaser spotter in the field, and he knows how to be safe. He has been trained in storm spotting, and he knows how to stay safe, and so he's going to be fine. We never, ever put anybody in danger. That's not what we do here. We will safely show you video of the storms with our chaser group. We had Brett Adair on with us earlier this morning, and Brett came up on a pretty bad accident, crash in Sylacauga on US 280 that I think an injury was involved in that. But we want to thank Brett for being out in this and John for being out in this morning. So again, here's the big picture. We got heavy rain and some thunder and lightning. These are heavy storms really now from coming into Centerville, Brent, right down Highway 5, coming into Marion, Heiberger. These are not considered to be severe. We don't have large hail. We don't have damaging winds. It's pouring. It's loud, but not severe. Storms right on top of Marion. In the Birmingham Metro, we got more moderate to heavy rain coming into this flash flood warning polygon. This was issued earlier when a batch of heavy rain came through. The flash flood warning is in effect until 8:15. Heavy rain falling over eastern Walker County, Parish, back up toward Doris, Summerton, Sipsey, and Empire. But let's go back down to the south of that line now, Drew. Just going to work our way down to the south. So again, from Marion, the line of storms kind of veers off along Highway 80 through Uniontown, Faunsdale, Gallion, Demopolis, then into southern Sumter County, south of Interstate 59, York and Livingston. The segment that is considered to be severe, it's the segment down here in Choctaw County, northern Choctaw County, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And again, you're watching a remarkable view from our Jefferson Skycam. The Skycam is here looking down into that, and we've seen some incredible lightning strikes with JP operating the controls over there. In that purple sky, that's just an amazing scene this morning. But the storms are now right on Highway 17, coming through Butler. And again, we will find out very quickly if we have any damage, because now it's coming through a population center. And we want to stress we see no evidence of any rotation, none, zero. So, but we do see evidence of pretty strong winds. Drew, what's your wind velocity within the beam there?
Yeah, now this is almost 10,000 feet, but it's coming off the Birmingham NexRad, but let's see. Yeah, so at pretty high up there, we got 60, 70, maybe 80 miles per hour. Now, that's not going to be reaching the ground at that velocity, obviously, but I would be kind of surprised if the winds aren't pretty gusty in Butler right now. It seems like it's got to be at least, maybe you could maybe have some 30, 40 mile per hour winds potentially with that, and maybe more. I mean, again, it's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it, so the idea is that it could have 50, 60 miles per hour. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we do start to hear any reports out of Butler, especially just given how loud this storm's going to be coming through as well. I would assume it being a Saturday morning, probably waking up some more people right now in Butler with the combination of the wind and all the lightning moving through.
Okay. Sure. All right, so again, let's do a reset here. We are at 6:51. We are in the Alabama Weather Network. We're in Studio A. Bill, what you got, Gutson? Was that you with the Skywatcher reports?
Yes, I want to give a shout out to our wonderful additional meteorologist, James Emily Kirk, who works very hard every morning on our newsletter and blog posts on the weekend. And she does a great job harvesting graphics. But tonight we tied up all the machines, so she can't do that. So I'm helping her. So James, can I put in for a fourth links box maybe?
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
But if you want to take links 3, you'll see the very latest Skywatcher reports. And I guarantee you, James can pronounce the name of our Skywatcher infidel. Would you think, Drew? It took you and I had to look it up.
Yeah, I'm an old South Alabama boy. All right, so let's go back to the current situation here. So again, at 6:52, we're getting close to 7 o'clock. It's a Saturday morning, and it's a wet, stormy morning for parts of the state. And understand, southeast Alabama, you've had nothing. Enterprise, Dothan, Geneva, Fayette, Ozark, Abbeville, Headland. It's just been quiet. Yesterday was a sunny day. You were at 80 yesterday. This will ultimately affect you later, but it should not be severe by the time it reaches you. We've had a warm front lifting northward, and now we have a cold front coming in with dew points coming down. So I expect no severe storms, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, points north. I just don't see that happening. Dew points are dropping, the front undercutting all this. Tennessee Valley, no issues. We're focusing on the trouble spot here, which is in west central Alabama, really southwest Alabama. South of this incoming front, where we've still got dew points in the upper 60s to near 70, that's what we're watching. The sky cam you see, that's at Jefferson in Marengo County, looking into Choctaw County, where we've got a severe storm that has come through Butler. And that severe storm will be coming into Marengo County here soon, and there's our new warning. So let's take a closer look. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for most of Marengo County, excluding Demopolis. This is the northern extent of the polygon here. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for most, but not all, most of Marengo County. So this will include Linden, Octagon, Providence, Dayton, Thomaston. This will include Magnolia, Sweetwater, Half-Acre, Octagon, Nanophilia, Dixon's Mills, for this line segment coming in from Choctaw County and Sumter County. And this warning, Drew, will be in effect until what time?
Until 8 o'clock this morning, and I also see that they've got it tagged as a tornado possible. So they're thinking there is at least some chance that there could be a tornado embedded within this. So we'll take a quick look at the velocity.
Yeah, this is clearly a bookend vortex.
Yeah.
Clearly, you can see it spinning on the reflectivity loop.
Yep. Yeah, so it's definitely, I mean, obviously there's some spin to it. And you know, with that, you could get a quick little spin up that would be really difficult to pinpoint. So I think that's probably a good reason or why they are tagging it in that way. Is because they're most likely you're not going to get anything like that, but there could be something really brief, and I think that's why they've got that tagged in that way. But otherwise, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. Let me switch over.
Yeah, Ryan, can you take WEX 05 full? Yeah, so look at that thing spin. That is a classic case of a bookend vortex, and it's the shape of a comma. And it's up on the northern extent of a line of storms, and often within that vortex, you can see strong, damaging straight-line winds, and you can see a brief tornado in that thing. And the lightning is really ramped up as well. And again, the line has come on through Butler, and the warning also does cover the southeastern corner of Sumter County, Belmont and Bellamy. So most of Marengo, excluding Demopolis, and southeastern Sumter and northern Choctaw for this bookend vortex feature that is rolling through west central Alabama early this morning. We had one like this early yesterday in Mississippi that did produce one EF2 tornado. So again, there are no tornado warnings, but that is a severe thunderstorm warning. Drew, so I just wanted to show that. To me, that gave a good visualization of it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that had a nice smooth lapse to it. I was trying to make it as smooth as that, but I was having trouble. So. Yeah, no, that definitely gives you a good feel for exactly how that's spinning there. And so, again, yeah, you could get a brief spin up, especially in that kind of northern part of it where you see that comma head. And looking at the velocity again, there's not much left with that. There's still a little bit of spin, but there's not much left to it. Our rotation detector, our shear product here showing next to nothing. But, again, with that little bit of spin, there still could be something there. And again, the lightning continues to be, and the heavy rain continues to be the main issue with this. I'm also curious. I mean, we're really high up there, but I mean, we're definitely seeing some hail at least aloft there. Curious, yeah, our hail product. I don't know that I would think we would be getting some reports of hail from Butler if there were any small hail. This is trying to show that there is some, but again, when you're hitting the storms this far up in the atmosphere, you can sometimes get, again, it's detecting that there is hail in the storm, but whether it's actually reaching the ground before it melts, that's another question there. But definitely that hail would make a lot of sense as far as the presence of that, and then also the presence of so much lightning.
All right, so at 7 o'clock, we are watching a cluster of strong to severe storms over west, central, and southwest Alabama. Over here, you can see that we've got John Oldshoe that is north of Grove Hill coming up on Thomasville. And again, John will be in Thomasville shortly. That's the split. That's Highway 5 going over to Sunny South and back up toward Safford. This is US 43 here going up towards Dixon's Mill and Linden. John is going to be intercepting this storm somewhere near Thomasville or Dixon's Mills. And again, we're going to get a good ground view of that. And JP, tell me about, I've been so busy, tell me about the sky cam you've got at Jefferson.
Yeah, we're looking almost due south. I wanted to move it a little further to the west, but just some of that rain's kind of getting in our way. But looking almost due south, and the lightning still continuing to increase. Again, we're getting a little better visibility as the sun continues to come up. So it's going to be really interesting here in the next 20, 30 minutes what we see from this perspective. I wish we could go a little bit further to the west, but once that little rain shower moves, I think we'll get a better picture.
Yeah, and let me just say, what you're seeing there, that facility, that is West Rock Paper Mill. Wow, you see that lightning strike. That is the West Rock Company paper mill that is right by the Tom Bigby River, real close to the Rooster Bridge. If you're in Demopolis, you know exactly where that is, and that would actually be looking northwest from the camera site over toward West Rock. And that is so many people work there. Everybody knows where that plant is, and again, that's a great reference point. But again, JP, you might want to pull the camera out and go to the left, go to the south a little bit. Again, I'll let you handle that. JP's got those things in full control, so we'll watch the sky cam together at Jefferson. And again, we'll watch John Stream, who's coming up on this thing from the south. But again, that's the weather is improved in Butler. So the part of the storm that would produce damaging winds is now to the east of Butler. It's about to cross the Tom Bigby, moving into southwest parts of Marengo County. Goodness, that bridge right there, I'm telling you, have you guys ever heard about that bridge? It was a one-way bridge. Cars, a train. It was terrifying. Now, of course, now it's still there, but it's just there as kind of a relic. But anyway, everybody knows where that is if you live in Choctaw or Marengo County here. And again, Linden here, this is US Highway 43. The segment that has the greatest potential of producing damaging winds will be really along and south of Alabama Highway 28, which runs from Jefferson, where the camera's located there, down to Linden and down to Thomaston. It points to the south. Providence is right here. That's 69 going up toward Gallion. That's 43 going up toward Demopolis. But again, just be aware that if you're in the southern two-thirds of Marengo County, you've got potential for strong, potentially damaging straight-line winds early this morning with this line of storms that have come through Choctaw County and Butler, and that line is basically on the river right now. And this is again, we've talked about that this morning, this is a bookend vortex feature that can produce damaging straight-line winds, and it can also produce an isolated tornado. So just be aware of that. Looks like John is in Thomasville, Bill.
That's right. He's just passing Alabama 154, so he is right in the middle of Thomasville now, James.
Yeah. So again, we've got Oldshoe here, line of severe storms up there, and he'll get that intercept right about, he'll cross over into South Marengo County here in just a couple of miles, and he'll be in a position to intercept this thing. And again, we promise safety first here. We're not putting him in any danger. John has been doing this for a long time. And again, any damage reports, Bill, or anybody from this?
No, nothing, James. If we see anything, I'll let you know immediately. But so far, so good.
I'm looking at my social feeds and the Weather Service in Mobile, which has responsibility for Choctaw County, and Bill is right. It's been relatively quiet so far. But if you're watching us in Butler, let us know how it was when it came through. That's the value of our Skywatcher team, is that I don't think we have one, Bill, in Butler, do we?
No.
We need one.
Sure do. That would be a great thing.
Get our app, get on the Skywatchers tab. We'll get you in. You'll be in the circle of trust, the Alabama Weather Network circle of trust, okay? But we clearly need Skywatchers in Butler. I was in Butler last, oh goodness, it's been a few months ago. I spoke down in Chatham in Washington County and spent some time in Butler and Choctaw County. And it's a marvelous part of the state with amazing people. I spoke at Patrician Academy not that long ago. But again, if you want to help us with being a Skywatcher, just get the app. It doesn't take long to fill out the little form, and we'll get you in. So again, from Choctaw County, this thing is coming over into South Marengo County now. So again, really, I think the greatest chance of damaging wind, it's going to be along and south of Alabama 28. That's from really near the Rooster Bridge to Jefferson to Linden to Thomaston, right here. All right, so from my arm south, that's the greatest chance of potential wind damage here with this thing. And still, Drew, no evidence of a tornado, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything changing as far as that's concerned. Again, still lots of lightning, still lots of rain. Let's go ahead and flip back over just in case and take a look at our velocity. So again, with our base velocity, still just looking like mainly straight line winds would be the main possibility of getting some gusty winds out of this. Storm relative, nothing of major concern with that. And look at our shear product as well, and it's showing very little. We hadn't looked at correlation coefficient in a while, and it's very messy right now as there's a good bit of hail, I think, contamination in the upper levels of the storm here that we're seeing. And so, nothing at this point really indicating that. Now, one thing I did want to mention, I don't know if we want to pull this back up all the way or not, but I did see that maybe they might have canceled Pickens County out of the tornado watch. So it looks like maybe they've started to peel the tornado watch back.
Lower
from the
dew
west.
points. Yep.
Yeah, so that is something I just saw from, I believe, the Birmingham Weather Service. So that's a positive sign if we're starting to get to that point where we can start to do that from west to east.
And we don't expect any problems past mid-morning. Here's somebody that wants to be in part of the Skywatchers that lives in Butler. See, ask and you shall receive. There you go. Thanks for all of the responses we've gotten here. We thank you so much. And again, the concern, it's here in Marengo County for strong winds. But quickly, let's look at the Birmingham Metro, because guess what we just heard here? A rumble of thunder. We are so new, and we've had such a small amount of active weather. I wasn't sure if we could hear thunder within this soundproof studio. And they're technically not soundproof, but we did, and I like that. Again, it's just a soaking rain in the Birmingham Metro. And keep in mind, this is a flash flood warning in effect until 8:15 this morning. Flash flood warning for southern Jefferson, northern Shelby counties. This was initiated a couple of hours ago when a really, really big, massive, heavy rain came through. Keep in mind, yesterday, many spots had over 2 inches of rain. We've had another inch this morning. And again, flooding is a definite concern here in the Birmingham Metro. So if you're driving in the Birmingham Metro, be aware, flash flood warning in effect until 8:15 this morning. That's for southern Jefferson and for northern Shelby counties. Let's go back to our tornado watch real quick and just a few thoughts on this. I do believe there's just no chance of severe storms for Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. They took Pickens out, and they'll be taking these out soon. This lower dew points are undercutting all this. It's outflow dominant. I don't see any issues with severe storms this far north. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, just a lot of rain. Flooding is the concern. But the better chance of any severe storms, again, along and south of US 80. We've talked about that all night, and we're still talking about it this morning. Down here along and south of US Highway 80. That's the main concern. So let's go back, and there's our warnings, by the way. Northeast Choctaw, southeast Sumter, and most of Marengo except for Demopolis. So let's go back to the radar. We'll focus in on Marengo County and the line of storms coming through. And again, this is a bookend vortex feature that has come on through here, and within that swirl, we might see an isolated tornado. We've seen no evidence of that, none. If there was, there'd be a tornado warning. But there is the chance of strong, damaging straight-line winds within this. We had some damage yesterday around Laurel, Mississippi from a very similar feature. We had a bookend vortex yesterday morning coming through there, and the same thing is coming through here today. So again, in Marengo County, along and south of Alabama 28, Jefferson, Linden, Thomaston, Consul. If you're in that area in south, just be aware you could see some really strong winds with this. Obviously, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. 44 lightning strikes in the last 3 minutes. That's a lot in that small area right there. And again, JP, let's take the camera full coming from Jefferson. JP, what is it? I guess the rain's about to start pouring there.
Yeah, the rain should be starting here pretty soon. Not seeing much in the way of wind, just some of that frequent lightning. I do think that, again, the strong, damaging straight line winds will be the primary threat from this, but that can be just as dangerous as a tornado, so don't let your guard down. Also, remember, when we say thunderstorm, just because the storm is rowdy, just because it's raining heavily, that does not make it severe. There are specific parameters that make a thunderstorm severe, so we need to be clear about that too.
All right, good deal. And again, Drew, I think the instrumentation set is not functioning at Jefferson. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, because the piece we've lost our sensor there. At all the Skycam sites, we have weather stations, and again, we'll get the words off the screen there real quick because we don't have the data. Unfortunately, wish we did. But normally at all these camera sites, we do have the data sets. And boy, the lightning is just tremendous coming out of Jefferson. But again, that's our Skycam at Jefferson. And again, we'll get John back on the line with us here shortly as John is coming up. John is pretty much on the Marengo-Clark County line here, intercepting this in his vehicle, in his car, one of our chasers in the field this morning. So again, we got the bookend vortex rolling through parts of west central Alabama early this morning with potential for damaging straight line winds. And again, we see no evidence of a tornado if you're in Linden or in Jefferson or in Thomaston or in Dayton or in Half Acre, Octagon, Nanophilia, Dixon's Mills. No evidence of a tornado, but there could be enough wind to knock down some trees in power lines, and be aware of that. Let's go back to WEX 05 real quick, full screen, Ryan. Again, this is radar scope, and I just wanted to show that vortex. If you look carefully, it's a comma-shaped echo that's spinning, that's coming through northern Choctaw, southeast Sumter, and into Marengo County. And right below that vortex, you've got that line, and that's where it's bowed out, that bow-shaped echo, and that's where you could clearly see some damaging straight-line winds with that. And again, the greatest chance of those stronger winds in Marengo County, again, along and south of Alabama 28, south of a line from near the river, the paper mill, down to Jefferson, Linden, and Thomaston. And again, from there, it will be exiting Marengo County, then coming into Wilcox and Dallas counties, and the boot heel of Perry County. So again, if you're in Uniontown, Orville, Safford, Gee's Bend, Alberta, any of these places, just be aware that this is moving very quickly, and it seems to be accelerating as well. So again, let's go back to the regular radar display here at 711. And this is James Spann in Alabama Weather Network Studio A. We are watching severe storms rolling through West Alabama this morning. North of that vortex, we've got heavy rain falling over parts of eastern Perry County, east of Highway 5, up into Bibb County, up around Lawley, back up towards 6 Mile, then into Shelby County. But this stuff is in a more stable air mass. And really, US 80 just, I think, is a good defining line here for the risk of severe storms for the rest of this morning. If you're north of US 80, rain, yes. Thunder, yes. Loud, obnoxious, yes. Rowdy, yes. But not severe by classic definition. No large hail, no damaging wind. The biggest problem is on that yellow line that Drew's drawing along and south of US 80. That vortex is kind of rolling along Highway 80, and right below that vortex, we've got that potential for strong, damaging straight-line winds. So if you're in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, Huntsville, Scottsboro, Florence, Moulton, not worried about severe storms for you. I know that a lot of people have weather anxiety, and you've seen stuff on social media that is horrible. People using fear to gain engagement and get the monetization, scaring you. We're straight shooters here. If there's no problem, we'll tell you. That doesn't get clicks, that doesn't get likes, that doesn't get the engagement, but we'll tell you. If there's nothing going on that's severe, we'll tell you that. So again, the main concern is along and south of US Highway 80. And again, what you see to the north, that's just a lot of heavy rain, but this is the greatest chance of damaging straight line winds. And Bill, I just missed John.
He just crossed Alabama 10. James.
Okay, so he's at Dixon's Mills.
Yes.
Okay, I should know that. And I don't know, is there a way we can make his full screen, Bill, by any chance, and lose the chrome bar and everything else? That would be outstanding. There we go.
So sorry I'd let that happen.
That's right.
Hey, James, you got a great picture of some Amatis, too.
Yeah, you might want to, and I took WEX 05 for a minute. You might want to bring yours back up on WEX 05.
Let me do that real quick, because this is another one of our incredible sky watchers, James, who did this, who sent us this picture. And he also, because he's in Valley Grande, had 7 inches of rain. So that's and he sent a picture of his rain gauge. So it was nearly overflowing.
Yeah, have you got WEX 05 up? Well, there we go. That's it. Mamatus, little low-hanging pouches. And sometimes that can be in association with severe storms, sometimes not. But again, that's in Dallas County, which is an impressive way for sky watchers to start the day. So let's go back.
James, can I share a boring personal story?
That's what we do. Go.
I achieved my acclamation as a meteorologist at age 7 when I ran with the World Book Encyclopedia and a picture of Mamatis to my aunt, my wonderful Aunt Kathy, and said, "There's going to be a tornado." And she was like, yeah. And not far up the road from where she lived in Winfield, Alabama, there was a tornado that touched down in Winston County. And so she was a believer, and still is a believer to this day, of my love for weather.
There you go. And when the weather's not extremely dangerous, we do 3 things here. What do we do, Bill? Boring personal stories, humorous anecdotes, and we say outrageous things.
We haven't said many outrageous things.
No, we've been busy, again, and we are focusing on this storm that's coming through South Marengo County. And again, John Oldshoe is basically in the path of that. And we're going to watch his ground-based camera from the road. JP, you've got the Jefferson camera looking right at this thing. What have you noticed on that? I've been so busy, I've not had a chance to look at it.
Hard to really see anything. I have noticed that the rain has gotten a little bit heavier in the past few minutes, but I've been scanning and trying to get a little clear shot of the incoming storm, but it's kind of hard to see from that perspective.
Yeah, but you can see the lightning there, but it's just pouring, pouring.
Yeah, it's just hard to see.
And again, that's the deal is that the heaviest rain is coming into Jefferson right now. It is going to be raining so hard you probably can't see anything from that camera here in a few minutes. So again, Jefferson here, the storm's coming into Linden, which is here, coming down toward Nanophilia, Half-Acre, Sweetwater. And again, John Oldshoe is, and I don't guess we can get John's audio. That might be too complicated to do at this point.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Yeah, and if we can't, that's fine.
We'll have that on our next event.
Yeah, we're just going with the video right now. But again, Oldshoe is looks like he's veered off US 43, or maybe he's still on 43. He might be on Alabama Highway 10.
I didn't think he made the turn, but he might have. I thought he passed it. He's there on a 3-lane right there.
Yeah, and that might be 40. And obviously cell service is kind of iffy in that part of down in South Marengo County. But again, we'll leave both of those boxes up and you can watch it together. Still no evidence of a tornado here. We've got a bookend vortex feature spinning away, producing this intense line of storms. Look at it, 53 lightning strikes. This is in the last 3 minutes. 53 lightning strikes in South Marengo County. 3 minutes, that's a lot. And again, the most intense lightning is sitting right on top of Half-Acre, right here. And again, that'll be coming right on top of Highway 43 in a matter of minutes. Mainly the greatest concern for stronger winds from Linden south down to the Clark County line. And just as a reminder, once this line exits Marengo County, it will be moving into parts of Wilcox, the boot heel of Perry and Dallas counties, which is right here. That's Alabama Highway 66. That runs from Consul back over to Safford over here. And again, that's Alabama Highway 5 going up toward Browns. And then Highway 5 goes down to Pine Hill down here. This is Alabama Highway 28 that goes down to Camden, comes across Miller's Ferry. That's the Alabama River. But that line of storms will be moving into western Wilcox, western Dallas, in extreme southern Perry County. Understand, if you're in Marion, yeah, it's been pouring rain, but I'm talking about the potential for severe storms with this line segment. And again, this is the little boot heel of Perry County that extends south of Uniontown. And we'll see. But again, watching all of the reports, Drew and Bill, I've yet to see any damage.
Nothing showing up over here, James. We've just got reports of incredible clouds and skies and lightning, but no damage, which is fantastic news.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen is there's been some of the flooding reports further to the north in St. Clair County, and it looks like maybe like a tree down in Jefferson County. But yeah, as far as anything with the storms we're talking about here, have not seen any evidence of that. So, although actually, we'll see. Okay, just now see a report of a tree down. And I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of this. Jachin? I don't know. How do you say that?
That's close enough. That's in Choctaw County. Okay. It's northwest of Butler. That's it. You got it.
There it is right there. So there's a report of a tree down there. So that at least confirms what you would kind of expect looking at this cell as it moved through, that it had some wind enough to at least knock down a tree. So, but yeah, if that's it so far, that's still, we're doing pretty good. Given what this thing was looking like.
Yeah, let's peek at the velocity real quick and maybe do a few pixel queries in here, especially down in here. This is coming from Birmingham, and again, the beam is way off the ground. But look at the velocities here within the radar beam. That's 81 miles per hour, and so that's a sign that, and some of this is going to translate down to the surface. I don't think it translates down quite at this level, but still, that could easily translate to a 50, 55, 60 mile per hour wind gust down here south of Linden. So again, just be aware that if you are south of Linden, and again, Old Shoe has got to be close. Bill, I'm watching. I should know without even asking where John is by looking at that road. I know those Marengo County roads like the back of my hand.
I know you do. He's got to be approaching Miller. And the line is just 2 or 3 miles to his west now, James.
I'm just trying to figure out if John is on Highway 10 going west or on Highway 43 going north.
He confirmed to me that he was on 43.
Okay, so John is on 43 going north, and again, he's past Dixon's Mills, and he's going to run into this thing here very quickly. So, again, you can get a text report, Bill, from him when he stops and can text safely about the type of wind and what he experiences. This is going to give us some ground truth. And let me just say one thing about Oshu. This guy's a trooper. He was in Denver yesterday. I don't know if he slept at all. None of us have, really. And John got in a car and headed north from Fairhope. I mean, he came all the way up from Baldwin County for this. So he's had quite the overnight. We might have to get John. He's going to stop now. Good, okay. And again, I think John is going to position himself. He's got a good opening there, and that's a good place to kind of intercept the thunderstorm, and we can watch it together. And again, John will do this safely. But Bill, we got to get John a room at the Dewdrop Inn or something down there.
Yeah, I think I saw the Royal Inn back there in Grove Hill or somewhere. We might have to call and get him a reservation.
Yeah, but again, you don't sleep in the weather business. You just don't. JP, that's Chilton County. I see you got up there.
Yeah, I pivoted to the Maplesville camera. Just hard to see with that Jefferson camera with just that heavy rain. So I wanted to go for a little different perspective. Can't really see much still, but I'm jumping around a little bit.
Yeah, and again, the beauty of having this big staff, JP and everybody in the room here, we have full-time operators for the Skycams, the Region Skycam network. That Region Skycam network is gold. And remember, on this app, you can see them live anytime you want to. Anytime you want to. It's It's remarkable. But we're thankful for JP and everybody in the room here. Ryan, Bill, Drew. We've been up here all night. It's one of these all-night weather parties, which happens a lot in the weather business in this state. So these are non-severe storms, just heavy rain. Guess where I will be Monday, Drew?
Randolph.
Yes. I will be at Randolph Elementary School, Bibb County, Alabama, on Monday. I love coming to Randolph. But again, Randolph, kind of down here toward Lawley, and this is going to be coming into Maplesville. And this is not severe. And I know that people that are in the middle of it say, well, you don't know what you're talking about. It is severe. Well, it doesn't have damaging wind. It doesn't have large hail, which means it's not severe by classic definition. Obnoxious, yes. Loud, yes. Heavy rain and maybe some flooding, yes. But not severe in the classic sense. And that'll be sweeping into Chilton County. And again, JP's done a good job of getting these cameras lined up because, again, that's the one of our sky cams near Maplesville in Chilton County kind of looking into this. And again, it's not severe, just a lot of rain here. But again, that's a good look. What you got there, Drew?
I'm just noticing again. We saw this earlier with the severe thunderstorm warning cell in Choctaw, where
lightning, yeah,
lightning jumping out. This is showing it about 17 miles out ahead of the edge of the storm. Although you have some lighter showers closer by, so that's probably the cloud top overhanging. So it's maybe not. That's at least from the core of the storm. I guess it's probably not quite as far from the edge of that, the anvil that's likely kind of sticking out there. But still, like, that's something to think about with these. If you are nearby one that's approaching you, in places like Maplesville, Stanton, Jemison, definitely be inside because there is some lightning that's kind of popping out ahead of it occasionally, which you don't want to mess with that.
All right, so again, let's go back down to Marengo and take a look at the severe part of this. And again, this is where we could see damaging winds. Marengo County, and again, the greatest wind velocities are showing up down here south of Linden. Demopolis, you are not in the polygon. You're not. The polygon starts just right below Linden, or right below Demopolis, and again, it includes Linden and Point South. But this is the greatest concern for the really strong winds right in through here. And we lost Old Shoe, I think, and we'll get John back in a second. But again, that's the Jefferson camera, and again, what you see is what you get. It's raining so hard, JP, you can't see anything.
Yeah, but visibility is about to zero, but it really does tell a story.
Yeah, it does, and this is what people are experiencing in Marengo County. So again, Linden right down Highway 43 down to Sweetwater Bulldogs. And again, the next major north-south road is Alabama Highway 25. And again, from Fawnsdale, Dayton, Thomaston, Magnolia, down toward Vineland, Alabama 25, it'll be crossing that stretch next. And from there, again, it's going to move into the boot heel of Perry County, mainly south of Uniontown south, western Dallas, northern Wilcox counties. And again, this is Alabama Highway 22 right here. This is Orville. That's Alabama Highway 5. Browns is right here. This is Gee's Bend in the Alabama River. Boy, you ever been to the Quilters place down there? You guys, if you ever get a chance, go see the Quilters in Gee's Bend, the sweetest people you will ever meet, and take the ferry across the Alabama River. Wilcox County can be a treat. Never go to the beach with me because it'll take you all day to get there because I know the amazing places in this state. So again, looks like we got Old Shoe's camera back, and now the rain is starting from his perspective. And again, we've got our Skycam at Jefferson, which is right here. John is between Linden and Dixon's Mills, right here. And again, we're about to find out. I'm looking at the trees, fellas, and you can see they're starting to move a little bit. I think we can get a pretty good idea of the wind estimate. And again, Bill, you can get an estimate from John, too, when he texts you there.
Yeah, obviously the heavy rain is just beginning to reach him, James. He says he's got lots of thunder and lightning. He's looking west right there, 11 miles south of Linden is where he is. So you can see the wind beginning to blow those tall pine trees now.
On the clouds, the low clouds are really booking it right there above his head.
Let's take his stream full, Ryan.
Yeah, look what's coming at us.
We got to get, what do you call that? What's that stuff that gets the
Rain-X?
Rain-X, yeah. We are going to buy John a big can of Rain-X. This is what people are dealing with in Marengo County now. And again, John's right in the middle of it. And Bill, if you can maybe get an estimated wind gust from John, we'll kind of get a feel for my main interest. And again, this is ground truth. The radar beam is several thousand feet off the ground. We don't know what's happening at the surface until we get a ground report from somebody like John Olchew.
Yeah, he says he's got 40-mile-per-hour winds, James.
Okay, and that's sub-severe, which is good. Remember, to be severe, somewhere within that line, we got to get a wind gust of 58, and we might have that. It might not be in John's particular segment of that line, but John is reporting 40-mile-per-hour winds. And we'll go back to the triple box, Ryan. We'll put so that way you can see the Jefferson or Maplesville camera in heavy rain there, and also John's live stream. And again, the stronger wind velocities are down here, right, pretty much where John is located. And again, that's within the radar beam. And 64 lightning strikes in 3 minutes. That's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. And all of that is about to move into the southern part of, the boot heel of Perry County, Uniontown South, that little boot heel that sticks out below US 80, into western Dallas County and northern Wilcox County. So again, Browns, Safford, community of Catherine, the town of Alberta is here. Again, Gee's Bend, Camden. That will be sweeping through there. And we'll see if the Weather Service continues with a severe thunderstorm warning. Gut feeling they probably will. And again, I want to stress, we do not have a tornado warning. A lot of times you see me on your computer, your television, however you're watching, and you're thinking there's a tornado warning. Not now. In fact, we have not had a tornado warning anywhere in Alabama this morning. We've had severe thunderstorm warnings. What you got there, Bill?
If you want to take WEX 05, I thought a picture you shared with me, James. I'm not sure exactly where you got it, but I titled it "Pets Love Drew."
Yeah, this is from Shane Ledbetter, and he writes, "My dog loves watching Drew."
Wow.
So
Okay.
there you go.
Dog whisperer.
Yeah, that's right. We love when our canine, of course, you know what's going to happen now, that the cat lovers will send in their photographs.
Yeah.
For some reason, cats like me, dogs like you. I don't know. I've been a cat, I guess I'm an old cat man, not a cat lady, but a cat man. So anyway.
And John estimates his winds have reached 50 miles an hour now, James.
Okay. So John is estimating winds at 50 miles per hour at his location, which is within this line. And again, John is below Linden, right in through here. And you can see within the radar beam, and again, this is several thousand feet off the ground, we've got winds of over 70 miles per hour, approaching 80 miles per hour. Some of that will translate down to the surface. So again, that's exactly where John is located within that line in Marengo County. And again, just heads up that we might have a warning soon for parts of western Wilcox. And again, the Weather Service in Mobile is indicating that they are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Wilcox. And again, this gets in one of these Weather Service jurisdiction things. Perry and Dallas, Birmingham warns for those counties. Wilcox, Mobile warns for them. And of course, the weather services often do a good job of coordinating when it kind of crosses these boundaries. But remember, with our new network, it doesn't matter what weather service office covers you, what TV market you're in, we've got your back. We want to make this easy. Again, a bookend vortex, a little vortex, a comma-shaped feature is on the radar here with this trailing band, and often when it bows out like that, you can see some strong straight line winds. And that's the main concern here. North of US 80, I just don't think we have any severe weather. I know there's a tornado watch as far north as Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden. I just don't believe we have any severe storms that far north. We have lower dew points coming in. This cold front is undercutting all this stuff. The main concern is going to be south of US 80 as this line sweeps through. And the other good thing, by mid-morning, the good dynamic support for this will be lifting away from the region. And the wind velocity should come down, and I really think after 9 or 10 o'clock, we're done with any severe weather threat. I don't expect another tornado watch. Things will be calming down, and we're done with the severe weather threat, which is a good thing. Again, the Weather Service should issue soon a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Wilcox County. And we'll see what the Weather Service does with Perry and Dallas here as this bow-shaped echo comes on through. And again, it's been a pretty interesting radar signature to watch this whole thing evolve. This feature did produce a confirmed tornado over parts of southeastern Mississippi earlier this morning. And that line segment came up into Choctaw County. I've heard of no damage other than one tree down in Choctaw County, which is good. Bill?
Got one tree down in St. Clair County, James. That report just came to us.
Okay.
And I was reading this mesoscale discussion from the...
And a lot of that stuff is going to be from saturated soil now, where a little wind gust comes along. There's no severe storms in St. Clair County. But again, let's take WEXO 5 full, Ryan, if we can. I wanted to show again that really interesting radar feature. This is what we call a bookend vortex. It looks like a comma, and notice it's rotating. You can, if you look really carefully in the higher reflectivity, you can see that rotation coming through northern Choctaw and Marengo, northern Marengo County. That vortex is coming around Dayton. That is not a tornado. That's not what that is. That's rotation aloft. And below that bookend vortex, you can see that bow-shaped echo that's coming through Thomaston and Magnolia and Vineland. And understand that that is where we could see strong damaging straight line winds, where that thing is bowed out. And that's the reason we've got these warnings in effect. And it looks like we have a new warning. Drew, what you got?
Yes, they just issued the Wilcox warning that we were looking for there. So new severe thunderstorm warning for Wilcox, kind of the northern part of Wilcox County. Doesn't cover the entire county. And that goes until 8:15 in the morning here. And so you can see that does cover some of the areas that James had called out earlier, places like Catherine and Gastonburg, Miller's Ferry, Gee's Bend are within Alberta, are within that polygon in the northern part of Wilcox County. Doesn't include Camden though. So you can see that that main part of the storm that's got a lot of lightning and got the heaviest winds and got the bow echo there should stay north of Camden. However, you're still going to get some heavy rain and thunderstorm activity there. Eventually this line will get there, but at least the strongest part of it looks to stay in the northern kind of part of Wilcox County. Doesn't, at this point, we don't see anything out for Dallas yet, but that probably goes back to what we talked about with the difference between the Weather Service offices. But yeah, they continued. It is a tornado possible tag, just like the previous warning was. So they're still keeping that in there, even though, again, we're not seeing much evidence of an actual tornado. Although now that I zoom in a little bit, you got just a little bit of a circulation there southwest of Thomaston, near some of the higher lightning strike totals. But really, it's looking more like just the gusty winds with this. So as John kind of observed, around 50 or so miles per hour looks possible with a lot of this as far as what's actually happening there at ground level.
All right, so at 7:36, we have a line segment that could produce strong, potentially damaging straight line winds coming through the eastern half of Marengo County, east of US 43. That's east of Linden, southeast of Demopolis. And we now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a pretty good chunk of Dallas County. Let's expand that out, Drew, and kind of see the big picture. So this is your new warning. This is for extreme southern Perry. This severe thunderstorm warning does not include Marion. This is for extreme southern Perry County. It does include Uniontown, which is in Perry County. It is for a pretty good chunk of Dallas County. This includes Selma and Orville and Browns. It is for northern Wilcox counties for that Boeing-shaped echo that's coming through that could knock down trees and power lines and just maybe producing an isolated brief tornado along the line here. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for extreme southern Perry. That includes Uniontown. much of Dallas County. That includes Selma, Valley Grande, Orville. Northern Wilcox County, not including Camden. Again, understand Marion, not in the warning. Camden, not in the warning. It's for the areas in between here as the bow-shaped line comes on through. And again, we will be watching trends here carefully. The line of storms, it's pretty much on Thomaston right now. And again, from Thomaston, that'll be coming right down toward the small community of Consul, then coming into Safford, then coming into Orville, and then coming into Selma. In Wilcox County, this will be affecting places like the little town of Prairie. It will be affecting a town like Catherine. Ultimately, Gee's Bend, that's the southern extent of this. That's that bend in the Alabama River. So again, this is not a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for the parts of Wilcox, Marengo, Perry counties, Dallas County, in west central Alabama. As this bow-shaped echo comes through and this trailing this little bookend vortex feature. Got Old Shoe back on the road. Bill looks like he's back in it.
Yeah, and James, he's dropping south again now. So he's heading for Thomasville. That's his next location.
Yeah, I think that would make good sense for him. And again, the object for John is to, get out of the core of that thing. And as you're like if you're here at Thomasville, you can look right up into it, and that's a great. John is in here now. He's going to get down to the south and kind of look back up to it that way for us. But John reported an estimated peak wind gust of about 50 miles per hour. And when it comes to a call to action here, we know that a lot of people don't do anything with a severe thunderstorm warning. They'll do things for a tornado warning, but not for one of these. But just be aware that the main concern here, it's not hail, it's strong winds. Thankfully, we have not had that many reports. We just have not of damage, which is good. But there could be enough wind in here to maybe knock down a few trees. And if a tree falls on a trailer, we got a problem. Or it comes through a house, we got a problem. So just be aware of that. And as the line comes right through where you are, you might want to just kind of be in a small room in the middle of the house, lowest floor, near the center, no windows as it's coming right through in case a tree happens to come down. You just want to be safe. So be aware of that. And there could be a brief isolated tornado. And for these brief isolated tornadoes, warning for them, it is hard. It is really hard to do. They're down for 1 or 2 minutes and they just simply go away. So just be aware of that. And I do need to check my mic, Ryan, to be sure. Let's see how we're doing here. I'm good. I think I have three. We have not been on the air this long in Studio A in this beautiful new facility we built here until today. We started this operation back in August, and we've had no weather to speak of until this. So we've learned our mics last a long time. That's good. And I noticed we ran out of Drew's. Drew had to make a pit stop here real quick, which happens. In the weather business, you do develop a bladder of iron. And Bill, that's a show title. that would be our show title. That would be the show title for this whole thing.
So now we know, James, the batteries last 22 and a half hours, and Drew's bladder works about 7.
There you go. So we have learned things. Bill, real quick, let's look at the region, just a kind of a regional view and a radar composite across the region. I want to explain to everybody what's going on here. Thank you. So up here in the shoals, the cold front's pushing onto the south and east. The rain has ended. Again, if you're in the shoals, Huntsville, Athens, Scottsboro, it's still raining in Huntsville and Scottsboro and Guntersville, Albertville, Fort Payne, but there's no risk, zero risk of severe storms. And again, there might be some minor flooding issues, but there's just no big issues here. It's just a rainy morning. For Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, same thing. We do technically have a flash flood warning for southern Jefferson, northern Shelby counties until 8:15. That's for some heavy rain earlier today. But in terms of severe, no. There's just no risk of any severe storms. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, you're good. The chance of severe storms is along and south of US 80. I mean, if you watched us all night, we've talked about that all night long. I know technically there's a tornado watch up to Interstate 59, but the dew points are way down and it's been undercut. There's just no chance of severe weather here. But along and south of US 80, that's Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery, Opelika. There could be a few spots of strong winds. And the good news, here's the other good news. This is the little bow-shaped echo where we got these warnings. Look at this. There's nothing down here in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing. We've had no issues with wind, no issues with tornadoes, just the main issue, brief heavy rain. So that little narrow line has not been much of a problem. The only issue, it's this little spot right here where we've got this rotation, a vortex, with that bow-shaped echo, and that might create some strong winds. And if you're down here in southeast Alabama, you're thinking, you've not talked about us all night because nothing's been happening there. Dothan, you had 80 yesterday. Wow. And this will be weakening by the time it reaches you. Don't expect any severe storms. Rain amounts light, no flooding issues. In fact, after the watch will expire at 10. I don't expect that to be extended. As the upper support lifts out, pulls away, we'll have a weakening band of showers and storms pushing into southeast Alabama. Cooler air moving in from the north. We'll see temperatures falling in the 50s over North Alabama today. So just wanted to kind of show that big picture. So Bill, let's go back with the BMX radar to the line of storms potentially severe that is in eastern Marengo County. And again, you can see that bow-shaped echo from US 80 at Fawnsdale and Uniontown, then curving down to near Thomaston and Consul in Marengo County, then curving down to Magnolia in Marengo County along Highway 25, then down to Dixon's Mills. And again, John Olshoe that you see over here driving, he's around Dixon's Mills and he's headed south. He's going to try and break out of the rain down toward Thomasville and look back up into it from the south. But again, within this structure here, this is where there could be some strong winds, perhaps strong enough to knock down a few trees and power lines. So again, this will be coming out of, it's moving into Uniontown now. Next up would be the community of Browns, Alabama 5 and US 80 where they intersect, ultimately Selma. And then down to the south, Orville, which would be right in here. In fact, Bill, I sent you a picture from Old Cahaba on email. So if you get a minute, download that image. And it's an interesting rain report. Old Cahaba was the Alabama state capital long, long ago. They had to move the capital because of consistent flooding. But there's a rain gauge down there, and we'll show you that here in just a second. But there's Old Cahaba right there. And that's an amazing historical tour. If you goodness gracious, the history involved in so many things down here, but that's an amazing historical site. That's where the Cahaba River runs into the Alabama River, the confluence of those two rivers right there. That's just amazing stuff. Again, you can see Dallas, Wilcox here, line of potentially severe storms here. This will be moving, it's moving into the boot heel of Perry County now. It's going to move over into western Dallas County in a matter of minutes, moving into northern Wilcox County in a matter of minutes. This is Alabama Highway 28. That's Alabama Highway 5 right there. Catherine used to be called the Catherine Colts. There was a private school there, Catherine Academy, for a long time. It closed years ago. Again, the community of Prairie, Miller's Ferry going over the Alabama River. The Miller's Ferry Dam is right here. And again, Gee's Bend. All of these places are in the severe thunderstorm warning polygons. And again, if you're the next larger city, if you will, in the path of this, of course, is the city of Selma, which is right here. Valley Grande is up here. I was at Valley Grande Elementary School not that long ago. All right, so Bill, you got something over there?
No, I was going to say we had some great cookies.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay.
It came
yeah,
back from Valley Grande. So I was just giving the touchdown sign for those cookies.
Right. What I do after I do the school visits, I will bring the goodies. Now, I will be honest, sometimes I'll bring it home, but most of the time I'll bring it here to the studio, and our friends in the studio complex love me for only that reason. They get good stuff. In fact, we've got a cookie cake over there that's outstanding from Alexandria yesterday that's got an actual 7-day forecast on it, which is pretty amazing. But anyway, back to the point here. And again, we don't like to just sit here and flap our gums to flap, but as long as we have these warnings in effect, we're going to stay on the air. We've been on the air since, what, 2, 3? I lose track of time. It's been a while, but that's what we do. But the minute the severe weather threat fades, all the warnings go away, we'll kind of scale back down and get back to the regular routine here. But again, we'll stay with it as long as we have these warnings in effect. Will we have any warnings past Dallas and Wilcox? I don't know. That vortex feature seems to be fading. And as that feature fades a little bit, sometimes the velocities come down and the intensities go down and things settle down a little bit. And again, we have those lower dew points coming in from the north, undercutting this whole thing. So we'll see how it plays out. But again, for the next 45 minutes or so, we've got a line of potentially severe storms that'll be coming through northern Wilcox County. This is from Gee's Bend north of Camden, through much of central and western Dallas County, really much of Dallas County, except for the far northern tip up here around Plantersville. Plantersville, you're not in this. Dallas County High School, you're not in this. It's basically from Valley Grande down to Selma, and then down to Sardis. And of course, ultimately, if this thing were to hold together, it would affect the Montgomery metro right here. Montgomery, Prattville, Wetumpka, Hope Hull, places like that. But there's a chance it might be considerably weaker at that point. That little feature that's been driving it seems to be fading, looking at radar trends, Drew. And again, what's interesting to me is the lack of reports we've had so far.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of surprising that we haven't seen more, because this, has looked strong enough with the velocity signatures, just as far as just wind is concerned, that we might have seen maybe at least a few more reports of some trees down and things like of that nature. So yeah, it has been a little interesting that we haven't. But hey, it's a good thing that we're not seeing a lot of that. That's what we want. But yeah, you would kind of think you might have seen a little bit more, but we'll definitely take it here. And again, that's still the main show at this point. Just that's your severe thunderstorm warning. And then just kind of taking a quick look back off towards the southeast. Again, we've got more rain and thunderstorms back into Mississippi, but this line has sort of thinned out a little bit here. Again, I think it's because it's getting undercut by that front most likely, and so it doesn't look as intense as it used to back towards the southwest as it's moving for more to the east. And so again, still places south of where we're talking about with the severe thunderstorm warning. Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, Central, and places down in Mobile and Baldwin counties will eventually get rain and maybe a little bit of thunder with this eventually, but it's going to take a little bit longer. But back in that direction, even maybe the heavy rain threat may not be as much now, just because it looks like the line has thinned out a little bit. So again, good signs down in that direction as well. Glad to see we don't have anything kind of upstream to worry about at this point. We're just kind of worried about that one severe thunderstorm warning that we're seeing in our state right now.
Let's go back to the Birmingham Metro real quick. We've still got a flash flood warning for about 30 more minutes, and I just wanted to show that it's just soaking rain here. And we've got some heavy rain, and again, there's nothing severe that concern it's flooding in this part of the state. Some really heavy rain falling through parts of southern Shelby County, around Lay Lake, back up toward Childersburg, Pell City. Just saw a report of water in the roadway. This is an impassable roadway in Pell City on Dry Creek Road. And that is not a dry creek, it's a very wet creek. Bill, what you got over there?
Yeah, James, we got a picture of that from Joy Anderson, the St. Clair County EMA director. Sean Wyndham, sent that report, but Joy's got a picture, and this is tragedy waiting to happen.
Oh yeah.
Because you look at this, you think, Mike can drive through it, but you get in there a few 100 feet, and you're a water rescue waiting to happen.
So again, this is Dry Creek Road in Pell City, and I would imagine we have other roads like that through a pretty good chunk of north and central Alabama. So just understand that if you see that, don't even think about driving through that. And if you're late to some event or something, and they get mad at you because you turned around and you didn't drown, you tell them to call me. All right, I'll straighten that mess out real quick. Don't go through that. Just don't do that. Here's one report. And by the way, again, it seems like for the northern part of the state up here, the heaviest rain axis has kind of shifted east of Birmingham. Counties like Shelby, St. Clair, Talladega, Calhoun, Etowah, St. Clair. It's just pouring. I mean, pouring rain. And that's the reason there is a flood watch in effect this morning. And again, we've still got this flash flood warning in effect for the Birmingham Metro that was issued early this morning, and that will expire at 8:15. That's for this big, massive, heavy rain that came through earlier in the day. Let's see, Bill, give a mic check real quick. Bill, are you hearing Bill, Ryan?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Okay, I was hearing some reports that they could not hear you. So just wanted to be sure that we're hearing that. But again, JP, you're looking at downtown Birmingham too. While we're talking about traffic, that looks like the Sheraton there at the BJCC.
Yeah, there's Protective Stadium there. Just looking at some of the interstate traffic, flowing pretty well with some of this heavy rain. There's probably some minor flash flooding that's gone on in the city down there, but for the most part, traffic's flowing pretty well downtown.
Okay, and again, this is coming from a top Region Center. They're our partner in the SkyCam project. This is the Region SkyCam network, and we're so thankful for that camera on top of the Region Center in downtown Birmingham. That is extremely, extremely valuable, obviously, on days like that. And again, over here, we've got John Oldshoe, who is trying to get out of that huge, huge line of storms in Marengo County. John is coming back down to the south, down toward Dixon's Mills and Thomasville. And John reported winds of about 50 miles per hour during the peak of that. And again, that seems to be the type of damage that we've had. I do have one late report I saw from Chief Vaughn, who is in Sumter County. He's reporting a tree and power line down at the Alabama state line, US 11 and US 80. It happened when this line came through that part of Sumter County in the community of Cuba. So again, we've got some reports of trees down and power lines down, but I've heard of no structural damage. That's the good news from this line of storms so far. And again, based on John Oldshoe's report, we watched it come through John's location there, and John reports winds gusting to maybe 50. And that's obviously a rough storm, but technically it's below severe limits. To be severe, you need winds of about 58 or higher. That's the criteria. But the line of storms is in Uniontown now. It stretches from, again, north of US 80. We expect no severe wind. North of US 80, which means Marion, I know it is pouring. I know it's thundering and lightning and it's nasty, but it's not severe. The polygon begins really right around US Highway 80. So again, Uniontown, then right down Highway 5 to Catherine, and then down ultimately back to US 43 near Thomasville and Sweetwater, Alabama 10. And that's going to keep on rolling through Dallas County and northern Wilcox counties. And again, within this line, you could see strong, potentially damaging wind. There could be a brief isolated tornado. And it might be enough wind to knock down some trees and power lines. The line will be coming into Selma in about 10, 15 minutes or so. And if it holds, and it will hold together, the question is, will it be severe? Will it weaken? I just think there's a good chance this will start to go downhill and weaken as we get later into the morning hours. But ultimately, this will be in Montgomery and Prattville and Wetumpka. But I have a funny feeling it's going to be a good bit weaker by then. That vortex feature seems to have weakened a good bit. And let's peek at the velocity, Drew. We'll stop the loop and look at the velocity and maybe do a pixel query in through here and kind of see what they look like now. We can kind of do a trend. That's still pretty robust. We've still got winds around 70 miles per hour at radar beam height. Understand radar beam height. Down at the surface, the wind's probably not that bad, but they still could gust to 50, 55, maybe 60 miles per hour. So again, that's what's coming through Dallas County and northern Wilcox County right now. Basically, the storms are out of Marengo. So for Marengo County, the chance of wind damage is over for you. Chance of severe weather is over for you, which is a good thing for you. But again, if you're in Selma, just waking up to us here at 7:56, time to rise and shine, and that you've got a line of storms that is approaching you, and they could be strong to severe, possibly producing enough winds to knock down trees and power lines. And goodness, I think a lot of folks in Selma still are recovering from the tornado in January of 2023. It was a terrifying day. That was a very, very rough day. That was a day where we had some real heroes in Selma that heard the warning and acted on it. But that was back in January 12th. We're coming up on the anniversary. Hard to believe it's been 3 years, but the anniversary is on Monday, January 12th of 2023. That was the date of the Selma tornado. And we also had tornadoes that day in Autauga County. We had loss of life. That was a really rough day. And another reminder, this is tornado season. This is nothing extremely unusual. Bill, we're having a hard time getting John out of that rain, aren't we?
Yeah, I need another hand with my 5 mouses over here, just keeping John on the air. But I think we're going to get him a nice bonded connection or something, James, before this is over.
Okay, good deal. JP, what you got?
Yeah, just looking at a couple of sky cams around the state, not really getting too good a look at the line. I took a look at the Montgomery camera, still a little too far away. Of course, that one in Jefferson, it's mostly just some light rain at this point. But hopefully here soon, we'll see it'll get a better picture out of the Montgomery sky cam.
Yeah, and like I say, the Maplesville is too far north. I think the next good camera view is going to be our camera in Montgomery as it comes into there. We've got a sky cam at Patterson Field, right at Madison Avenue, the Alabama Public Television Tower there. So again, we are pretty interesting how this whole thing evolved. And again, one more time, I'm going to kind of show you how this has been going with that vortex here. So let's take WEX 05, Ryan, real quick, and you can see how there's a spin in that little feature coming through Providence, Linden, Dayton, and now Uniontown. And that vortex trailing that, you've got a bow-shaped echo, and that represents often a rush of pretty strong winds. Within the apex of a bow like that, you can see winds of gusting to 50, 55, 60 miles per hour. And that apex of that bow is approaching Orrville on Highway 22. It's coming through Safford right now, and Browns along Highway 5. It'll be coming through Orrville pretty soon, and ultimately rolling right into Selma. Let's go back to the radar just for a second, and I do want to show one more image that actually I don't think I saved, but I can do that real quick. This is going to be an image that represents some pretty amazing rain amounts that we have seen. Some folks have gone over 3-4 inches of rain, and some folks have actually had more than that. Let's take WEX 05. This is Old Cahaba, and that thing is pegged at 5 inches. 5 inches. And understand that they have yet to get this batch of rain that's coming through. So if you tack on this rain that's about to move in on top of that, you might wind up with a 7-inch rain total, 7 to 8 inches here before it's all said and done. All right, so back to the radar. 8 o'clock on the nose. Good Saturday morning. This is the Alabama Weather Network. Here's the big picture. And again, we have just a lot of rain falling over Alabama this morning. The heaviest rain in the northern half of the state is now east of I-65. Just soaking rains falling in parts of Shelby, St. Clair, Talladega, Cleburne County, Cherokee County, Etowah, DeKalb County. Soaking rain, nothing severe. I really don't expect any severe storms north of US 80. Everything up here, pouring rain. Yeah, in fact, let's look at Chilton. And you can see that it's in Clanton. It's not a fun morning. This is not a fun morning to be out. It is just absolutely pouring. Lay Lake, Clanton, down here to Maplesville. All this stuff. But it's not severe. There's no damaging wind. We have no large hail. It's just piles of rain here. The biggest issue, it's the concern for some flash flooding. So again, that's what's happening in Chilton. We'll kind of bump it up to the north a little bit, and again, the same batch is coming through Childersburg in Childersburg in Talladega County, southern Talladega County. It's about to come through Sylacauga, and again, you're going to have some loud thunder, lightning, tremendously heavy rain, but nothing severe. And we'll keep working our way up to the north, and again, just soaking rains falling along Interstate 20 around Lincoln. Heavy rain about to move into Talladega. Heavy rain falling up around White Plains in Calhoun County. It's raining over much of Calhoun County. Heavy rain through parts of Cleburne, Cherokee counties. up into DeKalb and Marshall counties in northeast Alabama. But again, this is a stable air mass, nothing severe, no issues there. The greatest concern, again, is going to be along and south of U.S. Highway 80. So let's go back down to the south and we'll take a look at our storm complex that is coming through Dallas County. So again, the line of storms of concern from near Browns, the community of Browns, which is right here, Alabama Highway 5, US 80, then curving down Highway 5 down to the community of Catherine in northern Wilcox County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for most all of Dallas and northern Wilcox counties. This is the Alabama River. This is Gee's Bend right here. The Old Cahaba architectural site is right here. And we've got this line coming into Selma by 8:30, probably by 8:20 this morning. And the main concern, Drew, damaging wind. You see no evidence of a tornado, right?
Right, yeah, we've still not seen, hold on one second, let me get the mic turned back on. Yeah, still no evidence of tornado with this, and we just continue to see heavy rain. Now the lightning looks like it has started to come down a little bit in recent times. Look at our velocity product, and it's still, we've still got some gusty winds with it for sure. We'll go ahead and do a quick query of some of those values, which again, at this point where with the storm's location relative to the radar, we're a little bit above 4,000 feet off the ground with the beam here, but we're still getting, 67, 75 miles per hour. So, I still think getting wind gust up 40, 50 miles per hour at the surface is possible in a few spots. But again, not seeing any sort of evidence of a tornado at this point. Looking through some of our different products that we check for that, we're looking at the debris detector here, and you're seeing a little bit when we look at it right now. You're seeing sort of this vertical looking artifact here, but that's really more having to do with some of the hail that's aloft of the storm that's helping to produce all that lightning. So that's not debris or anything like that. So yeah, I think we're still in the clear as far as that's concerned. Don't see any evidence of that. We haven't been receiving any reports of any sort of tornadoes or damage of that sort. And I think if I was looking at it correctly, did Birmingham, I don't know if they just updated the warning here recently, it looks like. Let's see. Maybe, yeah, just in the last couple of minutes, I think they canceled part of the warning, I guess, for eastern Marengo and part of Hale counties, I guess. But it looks like, yeah, I think they just kind of canceled maybe the western end of that warning or something like that. But either way, so yeah, we're still on track as far as not having any sort of tornadic activity with this. And hopefully as we continue to move further towards the east and as we will start to get the lifting mechanism kind of out of here with the trough starting and the shortwave starting to pull off to the northeast, we'll start to see a continued trend of weakening. And like we've said, especially towards the southwest, things have definitely been in a downward trend for a while now.
And that's a very good thing. So at 8:06, we've got a lot of rain across the state this morning, some thunder and some lightning. The one spot of concern when it comes to severe potential is right here, western Dallas, northern Wilcox counties. Again, from near the community of Browns down to the community of Catherine. And this line of storms will be coming through Gee's Bend, Orville, Old Cahaba, Selma, Valley Grande, Sardis. And if it holds together, and it will, I think it will hold together. The question is, will it be severe? This will ultimately come across parts of Autauga, Lowndes, and into the Montgomery metro here with a chance of strong gusty winds. And we'll see what happens. Often when you don't have a lot of reports of damage with this, the Weather Service realizes, well, they're not quite at severe limits. We'll just let the warnings go. And that's it. We'll see. I also note that the Weather Service is going to issue a short-fused flash flood warning for the southern part of St. Clair County because of apparently the road conditions we saw. We saw that flooded road earlier. So again, so many parts of northeast Alabama is kind of in the same boat as Pell City. But let's look at St. Clair County. And again, the really heavy rain has moved out of Pell City, but because of the flooding on some of the roads, the Weather Service is going to be putting a relatively short-fused flash flood warning out for the southern part of St. Clair County. That'll be popping up on the screen here in just a second. And that'll be the second flash flood warning of the day. The first one was for the Birmingham Metro. That expires in 7 minutes at 8:15. That goes away. Yes, sir.
Okay, make sure you have that mic unmuted, James. Yeah, they have extended it by 1 hour, James, that flash flood warning.
For the Birmingham Metro.
For the Birmingham Metro. It's been extended 1 hour.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we can hear Bill now, because a lot of people saying I'm not hearing Bill.
Yeah, that was my fault. I apologize.
Okay, well, that means people are paying attention. That's a good thing.
I told them in the Skywatcher chat that everyone is our eyes and ears on the stream, so please don't be bashful. When you see something or you have something to let us know, it's really helpful.
All right, JP, what you got? Looking at Hoover?
Yeah, this is the Galleria West camera in Hoover. That's a look at the flyover there. That's the Costco parking lot. Very wet out there. Very wet out there. Of course, you can see Patton Creek there off in the distance. But just kind of interested to see how the runoff is doing and how traffic's flowing. But definitely a wet day to be out shopping.
You ever been to Costco, JP?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's look at our new flash flood warning. So it is now on the board. And I will be honest with you, it's not on the board quite yet. Should be here in a second. The flash flood warning is in effect for parts of Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega counties. And again, this is for, really, it was for when this really intense massive rain came through there, but the rain continues, just a soaking rain here. Again, this is the warning that was extended for 1 hour until 9:15, and it's not popped up on the screen here yet. It will be. I'll just read part of the text. The flash flood warning is in effect for parts of southern St. Clair, northeastern Shelby, and northwestern Talladega counties. It's kind of this area right in here. And the warning is in effect until 9:45. Emergency management reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Additional rain amounts of 1/2 to 1 inch are possible. Flash flooding is ongoing or is expected to begin shortly. And there's our polygons. So again, this is the new flash flood warning. It almost butts up to the old one here for the Birmingham Metro. This will include Logan Martin Lake, Pell City, Cropwell. This will include Cook Springs, and it will include Lincoln here. And understand, I know what everybody's saying. It's raining cats and dogs at my house. We ought to be in the warning. I understand that. Everybody's getting heavy rain in this area from Birmingham east. But again, this is where the concentrated flooding reports have occurred. So again, the latest flash flood warning in effect until 9:45 for southern St. Clair, for northeastern Shelby, and for northwestern Talladega County. So that's the latest warning there. But again, that rain continues to come down. Got a report of a tree down in a roadway. And again, there's really not much wind with this. This is mainly waterlogged trees that are probably weakened. But got a report of a tree down on Highway 144 in Raglan. Exactly where on 144 it doesn't specify, but again, just be aware of that if you're driving. It's not a good morning to drive. It's pretty rough out there, I'll put it that way. Bill, where's Old Shoe now?
He is 5 miles south of Thomasville, James. So he's got a really interesting looking lowering there with a little bit of interesting motion in it. So he's near the community of.
Let's take Old Shoe's full, Ryan. Thank you.
And he's got a great view of the line of storms that's about to move over him here. I did notice a Hunt Brothers Pizza sign there, James.
Hey.
So
it's
if
a
he
good
needs
day.
breakfast, that might be a good idea.
Their breakfast pizza is outstanding.
This is amazing, footage right here that John is sharing with us. There.
Yeah, and this is live.
And he got an interesting lowering there, and he's looking up into the updraft of the storm, and it's passing right over him. So we'll see what his winds end up being when the outflow hits him here shortly.
So he must be a little, is he in Grove Hill or Thomasville?
He is between Thomasville and Grove Hill, almost in the middle.
Okay, the little
He's
community.
just north of the Fulton community.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great shot. And again, this is what we want to do, is make this presentation visually interesting for you, to help you make decisions on what you can do to protect your family. And by providing these live cameras and streamers and chasers in the field and the drones we'll have, we understand, we know that it's going to do some good. Now it's going to start pouring rain. What's that called? Rain-X? We're going to go, Ryan, get him a bottle of Rain-X. I'm putting you in charge of that.
I just ordered a case of it on Amazon for him there, James.
But again, the storms are not considered to be severe at this point where John is located. And again, remember, to be severe, you got to have 58 mile per hour winds. And we will get an estimate from John on winds here in a second. Let's go back into that line as it's coming through Dallas County, and let's look at the velocity real quick. Just want to peek at that. Again, there's just no real evidence of any tornadic circulation in here. This is representative of strong straight line winds, and that's within the radar beam, winds gusting to 70, 73 within the radar beam, which is well off the ground by probably 2,000 to 3,000 feet. Down at the surface, some of that could translate down, probably 50, 55 mile per hour gusts in spots. And that line segment is going to be coming right through the Highway 22 stretch here. That's Selma, Valley Grande, Orville. It's really coming through Orville. It's basically come through Orville. Old Cahaba is right here. And Selma is here. So in a matter of minutes, this thing is going to be coming right through Selma. So again, like I talked about, a lot of people don't do much when there is a severe thunderstorm warning, but in a case like this, if you've got a lot of pine trees around, you might want to treat this like a tornado, be in a small room, lowest floor near the center, away from windows. No harm in doing that. I'm seeing more flood advisories. There's a lot of flood advisories. We typically handle the flash flood warnings, but just trust me, it's raining everywhere. We kind of know that. So again, a line of storms with strong winds about to come into Selma. And again, the closest camera we've got to the segment that's severe is at Maplesville. And JP, it looks just like a lot of rain there.
A lot of rain, not much to see, but you can definitely see the line is passed in Maplesville. We're looking to the southeast there, but again, just a lot of overcast. Can't see much.
And the dew points seem to be coming down. We've got this air mass coming in from the north that's really undercutting a lot of this north of US 80. Again, I do not expect any severe storms north of US 80. These are dew points, and you can see the change up here, especially in northwest Alabama. You've got dew points around 70 around US 80, but then they drop off quickly into the 60s. And again, these lower dew points are slowly coming southward, moving to the south and east. And again, that's going to mean it's a one and done thing. Once this little line passes you, that's it in terms of severe weather this morning. And again, the bowed out segment of that line is coming through Selma in here a few minutes. And again, this feature has been very consistent. We've had reports of downed trees along the journey with this line, but I've heard of no structural damage, heard of no trees on houses. We hope it stays that way. The last thing you want is a tree on your house on a Saturday morning. But let's look at WEX 05 again real quick, Ryan. This is going to be the look at that feature, and notice that bow shape that's coming right into Selma. And again, you've been under a severe thunderstorm warning for about the past 25 minutes. Hopefully folks have done what they need to do to stay safe. But again, you might just want to be in a good, safe place. And this line segment is moving very quickly, and it's going to be in the Montgomery metro within the next hour. And we'll just see how the Weather Service handles that. I think they'll kind of see perhaps what kind of reports we get out of Selma. If it comes through with 40 mile per hour winds, no damage, then they probably will not extend the warning. On the other hand, If we have trees down and winds of 50 or higher, they will extend the warning. And while we can see velocities in radar, we're looking at velocities at the beam height, which can be 5,000 feet off the ground. We don't really know what's down at the surface until it actually comes through there, which is why the sky watchers are so critical. So back to the radar. This morning, we're live at 8:17. And we have a short line segment that is considered to be severe. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for most of Dallas County, excluding Plantersville. Plantersville, you're not in this. Valley Grande South, all the way down to the Wilcox County line. And the warning has expired for Wilcox at 8:15. Right, Drew? Is that?
Yeah, I just trimmed that down, it looks like, just now, and continued the warning for Wilcox, or I'm sorry, for Dallas County, and I guess the southeastern part of Perry County there. But yeah, they just allow the back end of that to.
Right. So Wilcox County, there are no warnings in effect for you. And again, I totally understand the weather's horrible. If you're in Gee's Bend over here to Catherine, it's about to come into Camden. It is pouring rain, there's thunder, and there's lightning. But remember, that does not make a storm severe. You've got to have damaging wind or large hail. So the Weather Service believes that the line segment from Wilcox County south is not severe. John Oldshoe is in that line segment. The camera that you see right over here, that's Oldshoe within the line. And Bill, any word on gusts estimates with this line segment around Thomasville?
Yes, James. He reported 30-mile-per-hour winds there at that location.
So this stuff down here, this is well below severe limits. Well below severe limits. What's about to come into Grove Hill, in Camden, thunder, lightning, heavy rain, yeah. Severe, no. So really, we're down to one county now. One county, and that's Dallas County, that's got this warning going on. Real quick, let's look at the Mobile radar. Let's check Mobile and Baldwin counties. A lot of people are asking, what about us? Well, there's nothing happening. The reason we don't talk about you, and that's always a good thing because there's nothing going on. You can see Baldwin and Mobile counties, all is quiet. That band of storms will be coming through later today, but the chance of it being severe that far south, very low. There's no tornado watch in effect there. The better dynamic support lifting away. You'll have some maybe gusty winds, heavy rain for a brief time, but the chance of severe storms for Mobile, Baldwin counties, very, very low, which is a good thing. So let's go back to our one hot spot. We have one hot spot, and again, once we get rid of this, once that weakens, then we can kind of begin to phase down here. We've been on the air for a long time this morning. But again, extreme southeastern Perry. Again, this does not include Marion or Heiberger. This is the far southeastern corner of Perry County, then down into Dallas County. Again, that's Highway 14 that goes up to Marion from Selma right here. And again, this is Highway 219 that goes up to Brent. And it's just pouring, really pouring, and I would imagine very windy as well. Storms coming right into Selma. And again, from there, they're going to exit Dallas County, and then they'll be coming into Autauga and Montgomery and Lowndes counties. Autauga County, Lowndes County, Montgomery County, and that's Elmore right here. And we'll just see how it goes. I think what I would do if I was working the warning desk, I would talk with Dallas County EMA and law enforcement in Selma and see what kind of reports we have. And then if there's nothing, everything came through okay, then probably scale back and not issue a warning for this. But on the other hand, if you got down trees and power lines, they will issue a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, we see zero evidence of any tornado type circulation here. Could there be a brief isolated tornado? Yes. Is it likely? No. But again, so far so good on that. And again, watching reports from our sky watchers, social platforms. Drew, it's quiet, man. It's quiet. Quiet is good.
Yeah. We'll take quiet, and you know we've come away pretty good through most of this, so far, as far as just staying quiet and having things sort of ramp down as they are, in the state of Alabama. Of course, had lots of rain and there's been some flooding issues here and there, been a few trees down, but so far from everything we've heard, we haven't had major issues. But still, you want to be careful out there if you're going to be getting out this morning. You got some errands to run and or some plans. If you're going to be traveling along in this part of the state, kind of basically the central and kind of northeastern part of the state, and then further down towards the southwest. And again, the 59-20 corridor is still seeing a good bit of rain there. So, still want to exercise caution. And if you're going to be, if you're in Montgomery, if you're traveling up and down 65 anytime soon, then you've got a pretty heavy line of storms coming towards that direction in the next hour or two. So, still you want to exercise caution, but yeah, as far as severe weather is concerned, looking pretty good at this point. But we still, it's interesting. This cell has been very persistent. I mean, this has been the storm of the day. It continues to show the heavy lightning activity. I mean, well, look at that. We've got 100 strikes in the last 3 minutes. I mean, that's one of the bigger numbers I've seen in a while. So it's still hanging in there with this little bookend here. And so, pretty interesting how it's continuing to survive. And despite the fact that a lot of the other, especially further kind of south of this storm, have started to wane a good bit and are not nearly as strong as they looked earlier.
Let's take WEXO 5, Ryan, for just a second. This is going to be the line segment as it came through Thomaston in Marengo County. And the report says that, and just to quote the report, this is the Bow Echo passing through Thomaston 20 minutes ago. Pretty gusty, a few smaller trees down, but not as bad as radar indicated it would be. All clear, no problems. So again, that's a good report, and that would indicate that it was probably sub-severe coming through Thomaston. Again, Thomaston is on Alabama Highway 25 in Marengo County, east of Linden, and they were right in the middle of that bow-shaped echo. So for that line segment to come through there without any major damage, maybe a couple of small trees down, that's a very good thing, and that's a good report. And that's the kind of ground report that we love receiving because it certainly helps us and the Weather Service make those decisions. So again, we are at 8:25, and I also wanted to mention we've had some trees that have come down, not really because of strong winds, but because of mainly saturated soil. Let's see here. I'm going to show one more. And Ryan, if we can, not quite yet, but let's see. Give it 1 second. Now take WEXO 5. So this is Acton Road and the Birmingham Metro. I want to say this is between Interstate 459 and Caldwell Mill Road. And again, I think this tree, Bill, was diseased. I've seen no evidence of strong winds in there.
Yeah, we're probably seeing lots of this. John ran into a tree on 43, 1 mile north of Thomasville that was down. It wasn't blocking any lanes like this one, but that one's going to cause some problems for a while right there. And you're exactly right of where that is, James. And
it used to be a country club over there, wasn't
there? There did. It's now it's a park now.
Okay.
And it's a nice place to go walk or take your dog or run or whatever you want to do now. But I played golf on that golf course back in the 80s, James, when I actually had time to play golf. I don't know if we can take WEXO 5 here. James, I wanted to point this out. Traffic in the Birmingham metro area is not bad, but there are 2 wrecks on I-65, one southbound that you see here just south of, or just north of Columbiana Road, Montgomery Highway, and that car is overturned there. So that's a significant accident, and many thanks to our Skywatcher who sent this to us, because this is the kind of ground truth that we really
What
need.
was the exact location on that, Bill?
That is south of, let's see, James, I'll tell you exactly. It is just south of Alford Avenue.
Yeah, it's coming down the hill.
It's coming down the hill toward Montgomery Highway. But there's actually a fairly significant wreck on the northbound side at Lakeshore, and traffic is nearly stopped dead still. If not, I need to go look at the DOT camera, but the traffic is even worse on the other side going northbound for a wreck that's right there at the Lakeshore Parkway exit. I checked Montgomery. They're doing fine. No problems in the Montgomery area. Mobile looks good, and it looks like Huntsville looks good too. But we've got those two accidents on I-65. So if you're out and about this morning, please be careful. We saw a terrible accident in Sylacauga that our field reporter Brett Adair was right on top of, and there was one injury in that accident. But just be careful this morning. It's not a good day to get out and get in a traffic accident.
Okay, so 8:28, and we are live. We've been live for a long time this morning, and we're still watching this line of storms that Drew. It's got a couple of new warnings.
Yep.
And your display is about to be turned off.
Oh, it's doing
Whoops.
it again. Man, I gotta use it more, I guess. Yeah. Yes. Well, let's gesture towards it so we can kind of keep it alive over here. Yeah, we got a new tornado warning. I'm sorry, not tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for both Autauga and Lowndes County. So those were just so for the same storm we've been watching all this time. They've now decided, the Weather Service decided to go ahead and extend that further towards the east. So both of those are going until 9:15. So we got about 45 minutes until those expire. And so you can see that the storm now, kind of the heaviest part of it is kind of right over Valley Grande and also right over Selma at this point, moving towards the east. And so eventually, here fairly shortly, it will be moving towards places like Autaugaville, Bonita, and Burnsville. You got Prattville eventually on the eastern side of Autauga County will be getting in on the action. Billingsley, further to the north, will be kind of on the northern end of it. And then further towards the south, of course, this is not, let's throw the velocity back on there. The southern part of the warning doesn't look like you've got the core strongest winds, but still some pretty gusty winds possible down towards Haneyville, Lounsboro, and places down into Lowndes County. So, again, you may not get as quite the heavy kind of winds that you're going to see a little bit further towards the north, towards, I guess, basically the county line there near Whitehall, between Autauga and Lowndes County.
Okay, so 8:30, and this is James Spann in Studio A, and John says he's got a tree down on his feed, Bill, and I don't see his feed, unfortunately. I think John is somewhere in Clark County at this point, so let's go to the one box. Ryan, will we get his feed back up here in just a second? One box on the side. And again, we'll get John's report here in just a second. And again, we're watching a line of severe storms that's come through Selma. It's going to be moving into Autauga County and Lowndes County. So the new severe thunderstorm warnings cover basically all of Autauga and most of Lowndes counties, except Fort Deposit. Fort Deposit is down here near the Butler County line. So again, this is US 80 here, Whitehall, Hayneville, Autaugaville, Prattville, Billingsley, Marbury, Pine Level, Prattville. All right, so this line of storms has the potential to produce strong winds. And again, let's see. Let's try old shoe stream. Let's try drawing back to a double box, okay? I do believe we have John's stream up. And Bill, where is John?
He's 10 miles south of Thomasville.
Okay.
Right here on Highway 43.
Did he clean that tree up by himself?
He must have. I think he's carrying a chainsaw in his.
I think John's a very strong, beastly man. Wow. All right. So it looks like a part of a tree came down, but somebody's got that cleaned up already, and that's on US 43 in Clark County. JP, what you looking at?
We got the Bald Rock camera, taking a look at that. Again, can't see too much. I was looking at the Montgomery camera, pointed it to the west, but that line is still just a little too far away to really see much. But I'm mostly watching the downtown Montgomery camera.
All right, and we'll flip the Montgomery camera back on the air so we can see that all together as the line of storms will ultimately be coming through Montgomery. And again, we've got a sky cam on the Alabama Public Television Tower right by Patterson Field in Montgomery, and that's what you're seeing now. And it looks like we've almost got some blue sky there, don't we, JP? Almost.
Looks like it. Yeah, that will be changing here fairly soon.
Yeah, we'll see a radical change in that image. Again, that's from Patterson Field looking west in the direction of that line. And Drew, we're still seeing evidence of strong winds in here. No reports, but evidence the winds are strong.
Yeah, no, it's still you're still seeing indications of that, and of course this line, of course, that was a little bit further to the south of this main part of it that John saw that tree down. But still, yeah, we're not getting the kind of reports out of it that you would expect that you might. And again, still lots of lightning. We're still seeing 90 strikes here. Let me zoom in a little bit further, but for this particular storm, we're still around 80 strikes within the last, basically 3 minutes or so. So it's pretty crazy what this has continued to produce as far as lightning is concerned.
All right. So again, if you are in Otaugaville, and again, Billingsley, and again, this looks like this technically includes the extreme southern part of Chilton County, maybe by 1 mile or something here. I don't know if that's meant to be or not, but again, for most of Chilton County, it's just raining. Yeah, you can see the stronger wind velocities begin here clearly in northwest Autauga County. Billingsley is right here, and again, the stronger winds are south of Billingsley. They will be coming to Otaugaville, coming right down the Alabama River. That represents the boundary between Autauga and Lowndes counties. And again, those stronger winds, if they stay in place, will be affecting the city of Montgomery relatively soon. And again, we'll watch that sky cam together. And again, we do have the good sensors on the Montgomery sky cam, so we can watch the wind data as that changes. But the thing is, I'm looking back through a whole bunch of reports, and so far, I just have not seen any issues in Selma in terms of wind damage, which is a very encouraging thing. Again, Bill, I'm going to let you start picking up the user-generated stuff from all the Facebook messages here. They're rolling in. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're coming in now, James. I wanted to just mention that the Birmingham balloon released from the Shelby County Airport, didn't have a lot of instability, but it had tremendous shear, James. The storm relative felicity, 419 meters squared per second squared, and the surface to 6 kilometer bulk shear was 64 knots. So both of those numbers we know, and any of our folks that have been following the blog and the network know that those numbers are still really high. So that possibility is still there that something could happen, especially where that bookend echo is moving across. So we'll continue to watch it very closely because it's pretty significant. Leanne Butler reporting some damage in Alpine, where she's got a tree down on Renfro Road, and Seminole Avenue, Alabama Avenue, and Sylacauga flooded. So those are two reports there that have come in on the National Weather Service chat.
Okay, and I'm going to let you get all these pictures off the Skywatcher chat and off the Facebook messages to get those.
Harvesting, I will go.
Yeah, this is where it's good, because we have a full-time person doing user-generated content, which frees me the ability to look at radar and tell a coherent story. So, and again, this is just rain, heavy rain. I'm telling you, north of US 80, I just don't expect a lot of problems. North of that bookend vortex that's coming to Autauga County, this is just a lot of rain here. Chilton County, it's pouring over here. In Coosa County at Rockford. This is Clay County, Talladega, Cleburne. Just really heavy rain. That axis heavy rain falling from Rockford back up, approaching Ashland. It's over Millerville, then up to Chehaw State Park, which is located right here. Again, thunder, lightning, but not severe. Remember, to be severe, you need 58 mile per hour winds or 1 inch diameter hail. All right. Two flash flood warnings, one for the Birmingham Metro, one for Pell City and some of the surrounding areas right here. But let's go back down to I'm looking at Old Shoe Stream there. Looks like again, John is kind of retreating, showing the line of storms down in Clark County, but it's not considered severe down there. But again, you can see we've got that band of strong storms, that bow-shaped echo that's coming into Autauga County. So the community of Independence is right here. Billingsley is right here. And this is US 82. That's the main drag. Milton, little community, is right here. Who grew up in Milton, Alabama? Lady Bird Johnson. Most people don't even know who that is. That was the first lady of the United States back in the 60s. Useless knowledge that floats around in my head. But again, I just would not want to be driving along US 82 or US 31 or, quite frankly, I-65. Here's the Pine Level exit right here. The town of Pine Level sits right here. This is Prattville. Again, that's US 82, I-65, US 31. This will be coming out across Old Kingston, which is right here, and down here in Lowndes County, same thing. US 80, it'll be coming right along US 80, then down toward Hayneville. This does not include Fort Deposit. We don't see any evidence of the stronger winds southwest of Lowndes County at this point, which is a good thing. So again, for southeastern Dallas, northern Lowndes, most all of Autauga County, that is a severe thunderstorm warning for that line of storms that is moving pretty quickly to the east. And other than that, it's just rain. And we do believe after about mid-morning, the tornado watch we still have will expire at 10 o'clock. I honestly don't think they will extend it. I really don't see a need to do that. But Drew, really quickly, let's put up the tornado watch. They've cleared a bunch of counties out of this for those that have not seen it lately. And again, if you're in Etowah, Cherokee, I don't think you have any issues here. Yes, it's pouring, I know that, but I'm talking tornado threat, no. The main threat is along and south of US 80 or Alabama 14, right in through here, south of there. But again, they've taken out Jefferson and Tuscaloosa, Greene, Pickens, Sumter, Choctaw, and they'll keep taking counties out as the air mass changes. The lower dew points come in from the north. And so this will not be an all-day kind of thing. And again, really, I think after mid-morning, the threat of severe storms really wanes across the state. So I just wanted to show that really quickly. And let's pop the warnings on here. There's nothing in Mississippi, to my knowledge, nothing.
I was going to say it's down to 54 now in Russellville.
Really?
So
Oh, wow.
So it's getting nice and cool up there. A dew point of 54. So.
Yeah, pop that camera on the air if you can, JP, just so we can see that together. That's a sign of the times. This is the air mass. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Wow. The temperature is 54. So temperatures are falling, as we talked about, in North Alabama. It is a cool, drier air mass rolling in. And as that air mass overtakes the rain and storms we have now, that's going to eliminate any chance of severe storms. So again, I don't think this is going to be an all-day issue. At 10 o'clock, I think the watch expires. It will not be extended. I think these storms gradually weaken with time, and we can start to phase this thing down. But having said that, let's go back to the radar, and again, we'll focus on Autauga, Lowndes, and eastern Dallas counties for this bow-shaped echo. And again, you can see that it runs from near Billingsley right down to the Lowndes, Dallas County line, down to Sardis, and then down to Camden in Wilcox County. And again, let's expand this out. Let me just show you the areas to the southwest of here. Let's talk about Wilcox and Clark and Washington counties. We're not ignoring you. I know the weather's bad. But again, from Camden down to Grove Hill, down to Chatham, there's no evidence of these storms being severe. Zero, none. Yes, you've got thunder and lightning, but they're not severe. The only concern, it's this little bow-shaped echo right here that we've been watching. And thankfully, really and truly, we have not had that much damage from all of this stuff. But again, the bow-shaped echo is still there, and it's moving in the direction of Prattville and Montgomery, and it will be in those cities pretty soon. And once this thing gets into the Montgomery metro, Prattville, Montgomery, Millbrook, Wetumpka, Hope Hull, places like that. We'll get a really good idea what this thing's like. And again, we've got a camera looking, we're staring right into that thing. What you see over here, that's coming from Patterson Field in Montgomery. And they've still got a dew point of 68 there. So the air is still pretty juicy and ripe, again, from US 80 south. So right in through here, bow-shaped echo coming toward Montgomery. And we'll take a little closer look at that. And again, I just wanted to show Camden, Grove Hill, you got no problems other than the fact that it's raining and it's kind of loud and thundery. Lightning output's pretty good up here, Drew. That's a lot. Wow.
It continues to just produce tons of lightning around that comma head. Sometimes you kind of do these kind of analysis after the fact, but I don't know if we got some sort of MCV kind of thing going on here. It's just the long-lived nature of it, the fact that it continues to produce so much lightning. It seems like we could be seeing on that, some sort of little meso-low kind of thing happening that's seeming to sort of drive this thing. Did also want to mention, further to the northeast, it looks like we're seeing a few more reports of some trees down in and around Sylacauga. I don't know, Bill, you might have been seeing some of that as well. That line up here towards now moving towards Alexander City doesn't have any sort of warnings on it, but looks like it at least had gusty enough winds to maybe knock a few trees down, especially in the Sylacauga area. That's the main place I see a few reports, and looks like you had a few gusts. Yeah, I mean we're looking at 1,600 feet off the ground, 40, 50 miles an hour. So yeah, I mean you could have gotten a few gusts that would have made sense, especially with with all the rain that's fallen. I'm sure that's made it a little bit easier to knock over a few trees in some of those areas where you've had a lot of rain. So that would make some sense as far as some of those reports up there. But as we look back towards the current severe thunderstorm warning, it is maybe not looking quite as strong with the velocity here more recently. Still got lots of lightning, but the velocity signatures are looking a little bit not quite as good. Some of that could also be our orientation, though. Yeah, we're basically almost directly south from the radar at this point, so that's going to kind of
check out Maxwell.
Good call. I can switch radars, can I? Ah, there we go. That helps because we're right at the place that you don't want to be trying to look at velocity from Birmingham. So if we look at Maxwell, let's take a look at what those look like. And so we're still getting pretty good. And this is that's about 3,500 feet or so off the ground there, and you're still getting 60, almost 70 mile per hour winds being recorded there with the radar beam. So we're still keeping some gusty winds and lots of lightning with this.
All right, so it's 8:45. We are working a fairly short segment of this line that is considered to be severe here this morning. On the Alabama Weather Network, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Autauga County, extreme southern Chilton. I mean, extreme southern Chilton. And a pretty good chunk of Lowndes County, the northern half of Lowndes County, does not include Fort Deposit. And again, that line segment is coming through Autaugaville now and Independence. It will be coming through Old Kingston pretty soon, and then coming into Prattville and ultimately Montgomery. And we'll see if the Weather Service opts to continue a severe thunderstorm warning. The basic idea is that this thing will be slowly weakening with time as the upper air support begins to lift out. We have the lower dew points coming in from the north. And again, hopefully once this thing gets east and southeast of Montgomery, we don't have any more warnings. And I think that's a very real possibility. I think really after mid-morning here, after 10 o'clock, we're not going to have that many problems here. But again, in the short term, these storms could bring enough wind to knock down some trees and power lines. And that's the reason for these warnings that are currently in effect. And Bill, if you got those user-generated content photos ready, or
I have got.
We got a million of them.
Plethora
yes.
of user-generated
yes,
images
I had a funny feeling that you had them ready.
Yeah, this photograph right here from our Skywatcher, Duncan Hope in Independence, looking back into the comma head part of the storm, I believe.
Yeah,
James.
Right, that's right there at that comma head.
And she's seeing, you know, what I think is probably some small hail at least, and the radar sort of confirms that. But that look to me always says, you know, hail and heavy rain right there. So that's interesting. Here's that photograph you had earlier, James, of the tree down on Acton Road from Brittany Salerno, and that's going to cause a lot of problems right there. This photograph right here is some flooding in Rimlap by Southeastern School. Danielle Nunley sent that to us. Thank you. This photograph right here from William Richer off Facebook. Yesterday, this was dry, James, and the deer were standing in the stream bed, and now they've had enough rain to get all of that flooding right there. So that's interesting. This came from Dakota Holcomb up in Holks Bluff off Facebook, and that large part of that tree fell, and she says their driveway is washing away, James, from the heavy rain. So, you know, that's not good news. But off the Weather Service chat, we've got trees down from Sean Wyndham at Cook Springs Road at the I-20 exit, and the emergency manager of Talladega County, Leanne Butler, reporting additional trees down New County Line Road at Coling Road and Odens Mill Road in Sylacauga. So, and James, I don't know if we caught it come by, but the Weather Service in Birmingham is going to expand the tornado watch to the remaining counties in their county warning area. So we will probably be getting that notification shortly.
All right, so it's 8:48, and this is the Alabama Weather Network, and we thank you for watching early this morning. And we are watching a line of storms that could be severe. This bow-shaped echo right here that is approaching Montgomery. Again, it's coming through Billingsley and Independence and Autaugaville in Autauga County, coming through Whitehall in Lowndes County. And again, this will be coming right into places like Marbury, Pine Level, Prattville, Old Kingston, then ultimately into Montgomery. And if it holds together also Elmore County, that would include places like Millport and Wetumpka. So just be aware of that. We'll watch this thing very carefully. And so far, we have not had that many reports. But JP, looks like you still got, it looks like the sun's almost shining there in Montgomery.
Looks like the sun's almost shining. Was taking a look at Albertville. We're now in the upper 50s, up in that rain-cooled air again. Of course, we looked at Russellville. They're in the 50s there. So,
if you can put those up on the screen so our viewers can see it as you go through them, that would be great.
Yeah, so progress is being made with the rain-cooled air. But yeah, let's go ahead and put up our Albertville camera. Find it real quick.
Yeah, 56 dew point. No severe weather in that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, the sun's almost peeking out there in Montgomery. It'll be interesting to see what we can capture when the line moves through. But as it is slowly weakening, hopefully won't have any problems.
All right, we'll put the Montgomery camera back up so we can watch that line coming in. Let's go to the power outages. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, James, on links 3, we've got all the power outages, and they're beginning to pile up. You know, we've got 3,500 without power in Wilcox County, 3,000 now without power in Dallas County. So both of those numbers are significant. All these numbers are significant if your power's out. And you know, Jefferson County's got 1,000 customers without power. Shelby 800. Down in Choctaw County 500. We've been getting all these reports of trees down in Talladega County, and you know, 800 customers there without power. So you total all this up, you know, it's becoming a fairly significant you know, power outage event. James, what would you say? Probably 4,000 to 5,000 total customers there. And I'm sure I can pull that up, but you know,
We
fairly
got
widespread.
statewide 15,000.
Okay, 15,000. That number's pretty significant. So, and our friend Brianna Norris over in Anniston said she's getting a Wizard of Oz vibe, James. I know that feeling. I don't like that feeling.
Let me just say this too, back to power outages. Wilcox County, over half the county has no power, 55%. The number of outages in Wilcox County is 3,600, and again, that's more than half the people in Wilcox County with no power. And that's this bow echo you see here that's rolling through parts of Autauga and Lowndes counties. So again, Wilcox County with 55% of the population with no power. Statewide, the exact number is now 15,668 with no power this morning. So a lot of you might be watching on your phone using battery power. So if you're watching that way, thank you. However you watch, we thank you. It's 8:52. And again, we're watching this one segment that's been producing some problems with downed trees and power outages, that it's about to roll through Prattville. It's coming through Autaugaville, Whitehall, Old Kingston. Next up is Prattville, and then ultimately Montgomery. And let's look at the tornado watch real quick. Bill mentioned that they might add a few counties in here. And I think if they do that, that would be these right in here, just in case that bow-shaped echo continues. But again, my greatest concern, it's the southern half of this tornado watch. Anniston, Gadsden, Heflin, Galesville. I know that technically you're under a tornado watch, but the air is getting cool and stable, and I don't see anything going on here. No severe weather problems here. We'll just have to watch this one bow-shaped echo coming through, and once they get that thing out of here, we'll be done with it. And again, what you're watching over here, this is John Olshue's camera. John is in Clark County, and JP's got the Montgomery Skycam at Patterson Field looking back to the west toward downtown Montgomery and that incoming line of storms. And notice the dew point Montgomery is still at 67. Now, I will say it's coming down. It has been slowly dropping, and this drier air coming in, it could take back up to 68. So there you go. But again, this drier air mass is coming in pretty quick. We've got dew points in the 50s over much of North Alabama now, and that is dropping south. Yes, sir.
James, they've got a great picture on Wexo 5. I think it takes one to know one. Here's a goat looking at the goat here.
Oh, boy. Well, goats need weather information, too. That's all I can. Now, I'm thankful for my goat friend that watches. Thank you. That's outstanding. All right, let's go back to the radar. I wanted to kind of show, first off, northeast Alabama, Drew, what's happening up there. And again, we stress there's nothing severe. The reason we're focusing on Autauga and Lowndes, that's where we have severe thunderstorms in progress. Up here, this is just good old-fashioned rain, just rain. And it's pouring in Cleburne County, Heflin, Fruithurst, Edwardsville. It's about to start raining heavily in Ranburne, pouring rain, Ashland, Lineville, back over to Talladega. Heavy rain moving into Kellyton, Alexander City. It's about to move into Randolph County. And again, behind it, just a steady soaking rain here. We have flash flood warnings in effect for parts of St. Clair, Talladega, Shelby, and Jefferson counties, the two polygons you see there. But let's drop it down to the south. And listen, Drew, can we get rid of all that stuff down there? Yeah, I know I'm picky, I'm sorry. I like to give our viewers all of the screen real estate that they can see. I'm a big screen real estate guy. So right in through here, potential for strong straight line winds. And again, based on the power outage map that we saw, that's pretty impressive with 15,000 people in the state with no power. And again, in Wilcox County down here, within this line, half the population, 55% of the people have no power. That's pretty impressive in that the line has not even extended into the eastern part of Wilcox County. But again, for now, there's no evidence of damaging wind in through here. The higher winds are in the bow-shaped echo right here. It's come on through Selma. What's that, Drew? Is that a storm report there?
Yeah, that is a LSR, a storm report for showing wind damage there, an unconformed report of a tree down on a house in Selma. And it looks like it was about 8:22. And then it's talking about the power outages that we've been talking about as well that are reported in the county. So yeah, do have at least one report of a tree down in Selma.
Okay. So again, report of a tree down on a house in Selma. And that's one of our concerns with this thing all along. Everybody respects the tornado warnings, but a lot of people don't do much when we have a severe thunderstorm warning, but they can blow trees. Listen, I say this all the time. It doesn't matter whether it's a tornado or straight line winds. If a tree's coming down through your house, you better be in a safe place. But again, the apex of that bow is coming through Prattville. It's about to come through Millbrook. And again, these are very densely populated communities north of Montgomery. And I would imagine here in a moment we're going to get new warnings for Elmore and Montgomery, and that the bow is still there. We're still seeing some pretty decent wind velocities. So we'll see in a matter of minutes if the warning is extended. But again, Pine Level, Marbury, Deatsville, Prattville, Old Kingston, within the radar beam, and the radar beam's getting close to the ground here because is this Maxwell or Montgomery or Birmingham?
This is the Maxwell.
Okay, yeah, the radar beam's pretty close to the ground here. It's getting close, and it's not going to take a lot for those winds to reach down to the ground. So again, we'll know very quickly what's happening with Prattville, and again. If we always tell people, report, yes, we love reports. They're critical, but do it safely. We don't want folks necessarily out taking pictures of a storm as it's blowing in. Well before or well after, that's okay. But we'd prefer people to be in a good, safe place in their home until this thing passes. Any other reports, Drew? I've not seen any past that Selma report. Have you?
I don't think anything outside of that. There's acknowledgement of more of the power outages in Wilcox and Choctaw counties that we already talked about a few minutes ago. And then still seeing occasional reports still coming in up further to the northeast from places like Pell City with trees down with that line that came through up towards Sylacauga, and looks like Talladega County had quite a few. And also seeing a video that's being posted from Montgomery County EMA in the last couple of minutes in the Weather Service chat. I'm just kind of playing it real quick, but it just looks like kind of some heavy rain there. I don't know, maybe some gusty. It looks like some pretty gusty.
We got a tornado
winds there
warning.
as well.
We got a tornado warning
okay.
So this is a tornado warning for Autauga and Elmore. So let's look at our velocity here, and I would imagine it's this feature right here.
Yep.
And there's your tornado warning. So again, we have a tornado warning in effect now for the far eastern part of Autauga County into Elmore County. Downtown Prattville is not involved in this. And again, this is the Pine Level exit. This signature right here, it's going basically right on top of Pine Level. All right, so again, if you're near the elementary school, City Hall, I was the Grand Marshal of the 4th of July Parade. I love Pine Level. Mayor Zach, he's a good guy. But if you're anywhere in Pine Level, you need to be sheltered now. Now be sheltered. This is a tornado warning in effect for a possible tornado rotation along I-65 near Pine Level. And again, that's going to be coming out into Elmore County, Deatsville here, Lake Jordan here. Again, Wetumpka is in the polygon. If you're in the polygon, you respect the polygon. So again, Wetumpka in the polygon, Eclectic is in the polygon right here. Santuck, that's Alabama Highway 9, that's US 231. So again, this is a tornado warning. First one we've had of the day in Alabama, all right, for extreme eastern Autauga. And again, downtown Prattville is here. That's the Pine Level exit right here. The town of Pine Level is right here, and that rotation is right at Pine Level. And that circulation is going to be moving across the line. This is the Elmore-Autauga County line. And again, this will be clear of the interstate in a matter of a minute or two. But I would not want to be driving on the interstate north of Prattville or south of Verbena for a few minutes. A lot of folks maybe are listening to us via your radio or some other source, or watching on your phone or listening on your phone. We've got that circulation, potential tornadic circulation. It's right on top of I-65 at Pine Level. Give us about 2 or 3 minutes, we can clear I-65. From there, it's going to cross over into Elmore County. And again, this does include the city of Wetumpka. That's the largest county or town in the county of Elmore. Lake Jordan right here. That's Alabama Highway 14 right here. So again, just be sheltered. That is a small room on the lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. All right? We want you wearing a helmet if you've got one. Everybody in your safe place needs to have a helmet. A bicycle helmet is perfect. Batting helmet, football helmet, motorcycle helmet. Most people hurt badly in tornadoes, blunt force trauma, above the shoulders. You cannot be in a mobile home. And I know this is a short fused warning here, but a mobile home in a tornado is not safe. There is no safe place in a trailer. You need to be sheltered or go to a business that can serve as a shelter. And understand, you don't have a lot of time, especially if you're over here in Elmore County. And again, the circulation is right at pine level. And Drew, you kind of do a history on this thing, and this is right around that comma head, right?
Yep. After not doing too much as far as a way of rotation, finally did sort of get its act together here just in the last number of minutes. And so, yeah, it's definitely looking a lot more like a potential tornadic signature there. We'll go to our storm relative velocity. You can also see that as well there. And yeah, we also wanted to point out, in addition to that, there's a new severe that's also been issued for the rest of that storm, basically. So they've got the tornado warning specifically for the comma head, but they went ahead and put a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Montgomery for the southern parts of that line as well, because of I guess some of the wind reports have been coming in with that. But that shear rate signature I'll just show there. Whenever I see something like that, I get more concerned about potential tornado with that kink, the red parts of the strong part of the palette there. So that definitely looks concerning. We'll switch to correlation coefficient real quick, and at least at this point, it doesn't look like we see strong evidence of a debris signature yet. Hopefully it stays that way, but certainly very concerning from the perspective of the velocity signatures and some of the shear signatures we're seeing with this. But that definitely looks like the most concerning part of the line as far as the wind velocities, although again, like I said, they've expanded that severe thunderstorm warning further to the south, and we do see some velocity still in the 50s and 60s further towards the south, but you can see approaching 80 miles per hour there right with that circulation.
All right, so it's 9:04, and we are working a line of severe storms with the potential for a tornado that's now very close to pine level or just east of pine level right here. Again, coming out toward Deatsville. And again, this thing will be moving right across the central part of Elmore County. And if you are in the polygon, any community listed here, you need to be sheltered now. I would take this thing seriously. That's a very good signature on radar, and that is a very valid tornado warning. And again, this is right in a spot where you can, where that would be happening in this bookend vortex feature. We've been watching this thing all the way from southeastern Mississippi, and it's finally starting to act up. As we've got a little daytime heat, we have a surface boundary coming in from the north. So again, and Bill, you watch all those UGCs, and if you see any report, just stop us, okay? And throw that up there.
We have one good report from a Tempest station about 19 minutes ago. Stephen Allen reporting the Bessemer. He was near the Bessemer Airport. He had a gust to 64, James, and that's probably a pretty conservative estimate, I would imagine.
But especially down here at Pine Level, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. Anybody with a report coming out of Autauga, and this thing is about to move out of Autauga into Elmore, and it's basically doing that right now. So as we speak, we can give an all clear to Autauga County. So the tornadic circulation, which is radar based, not confirmed at this point, is now east of Pine Level around Deatsville, and again, that's going to be coming right out across the central part of Elmore County. And if you see your community listed here, you need to be sheltered. And again, if you're bearing straight, that's Highway 9 going north out of Wetumpka toward Equality. This is US Highway 231 going north out of Wetumpka back up toward Rockford. This is Alabama Highway 143 right here, coming down to the community of Elmore. So again, this is one that you want to be sheltered. I know it's not the most fun thing to do at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, but we encourage everybody that is in the polygon to please respect the polygon and be sheltered. That is quite critical. Again, this is Highway 111 right here. You've got Holtville slap out in the polygon. Yes, sir, Bill.
Duncan Hope reporting when the storm passed Independence, James, that it was very intense. It knocked out the power, so they can't check their weather station. But she seems to think that they took a pretty good hit there in Independence in Autauga County.
Right, and that's the same feature that is coming through here that apparently as producing perhaps a tornado. Let's check the correlation coefficient real quick, and we're not seeing anything here at this point to indicate debris being lofted, which is good. Best possible case here is the fact that this is a mid-level circulation and it's not down. But anytime you see a signature like that, you'd have no choice but to issue a tornado warning. And again, right in through here, in extreme western Elmore County. That is your current tornado location or potential tornado location. This is radar based. And again, that'll be coming right out through Elmore County. This is Alabama Highway 111 right here that goes down to Wetumpka. That's Alabama Highway 143 that comes out of Marbury. And again, obviously, the trouble spot is right there along 143 at Deatsville. And again, we have not had any specific reports of damage so far, but it's very early in the game. But I will, again, let's stress, if you are in Autauga County, an all clear from this. So what I want to do real quick, Drew, is let's show reflectivity, and let's show the severe thunderstorm warning polygons again with the reflectivity on here. Again, you can see this bow-shaped echo right here. The comma head is right here, and that's where we have that potential tornado. The line is coming down through Prattville, and it's approaching Hayneville in Lowndes County. The line itself should be into Montgomery. And JP, what are you seeing on that camera, the Montgomery camera?
Yeah, I'm scanning the horizon there. Haven't seen any sort of wall cloud or any sort of lowering. I'm looking pretty close.
Let's take that full, Ryan, if we can. There, thank you.
But so far so good. Haven't seen really any features that stand out. But as that storm continues to approach, we'll continue to get a little better look at it. But so far so good.
Yeah, this is going to be a great vantage point, JP. You got a great view of that thing coming from Patterson Field in Montgomery. In fact, let's leave that full screen one more second, Ryan, for just 1 minute. I want to kind of point out what we've got down there. Again, this is a camera that is on the Alabama Public Television Tower that's just above Upper Wetumpka Road. Patterson Field is right there off Madison. That's Oakwood Cemetery down there. That's where Hank Williams is buried and his wife. Very historic cemetery. But that is a look north into the base of the parent storm that has produced this tornado warning. And that's given us a good view. But JP, again, you've seen no evidence of wall clouds or lowering so far.
I have not so far. I'm going to continue to scan the horizon, and if that changes, I'll let you know. But again, so far so good.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to the regular display here. So we've got that camera looking into this storm. Again, the camera is looking right up into this. And right within that comma head section, we've got potential for a tornado. And within the line itself, through Montgomery and Elmore and Lowndes counties, we have potential for damaging straight line winds. So wanted to point that out. The line has really come on through Prattville now. But let's go back into the core of this tornado warning and take a look at the reflectivity. And Drew, give us your analysis on your velocity display. What you got there?
Yeah, so it's still looking pretty strong at this point, I would say. And as we kind of go back through the last few scans, I'm not sure I'm seeing much change in either direction. As we take a look at the values that we're seeing here, still seeing 70 mile per hour signatures, velocity signatures in there. If we go to our storm relative, you don't see quite as much. It's still obviously got a circulation. The shear rate product looks similar. I'm still very concerned about what we're seeing here. Now, to your point, maybe is there a possibility we're seeing something that's a little bit higher up circulation, but at the same time, where we're hitting the storm at this point from the MXX or the Maxwell radar is just a little bit less than 2,000 feet off the ground, and so we're not too far away. And again, let's just take another look at the correlation coefficient. Thankfully, though, still doesn't appear that we're seeing there's a weird little artifact down further to the south. Let me just double check. Yeah, I don't think that's anything real because it's kind of displaced from the main deal there. But yeah, at least in the area where it should be further to the north between Spigner and Lake Jordan, and east of Deatsville, still don't see an indication at this point of a debris signature. So that seems to be a positive at this point, but the velocity is still looking pretty strong.
Yeah, and again, if you're up here around Slap Out, Holtville, you got to be sheltered. This will be crossing the Coosa, Lake Jordan here, and coming across Highway 231. It looks pretty clear at this point that the main chance of the tornado being down is north of Wetumpka. Wetumpka is down here. That's your circulation moving like that. Still, though, if you're in the polygon, you got to respect that thing. The polygon will be trimmed as we go along here. But again, as long as you're in the polygon, stay sheltered. I know it's not convenient, but just that's the right thing to do. And again, more than likely, the tornado is going to be passing about maybe 5 miles north of Wetumpka. But you could have damaging winds within this line segment down here, south of what could be a tornado. So understand you got potential for a tornado here up around Slapout, and then you got potential for damaging straight line winds down below that, and that'll be coming through Wetumpka. And then from there, it'll be crossing the potential tornado location, crossing US 231, and then crossing Alabama Highway 9 around Santuck out here, then might be close to Eclectic. So again, all of these communities in the polygon, stay sheltered until we give you an all clear. I will say that if you are along Alabama Highway 143 or west of there, we can give you an all clear. That would include Deatsville, of course, Pine Level, you've been all clear for a while. Down to Elmore. 143 west, you're good. Again, potential tornado circulation coming right on top of the lake right now. And again, that will be crossing Highway 231, crossing Alabama Highway 9, north of Wetumpka, but to the south, there could be damaging straight line winds down here that might be enough to knock down some trees and power lines. So if this thing continues, if the tornado is there and if it stays there, it could affect Lake Martin, and that's going to get a lot of attention here. You're going from Lake Jordan over here to Lake Martin over here. And we don't expect long track tornadoes. This should not be a day with these long track tornadoes. JP, what you got over there?
Again, so far so good. I don't see anything. I don't see any sort of lowering or any sort of a wall cloud, anything really suspicious. Hopefully we'll get through this without any problems. But again, I don't see anything remarkable at this point.
All right, and just keep an eye on that, which is good. Again, that's looking due west. That's in the line. The tornado is going to be north of there, to the north. That's looking back off to the west. So yeah, let's pan it over to the right. Let's keep going to the north, and let's just check the base of that, just to see what's up there. And we're going to watch this together, and we'll keep going. Again, down below that's Oakwood Cemetery, just to get your bearings straight. And let's keep going a little more. I'm going to pan that whole shelf.
You can see the
Oh, wow.
edge of the rain shaft or
Yeah,
something.
that's the rain shaft. That's not a tornado. But that thing is moving pretty quick. Look how quickly the rain shaft is moving.
Yeah.
And again, this is our Skycam at Montgomery at Patterson Field on the Alabama Public Television Tower, looking into a tornado-warned cell in Elmore County. And again, boy, that rain shaft is advancing rapidly. And again, you're seeing some scud, low-hanging junk under the shelf there. But again, at this point, with all that rain moving in, it's going to be really hard to see up into northern Elmore from that particular vantage point now that the rain shaft is taken over. But JP, that's a great view. That's a pretty remarkable view of a severe storm. So let's go back to the radar. We'll leave the Skycam up in the box down here. So it looks, Drew, as if we've lost some definition here.
Yeah, I would say last scan or two does look like we're starting to kind of ramp down a little bit here. Kind of looking at also trying to look at the lightning count here. I'm not sure I'm seeing a big difference with that, but at least, yeah, the velocity seems to be not quite as high. The storm relative definitely looks like a looser circulation. Reflectivity still has some interesting structure to it there. Shear rate's still trying to look interesting as well. We'll go back to the correlation coefficient. Now we're getting close enough to the radar now, the Maxwell radar, that it's going to get harder to interpret the correlation coefficient as we get closer to it, because you start to get a lot more artifacts. So you got to be very careful with that kind of thing. And I don't see anything really that looks to me like anything we could point out that's real with that at this point as far as debris is concerned. So yeah, it seems like it's a positive trend as far as trying to weaken a little bit. Still showing some 70s there, but mostly more like 50s. So maybe we're starting to broaden out a little bit here, and not quite as tight of a circulation, it looks like at this point.
Yeah, and again, I would suggest we don't have a tornadic circulation on radar at the moment. That might change again. But I will say that the county dispatch had a caller on I-65 north of Montgomery that reported seeing a tornado. And I would believe that. This signature looked really good around the Pine Level exit and very close to Pine Level. And again, a caller on I-65 reported seeing a tornado, which would make sense. But it seems like it's shifting back into more of a damaging straight line wind type thing. But that line of severe storms about to come through Wetumpka. Again, we've been watching potential for a tornado up here near the lake on the Coosa. That's been the greatest potential for the tornado. And again, this is Pine Level right here. And again, it came right through Deatsville out here towards Slapout on top of the lake. But the rotation is greatly weakened. And we're still seeing evidence of strong straight line winds. But again, just be aware that if this cycles up again, we've got Lake Martin right over here. And I will say, and this was noted in the chat, that it could be close to Children's Harbor. I don't think they have any campers now, according to the EM here, Keith. But the staff has been notified at Children's Harbor. But again, if you live around Lake Martin, just be aware that this is a tornado-warned storm. Let's look at the velocity. And again, the velocity doesn't look that impressive at this point. That does not look like a classic tornado signature. But boy, there's strong evidence of, back it up to where it's coming through Pine Level back here, if we can go back that far. Right in through here, this is where it looked really good. And that thing just kept on rolling out here toward Deatsville, Slapout, and then it's crossed the lake. And the feature is still there. There's no doubt there's still some broad circulation. It just doesn't look as good as it did 10, 15 minutes ago. But again, that feature is going to be coming out in the general direction of Lake Martin right here. The Lake Martin Dam is right here. So if you are anywhere on Lake Martin, one thing, you'll have some strong storms that might be enough to knock down some trees and power lines. But if this thing cycles back up, there could be a brief tornado involved. We don't expect violent long-track tornadoes today. We don't expect that. But we could have brief tornadoes like this one, most likely, that get down for a little bit, and they can cause a lot of problems. And again, with a comet head feature like this yesterday in Jackson, Mississippi, or in their county warning area, we had one that produced an EF2 tornado that was down for a brief time. So again, we've got to keep our eyes on these things very carefully. This is from Daniel down at the Weather Service. Like we pointed out, he says the rotation has broadened. They did get a call from somebody in Deatsville who measured a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust on their home weather station. And again, that was probably straight line winds. And again, even if there's no tornado in here now, you got potential for strong winds, especially coming through Elmore. JP, it looks like it's the line's in Montgomery now.
The line has arrived. Can't see much. A lot of torrential rain. I don't really see any hail, but yeah, the line has arrived. Visibility is close to zero.
Yeah, that's so downtown Montgomery is getting slammed with this thing. And again, there's the radar presentation. And again, from Montgomery, it curves right up to Wetumpka and then right up Highway 231. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for this whole line, for the northern half of Montgomery County and all the way up into extreme southern Coosa. And again, I'm not so sure that this might just be the northern extent of it at the Elmore County line up here. That's probably the way that is, but it looks like it does include southern Tallapoosa County, including Tallahassee, which is right here. Again, this is the Tallapoosa, this is Lake Martin right here. So again, we've got potential for what could be a small tornado within the line, moving in the general direction of eclectic. Again, at the moment, the rotation is broad. It doesn't exactly look like there's a tornado down, but it could cycle back up again. And understand from there, this will be cutting across the extreme southern part of Lake Martin, this area of broad rotation, and then ultimately perhaps affecting Chambers or maybe northern Lee counties over here. Places like Valley, Lafayette, and Auburn, Opelika. So, and of course, everybody's going to deal with this line. In fact, let's expand this out, Drew, and we want to point out that down here, there's nothing severe. nothing severe. Lowndes County, you're all clear. No warnings for you. That's been canceled. Wilcox, Monroe, it's greatly weaker down here. There's just no sign of any severe weather problems. The only issue, it's the little spot where we've got that comma head just north of Montgomery. It's been this mid-level rotation. We've watched this thing all the way from South Mississippi. And again, that comma head is right here, and the trailing line is just not that bad. That's the composite. Again, rain, gusty winds, lightning, thunder, yes. But in terms of severe, this is where we want to pay attention. So let's go back to the Maxwell radar. We'll take a close look at this, and this is very close to the radar site itself. And we've got that batch of severe storms that is moved through Wetumpka now. And again, this has been the spot right in here we've been watching for a potential tornado, but again, within that entire line, we have potential for strong straight line winds, a bow-shaped echo. So again, if you're an eclectic, same thing. Be sheltered until this line passes. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. Put on a helmet. No trailers. You can't be in a mobile home. There's not a safe place in a mobile home during a tornado. And hopefully the tornado is dissipated, if there was one. We think there was. We've had a visual on it along I-65 near Pine Level earlier. But tornado aside, damaging straight line winds could be enough to blow down trees and power lines in Elmore County. And again, you can see that we've got two distinct polygons. We've got the tornado warning polygon, which is the flashing red, and the larger polygon, that's the severe thunderstorm warning for the chance of damaging straight line winds. And it looks like, JP, the visibility's improved a little bit in Montgomery.
Improving a little bit. You can kind of see the cemetery down there. If you look closely. So it's slowly getting better. Again, not to say that there very well might have been a small tornado there, but at least in our perspective, I did not see one from our camera.
All right. So again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for Elmore, the southwestern part of Tallapoosa County, the southern part of Tallapoosa County, now into parts of Macon County for this line segment that will be coming through places like Eclectic and Tallahassee and Shorter, Pike Road. And along the line, there could be enough wind in here to knock down trees and power lines. By definition, a severe thunderstorm has winds of 58 miles per hour or greater. So again, that's what we're expecting here. We're not expecting a hail problem. This is more of a wind problem. And again, Bill, we'll go to you in just a minute for user stuff, but we're going to stay with this for just one more second here. The Drew winds warning is set to expire at 9:45. Yeah. So the tornado warning is set to expire in 20 minutes. And we'll just see how the radar behaves. Let's go back to velocity. And again, when you're looking for a tornado, this is one of the ways to tell a story. And again, it's this little notch feature right in here that's been very persistent. And again, it tightened up, and apparently a tornado did drop briefly around Pine Level. I've not heard of any specific damage reports from this so far, and we hope we don't have a lot. Maybe it got down for a minute and went right back up. But remember, in addition to the one spot where there could be a brief tornado, we've got potential for strong straight line winds all up and down that line, all the way from the Coosa County line down into central Montgomery County. And that will continue to move rapidly to the east. And again, Lake Martin is here, and needless to say, on a Saturday, a lot of folks are there. A lot of folks, of course, live there. And we'll just see if they extend the warning, the tornado warning, or go with the severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, sir.
Actually, it looks like Bill just saw on the chat that they are not, at this time, planning to extend it downstream. They're planning to let it ride till expiration, but they're not planning to extend because the rotation's less organized than it was. So that's the plan currently, at least.
Okay. So again, at the moment, and I agree, that's not really a tornado signature. It's not. It's a wind signature here. So at the moment, we're not expecting the Weather Service to extend the tornado warning. They probably will extend the severe thunderstorm warning as this line moves on to the east. And again, remember, Lake Martin will be dealing with this. which of course is right here. Probably not a tornado, but strong straight line winds. And again, we stress the winds could be high enough to knock down some trees and power lines. So let's go to WEX 05 real quick if we can, Ryan. Thank you. This is going to be some video from Deatsville. This is that storm that is coming right through there. And again, this is the tornado warned storm. We'll kind of watch this together. I've not had a chance to see all these videos. These come in fast and furious, and we try and focus on areas where there's a tornado warning like this to give us some ground truth. This is from Amanda Brown. She says it was fine, then all of a sudden pouring rain with lightning, but I'm not seeing any evidence of any wind damage here. And again, this is a 60-second clip. We'll kind of let this thing roll. But again, ground truth is critical. But again, while we're watching this video, this was the thunderstorm that was tornado warned coming through Deatsville a little earlier this morning, about 15, 20 minutes ago. And I think there's one more here. Yeah, look at the wind. Again, that could be inflow to a small tornado. That could be strong straight line winds, outflow from the storm. We don't really know from a single video, but whether it's tornado inflow or outflow winds from a thunderstorm, whatever, that's a sign these storms are packing a punch. So again, we're thankful for that ground truth from Deatsville, from that thunderstorm. So let's go back to the radar here at 9:28. We're in the Alabama Weather Network Studio A. Thank you for watching. We've got a tornado warning that will not be extended into Tallapoosa County. So again, the warning will not be extended into Tallapoosa County. It has been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Tallapoosa County. So again, from the southern part of Lake Martin south, and again, Dadeville is here. This is US Highway 280 right up here. So again, understand that the northern part of Lake Martin is not in the severe thunderstorm warning. It's the southern half of Lake Martin. But just understand we could see winds strong enough to possibly knock down some trees and power lines. So the next question is, Drew or JP, do we know the gust on our weather station at Montgomery, or can we access that easily? It might be off one of the tables that we can't see on the air. I know it's showing a gust of 19 right now. But we're going to check and see if we can get a peak wind gust at our Skycam in Montgomery, and I think that will tell a good story.
Let's see.
And again, I think the data you're seeing here is within the last 3 or 4 minutes. The peak wind gust probably occurred about 10, 15 minutes ago as that line was coming through. But it looks like everything is in order in Montgomery. It looks like they've got power. And
for some reason, it's not seeming to show the gusts like I would expect, and it's showing. I'm seeing the 19 value, but I'm not seeing anything higher than that currently. So,
and maybe that was the peak.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? That might have been the peak wind gust. I mean, we understand that this whole line will not be just a wall of 50-mile-per-hour winds. There's going to be some spots where the wind is stronger, but clearly to the north of Montgomery, the winds still look pretty stout. Again, no evidence of a tornado at this point, but evidence of strong straight-line winds. And the line itself is about to move out of Elmore into Tallapoosa counties. This is Tallapoosa County here. So let's go back to the reflectivity, and let's expand this out a little bit and kind of stretch it from Lake Martin all the way down to Montgomery so we can get a bigger picture of this. So within this segment right here, we have potential for damaging straight-line winds. The line segment approaching eclectic now and coming through Pike Road and Hayneville. Now, Lowndes County not under a warning, but the Montgomery, Elmore, Tallapoosa part of this thing is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And in Tallapoosa County, it does not include Alexander City. You're above the comma head. This comma head feature right here, if you're north of that thing, there's no issues. There's no severe weather problems there. Raining, yes. Thunder, yes. Severe, no, by definition. The main concern, it's the southern part of Lake Martin, down here toward the Lake Martin Dam. The line will be coming through Tallahassee, and then ultimately, if the line stays in place, and I know it will, the question is, will it stay severe? Whatever shape it's in, it's going to be coming through Auburn, Opelika, Tuskegee, and Union Springs over here on the eastern side of the state. So we will continue to watch this thing very carefully as it rolls on. Yes.
They went ahead and canceled the tornado warning.
So the tornado warning is now no more. There's just no tornado on radar. There was a decent signature at Pine Level back over to Deatsville, but again, at this point, the circulation is off the board. So at this point, we have no tornado warnings in effect. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for eastern Elmore, eastern and southern Montgomery. Let me rephrase that. The northern half of Montgomery County, areas east of Montgomery, western Macon, southern Tallapoosa counties for this line right here. Wouldn't want to be driving along Interstate 65. That's probably a pretty wide. I would not want to be driving in this. We can ask John Olshoe. John was driving in this thing most of the morning, and he experienced what he believed to be a wind gust of about 50 miles an hour. And obviously, it's not the best thing to do to be in a car in a situation like that. And again, so far, all these videos I've seen, I'm not seeing any specific damage. There might be some, but I've just not seen it here. Bill, Murray, or Drew, any damage on your end here? Any reports?
James, I've got an interesting picture from Mike Thomas on Lake Martin in Coosa County, looking back into that storm. And you can see very ominous and threatening.
We got to pull up WEX 05.
Decent lowering there.
Yeah, Bill's got to pull it up first, then we'll.
Yeah, let's get that pulled up for you. I thought I had it pulled up, but there's that image right there from Mike Thomas that shows a really dark and ominous cloud with a decent lowering there. You see, looks like you can see the vault as well.
Where is this taken? Lake Martin?
Yeah, yes, in Coosa County on Lake Martin. From Mike Thomas. Terry Phillips, just down the road in Alex City, reported the sirens were sounding. She's near Children's Harbor. James, I do have a picture of this tree on a power line in Bluff Park that's knocked out power to a bunch of customers right there, but we know that area is extremely vulnerable to wind, and this is trees and power lines down in Valley Grande as that storm rolled through. This is from Amy Harris Ray.
All right, so again, that's an example of what you can expect with this line. Enough wind to knock down some trees and power lines. And again, we have had a pretty significant number of power outages in the state. In fact, let me check the current number statewide. We are now at 29,000 statewide without power. The highest percentage of outages is in Wilcox County. But we've also got some higher numbers now increasing in parts of Dallas, Elmore, Tauga, Coosa County. In fact, Coosa County, they have 3,434 customers without power. So again, it's becoming a problem. But again, statewide, the number is currently 29,000 without power because of these morning thunderstorms. So we have this bow-shaped echo right here. The greatest potential for the higher winds, most likely north of Montgomery. And again, that line segment is about to come through Tallahassee and around the Lake Martin Dam in the southern part of Lake Martin. The warning does not include, who was hearing, did you say Alexander City was sounding sirens? There's no danger in Alexander City.
That's what she said probably about 9 minutes ago.
Yeah, this, you know me, I'm not a siren guy, but we warn tornadoes in very small geographic areas and polygons. Yes.
James, they did have a wind gust to 51 miles an hour at Danley Field as the line moved through about 9:16.
All right, so 51 mile per hour gust at Danley Field. That's a little west-southwest of downtown Montgomery. And that's an example of the kind of wind you can see here. But again, we stress, Dadeville, Alexander City, you are not in a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. You are north of this feature, this little vortex feature that's been producing the problems. That feature is located right here. To the north, yes, it's raining. Yes, it's thundering. Yes, it's lightning. But it's not severe by definition. No large hail, no damaging wind. The problems begin from the vortex south, especially in that bow-shaped echo right in through here. And again, that little notch, that's been problematic from time to time. That's kind of the remnant of the tornado circulation, but that's not a tornado signature at all. It's mainly a wind signature right now. So, Drew, what are your thoughts on this? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, so yeah, definitely looking at the velocity signatures, you can see that the wind, the velocities themselves have come down, good 20 or so miles per hour. So we've seen the circulation, the rotation sort of unwind, and then it looks like the actual wind velocity values are looking a little bit lower as well. Of course, we are getting very close to the radar now too. So as we're getting closer to the radar, we're sampling the winds closer and closer to actually to the ground. So where these are being sampled right now is only a few hundred feet off the ground. So that could also contribute to some of the lowering of the wind speeds we see as well, just because of the fact that we're sampling it so low to the ground. But yeah, still this is looking more and more like just a gusty wind, a straight line wind kind of thing that could still knock down a few trees, but we're not seeing extreme winds and we're not seeing extreme circulation with this as well. Also looks like the lightning has come down significantly. So we were sitting around, 100, 70, 80, 90 strikes for a while. And now for the current time, we're only seeing about 12. So, the lightning has come down. The velocity has come down. So yeah, in general, it looks like we're seeing a weakening trend of the comet head here. And also wanted to mention, we don't know if we want to show this yet or not, but earlier the tornado watch, I know they've been cutting more counties back, but I think from what I understand, they extended the remaining counties out to 1 p.m. for the counties that remain. So I can pull that up if you want to.
And once this stuff gets out of the state, we're done with it. I mean, it's kind of a guess. But let's go to WEX 05 real quick, Ryan. John Brown, let me take it back here. John Brown, one of our storm spotters, is on Lake Martin. And Bill Bubba Bussey is on Lake Martin. And they've sent in some content here. Let's go back to me. We'll reset this thing here. All right. Now let's try WEX 05. There we go. That's from John Brown. And again, that's from Lake Martin. And this is from Bill Bubba Bussey, and he is on Lake Martin, and that's the shelf cloud. That is the leading edge of the storms coming into his place on the lake. So again, this is some video from Lake Martin. And thanks to Bubba for assisting. Bubba's a longtime weather weenie, dweeb, as is our friend John Brown. John is one of the best chasers, spotters in the business. John's work, April 27, 2011, will never be forgotten. But again, that's what it looks like coming into the lake. So let's go back to the radar. We have new warnings in effect now. The Weather Service is extending the warnings out now to include the southern part of Chambers, the central part of Tallapoosa, most of Lee, extreme northwestern Russell, and most of Macon counties. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning, but again, the concern, it's for damaging straight line winds as this line moves on to the east. And it's going to be in Georgia soon. We're going to get this thing out of the state sooner than later. So again, we've got a line, a bow-shaped echo that could produce strong, damaging straight-line winds that will be moving through places like Dadeville, Valley, Opelika, Auburn, Tuskegee. And again, it's moving over Lake Martin as we speak. You saw the video coming from Bill Bussey. And we're going to get some more video from John and Bill here in just a second. But again, that is what's to come. So let's go back to the reflectivity and just again look at that real quick. It's a pretty narrow line. That's the good thing about this. It's pretty narrow. And this is your concern. I would say once you get south of Montgomery, the dynamic support's lifting away. The only thing we've got, it's this bookend vortex right here, this kind of providing the dynamic support we need for strong to severe storms. So the new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 10:30, and that's going to be the one including Chambers and Lee and Macon and northwestern Russell for this line of severe storms that is coming through Lake Martin as we speak. And again, from about this point down here, that's the greatest concern for strong straight line winds. Really, for the northern part of Lake Martin and Alexander City and Dadeville, not so sure you see that much wind with this, but there might be enough to cause a little bit of a problem here. But the better chance of the meaningful damaging winds will be coming to the south of the storm that's on top of Lake Martin, then curving down to just south of Montgomery down toward Hope Hull. So let's go back quickly to XO5 and wanted to, again, we'll roll Bubba's video. This is what it looks like a few minutes ago on Lake Martin, and that is a shelf cloud. And again, that's the leading edge of a strong storm. This has nothing to do with a tornado, nothing to do with a wall cloud. That's a shelf cloud, leading edge of a storm. Go back to the radar, and in just a second, I'm going to roll some John Brown's video. So we'll go back to the radar here, Ryan, with me real quick. It's good to be working with good old John Brown again. John has been with us for a long time. He's a great spotter, chaser. He's got a great heart. The things he did after April 27th to help people was just tremendous. And so let's go back to XO5, and this is going to be some security video. So this is coming from Lake Martin, and I think you'll see it getting pretty intense here in a few minutes. So we'll just kind of watch this together. And this is the line of storms coming into Lake Martin. This line of storms has had a history of producing small isolated tornadoes and some wind damage, enough in some cases to knock down trees and power lines. And again, we'll watch this thing ramp up together. Here it comes. And I would imagine it out there on that water, it's pretty intense. I'll put it this way, I would not want to be a boater on that water this morning. Again, that's the way she looked from Lake Martin. So again, John, thank you for that. Let's go back to the radar at 9:43. And again, thanks to our crew here. Our crew has not had any replacements. We've been here since last night. But you don't sleep in the weather business. I have not slept since 1973. So we've got a line of strong storms. The greatest concern for wind damage will be from the southern tip of Lake Martin down to about Tallahassee, down to about Shorter, and then down to about Hope Hull south of Montgomery. The line will be moving through the rest of Tallapoosa County, southern Chambers, they're under a warning. Basically all of Lee, that means Auburn and Opelika, under a severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be coming through Tuskegee and the northwestern part of Russell County, north of Hurtsboro. And again, that's, once we get this segment in Georgia, Drew, don't you think we're about done?
It seems to be that way. Of course, originally we thought we might, it may take a little bit longer, but everything we're looking at with the current radar seems to indicate that that is the case. Because if you look back off towards the west, I'll switch back over to the Birmingham radar here, and there's just not much else behind it here. You've got obviously just some stratiform rain, a few heavier showers in spots, but yeah, it looks like once we push this out, because of the fact too that that southern stretch of the line moving down past southwest of Montgomery, moving down towards Clark County, Jackson, Chatham, there's not really been any issues with that any time recently, and so I don't have any reason to doubt that we should be pretty much done once we can get this comma head out of the state. So yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic that might be it.
Yeah, I am as well. So again, I do believe by 10:30, 10:45, we're going to be able to kind of wind this thing down once this line segment moves across the state line into Georgia. So again, if you're just joining us, we've been here for a long time throughout the night into this morning. We are working a line of strong to severe storms passing through east central Alabama. The line of storms begins up here in northern Tallapoosa County, up here toward Daviston and Newside and Roanoke. But again, up here, the air is stable, no chance of anything severe, no damaging wind. The really potential for the wind damage begins around the middle part of Lake Martin, then curving down to Tallahassee, then down to about Shorter in Macon County, and then down to near Hayneville in Lowndes County. But even in this Montgomery County part of this, the wind velocities have seemed to come down. And we're very close to the radar site. The radar site is located right here, but there is absolutely no sign of any tornado activity, zero, none. And that is certainly a good thing. And it seems like, Drew, the velocities have come down a little bit, don't you think?
Yeah, I think definitely here in the last 20 or 30 minutes, it seems like they've come down a good bit. Like you said, we're getting them I'll go ahead and throw it back to Maxwell just for comparison's sake, even though we're getting a close enough that it's a little bit harder to get good, clean data out of it. But as it was approaching Maxwell, you definitely were seeing, and you can even just see, just looking at the color palette as you move from west to east, that you lose some of those bright greens and it gets darker, which is as you see the wind velocity values going down. So I don't think there's any doubt that the velocity values have come down, and as you look further southwest along the line, again, don't really see anything that looks like an issue down that way as far as the speed or anything as well. So yeah, I think we're seeing just an overall reduction. And once again, just looking at our lightning continues to drop. We're down now to just 5 strikes in the last 3 minutes versus the last time I mentioned it was probably around 12. So we've seen a steady decline in lightning, which a lot of times indicates a weakening trend. And so I think we're looking pretty good there. And at this point, even looking at our shear product as well, it certainly was looking a lot more menacing back when we had the tornado warning. And even it, a lot of times can get exaggerated when you get close to the radar site, like we've talked about. When you get really close in, you would think almost like, oh, this is like the perfect spot to be. But you get some artifacts sometimes that can create some issues with interpreting the data. But even though we're so close, that sometimes will amplify this product to make it look worse than it is, and it's still not looking like much. So I think that's good. And just to double check, I mean, again, like I mentioned before, looking at the debris detector, the correlation coefficient this close in, you're not going to really hardly see anything. So, I think we're looking pretty good. If we can just continue this trend in this direction, it seems unlikely as we move further to the east that we're going to see a trend in the opposite direction. Some of that being because, of course, we've had drier air. We had a lot more. We had higher dew points, more moisture being pulled in the western side of the state versus the eastern side of the state, just as far as just kind of the background environment there. So I think that helps us as well.
Let's take WEXO 5 full real quick. This is going to be from Pine Level, and you can see that the timestamp, that's at 9:07. And again, this is right during the tornado warning, and we had a pretty good tornado signature at Pine Level. And again, this was within the hour. And again, thankfully, he reports no damage at his particular place, but that's what it looked like coming through earlier, this same line segment back when we had a tornado signature. And for a brief time, we had a tornado warning for extreme eastern Autauga and a pretty good chunk of Elmore counties. So we'll go back to the radar here, and again, that's what it looked like. But I do agree with Drew. I think everything is starting to weaken now, but still, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here, and just understand, be ready for strong straight-line winds if you are in places like Valley, Auburn, Opelika, Tuskegee. Again, the storm's coming through Dadeville, but again, the greater chance of the stronger winds in the segment right here. They've come on through Tallahassee. They're coming through Shorter. And again, once you get south of Montgomery, the storms weaken a good bit. And once we get this feature into Georgia, things should be pretty quiet. JP, how's the cameras going? What you looking at there?
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the Dozier camera in southeast Alabama, looking to the north. Still don't really see anything. It's slowly getting a little bit darker out there, but I think it's just still too far away.
And that is down in southeast Alabama. And notice the dew point there is still 67 with a temperature of 76. A very balmy morning. But JP, if you can display the, let's pick one of the Florence cameras. I want to show you the difference, the air mass change. Watch what happens from Dozier in southeast Alabama to Florence. What you got now? 57 over 55, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely some rain-cooled air. Should be appearing here any second.
Yeah, we're looking at a huge air mass change, and that stable, cool air is rolling in. And tomorrow's going to be a different kind of day, with highs only in the 40s over North Alabama and a very brisk north wind. So, getting some images in from Wetumpka. Let's go to WEXO 5. Oh boy, that's not good. That's one way of getting a Christmas tree down.
I don't know if I can say much about not having Christmas decorations down yet.
Yeah, I mean, we It's a struggle for all of us, but again, I hate that. That is I've had so many images of that tree when it was up, but you just hate to see that. But again, that's a sign of the strong winds that came through Wetumpka earlier this morning. So go back to the radar. Bill, we'll check with you in a minute. These things are coming in so fast and furious. I'm going to let you kind of go through some of these. But again, notice our region Skycam at Florence, temp 57, dew point 55. JP, let's put the region center camera up in Birmingham if we can. I want to see what I'm looking for dew points. That's weather people, we look for dew points in situations like this. Our dew point still 62 in Birmingham. I got a south wind at 19 gusting to 37, but again, that dew point is coming down. The dew point earlier in Birmingham was 69, now it's down to 62. And again, we're watching a line of strong to severe storms over East Alabama that will be rolling through Auburn and Opelika within the next 30 minutes with potential for strong straight line winds. And we've got warnings in effect for the southern half of Tallapoosa County, southern half of Chambers County, most of Lee County, northwestern Russell County, and most all of Macon County in advance of that line. And, Drew, I'm making an observation here. It looks like these polygons are about 5 miles jog to the north. It's just an observation, and there's probably nothing we can do about that, but because I kept thinking, why would they put a little sliver of Chilton County in a warning earlier? And I think it was just this little displacement because I'm seeing it now on the southern edge down here. So we'll figure that out later. It is no big deal. I'm making an observation to the man that understands how to work these graphic systems here, and he's good too. Yeah. So Bill Murray, you got some stuff for us over there.
James, I'm downloading a couple of videos to get them in for you here. So
you just raise your hand when you're ready.
I will do that.
Hey, James, I will mention in case you notice, looks like Maxwell's radar is down, so we're having to switch over to looking at Birmingham currently, trying to find the best one, but looks like it's down currently, which is, hopefully, if the storm will behave from here on out, then maybe won't be too much of an issue, but.
All right. So we will, we're at 9:54. And again, we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour here on Saturday morning. We've been here for a long time, but we'll stay with this until these storms get into Georgia. And after that, that really should be it for the severe weather threat today as this cooler air mass takes over. We have had basically one tornado warning in the whole state today, one. And that was the one that had got extreme eastern Autauga and parts of Elmore. And there was a pretty decent signature for a brief time. A motorist thought they saw a tornado along I-65 near Pine Level. We've heard of no specific damage from that. But again, we see zero evidence of a tornado in this band. But there could be some strong straight line winds. And again, the greatest is this little thing right here, that this persistent comma head bookend vortex feature has been rolling along from South Mississippi. And right beneath that, we've had this bow-shaped echo, and that's where we've had some strong straight line winds, in some cases blowing down trees and power lines. And again, the storm's about to come into Auburn and Opelika. And we'll watch the Toomer's Corner camera at Auburn once it gets closer to Auburn. I'll have that punched up in a second. But Drew, what about the flooding over the northern counties? Any updates there? I know we've had a lot of rain in Pell City and these other places. How are we doing there?
You still got the flash flood warnings in effect for those areas. Of course, we're looking at the Birmingham radar now, and so we're definitely seeing the returns up close. But there's still some lingering showers, but definitely the heaviest rain is long gone. But there has been some lingering showers over the area. You can see that the flash flood warning that was for Jefferson County and parts of northern Shelby County, that goes until 11:15 still. I don't know if they'll keep it the entire time. The one for St. Clair County and the parts of Talladega County goes until 10:45. And as far as, let's turn on some of the rain totals here and see what we've got here for the last, again, I'll put on just the last 24 hours or so. Okay, so here we go. You can see we've really started to ramp up the totals in this kind of the central part of the state near the Birmingham metro. So in those areas where we've got those polygons now, we're now seeing totals up to 4.5 inches as far as the estimates are concerned. And so, that's definitely up from what we were seeing just several hours ago before we started getting this training rain. And there have been, at least some reports of some minor flooding coming in pretty commonly from some of those areas. So, we had, trying to scroll back through here, I know we had some reports even into Cherokee County further to the north as well. But I know we had some flooding reports, I think, in and around Pell City at different times, along with some trees down as well. So, yeah, there's definitely, you can see just looking at this that the heavy rain has extended well up into basically up to Fort Payne and Cherokee County, just into the southern part of Marshall County. Etowah, the entire county basically has gotten 3 or 4 inches of rain, and also down towards Cleburne and Randolph counties as well. I'm sorry, DeKalb and Cherokee, and then Cleburne and Randolph counties. And you can see around Center, I think we had some reports of some flooding around there as well. And so just a really large swath of, at least 2-3 inches of rain, in a lot of spots estimating over 4 inches of rain over a really large area of the state. And so, again, at this point, I don't think we've got massive ongoing flooding, but there is some occasional street flooding being reported.
All right, good deal. Thank you so much. Bill, you got your stuff ready, or we need to hold off a little more?
Come on, let's look at this video from Tallahassee, James, right there. The winds were very impressive, so
wow.
It should be mirroring. But that is really intense wind there, coming from Tallahassee, right on the Tallapoosa Chambers County border on the river there, close to the river. So that is pretty impressive from Twitter, and we thank our user for sending that in because, that's from Andy Milstead, who's a good friend of ours. And Andy sent that video in via Facebook, James. So that's some impressive video right there.
All right, we'll go back to the radar here at 9:59. We are right at 10 o'clock, and again, we are going to be winding this down shortly. We've got this line of strong storms that could produce some strong straight line winds from near Dadeville down to about Tuskegee. And again, that's going to be coming through places like Lafayette, Valley, Auburn, Opelika very shortly. Let's see here. I want to show, there's so much coming in. It is coming in fast and furious. And we thank everybody for taking the time to send us things. Remember, we can't show everything, but we see it and we appreciate it. Let's go to WEX 05 and check this out. This is, I want to say it, Tallahassee. Watch out, watch out. Oh, that was close. I mean, that was really close. That car almost took a hit from that basketball goal. Here it comes again. Watch out. Oh, wow. So obviously that's the kind of wind that this line is exhibiting. By the way, that's Nakalula Falls, but the falls are back. Goodness gracious. And a couple more, I think we've already shown those. Yeah, so let's go back to the radar here at 10 o'clock. We will be here for probably about 30 more minutes, and then we can give everybody a break. All of us have been up all night, which is okay. That's what we do. And again, I was scheduled to actually do a book signing this morning in Alexander City, and you see why we postponed that until next Saturday. We'll be at Elena's Place a week from today. And I apologize. So many people were telling me they were going to come. We're going to have a great time. But obviously, when this stuff is happening, I have to be here. So we will be at Elena's Place a week from today, from 9:30 until 12:30. And this is it. All of what you see down here, southwest of Montgomery, nothing severe. What's coming into Fort Deposit? It'll be coming into Greenville. It'll be coming into Evergreen, Monroeville, Jackson, nothing severe. It'll be coming ultimately into Luverne, Troy, Chapman, Georgiana, Andalusia. The odds of this becoming severe down here are very, 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 very small. Very small. I don't think we're going to have a problem. And again, once we get this segment into Georgia, we should be done with severe for the day as colder air begins to take over. Now, of course, when it comes to thunderstorms, expect the unexpected. We'll still be watching, but again, we have a very strong belief that these storms will stay sub-severe coming through southeast Alabama, Eufaula, Ozark, Abbeville, Headland, Enterprise, Geneva, Andalusia, Opp. Odds of severe weather are very, very, very low as the main dynamic support moves out and this little vortex feature moves into Georgia. And the dew points keep dropping. Those dew points are really coming down. And again, I know we're looking at, JP, what you got there? Abbeville, what you got on the camera there?
Yeah, still looking up at that line from the southeast. Still a little far away, I think. Can't really see much, but again, as the line slowly is weakening, there's really not much left there. The sky's not nearly as dark as it was with the line approaching, say, Montgomery earlier this morning.
All right, and again, we are building out the camera network, and we are going to have the one camera, at least one camera, in every single county of the entire state. And we are really looking forward to that. We've got a whole bunch of them now. In some counties right now we have multiple cameras, but the Region Skycam network is a big part of what we do. And remember, you can see these cameras live anytime on our app. Any camera you want to see, live, full screen, they're just absolutely gorgeous. So again, be sure and download the Alabama Weather Network app. And so let's see here. Punch up WEX 05 by chance. Ryan, let's see if there's anything up there. Yes. So this is live from Auburn at Toomer's Corner. And this is this is not one of our cameras. This is a City of Auburn Skycam, and they're very kind to let the media use this. We've watched this camera so many times over the years during the best of times and the worst of times. But we'll be watching the line of storms coming into Auburn here shortly, and we'll kind of see how it behaves with that live feed coming from Toomer's Corner. So again, I just wanted to get that established and be sure that we've got that up on WEX 05 here for the next 15 minutes or so. And we're hoping those two young ladies will happen to get inside because you don't want to be outside during a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, in addition to the chance of strong winds, of course, I'm afraid of one thing when it comes to weather, and it's lightning. I can't stand lightning. If I hear thunder, I'm in. You can stay out there all day, I'm in. So let's go back to the radar. We'll come back to the Auburn camera in just a second. The line of storms is only about 5 miles west of Auburn, the Auburn campus here. Of course, Opelika is here. This is Auburn. The storm's coming through Tuskegee. And again, we've got power outage numbers. Looks like, Bill Murray, what kind of numbers you got over there?
Yeah, James, let's see. We've got, right now we're running 3,500 in Dallas County. That's probably the biggest number. And that's got to be a pretty substantial percentage as well. We'll look at those percentages in just a second. But Montgomery County, we now have 900 customers without power. Elmore has 4,000 without. Autauga, 3,500. Tallapoosa, 2,000. And we're getting a lot of wind damage reports now, James, from the Weather Service chat. And we had reports of 60-mile-per-hour winds at Casada in Elmore County. And then in Wetumpka, the emergency manager is reporting several reports of trees and power lines down around the city. They're occurring about 9:18. And now we're getting reports from Eclectic in Elmore County. Multiple trees down in the Eclectic community. They're at about 9:29 this morning. So that's just that same storm moving up the line there. I think we're going to continue to get reports as we go. But, now looking at, percentages in some of these places, we now got 16% of our, people in Dallas County are without power, 11.5 in Autauga, 8.5 in Elmore, 11.5 in Coosa, and 10% in Tallapoosa. And back over in Choctaw, we have 20%, James, that are without power.
Yeah, that was a rough ride for our friends in Choctaw County. And again, the latest number I'm seeing here statewide, the outage count is 29,701. Basically, 30,000 people in our state with no power as we speak. So again, it's been a pretty rough ride. But again, we've not heard of major structural damage. We've heard of no injuries, and that's what this is all about. That's the reason we do this, and that's a good thing. And again, once we get this out of here, we should be pretty much done for the day in terms of the severe threat, which is good. And again, we stress that if you were in the northern half of the state, there's no chance of any severe storms. None. Zero. It's been that way all night. It's that way right now. The concern now, it's mainly this little segment of east central Alabama with this bow-shaped echo. And again, we've had this rotating mid-level bookend vortex feature that's been plowing through here. And south of that, we've had the bow-shaped echo. And the bow-shaped echo is still there. And again, we'll kind of watch the camera at Auburn, at Toomer's Corner. We'll watch the radar and just kind of see how that thing plays out together as it comes on through. But Drew, still no evidence of a tornado, right? Just check. You're my wingman here.
Yeah, no, we're looking good. I think from that perspective, it still could patch some gusty winds with it. I'll also note that you talking about the lightning threat with it earlier. Thankfully, the lightning has continued to go down. So now we're just seeing one strike, and this is a good ways away from Auburn, but just one strike in the last 3 minutes versus when we were seeing like 100 strikes over the course of several minutes, in the last couple hours with the storm. So, yeah, it's a good look at this point, and we'll just take a quick look at some of the velocity. And again, we're back because we're looking at it from a further away radar. We're now seeing again up 4,000 or 5,000 feet. So, 40-something mile per hour winds at that level, might translate to some, 20, 30 mile per hour winds potentially as the storm moves through. Which again, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Toomer's Corner camera there, but it looks like it's not looking too bad at this point. I will also mention it looks like there's further cancellations of some of the counties in the tornado watch. So it looks like a good number of them have now come off to the west of where we are looking right now. And so looks like we're winding down from that perspective as well.
Yeah, again, once we get this in Georgia, we're pretty much done with any severe threat, which is good. And again, we've got the Abbeville camera. And JP, you might want to punch up Troy. That might be a little closer to the action and just see what that's looking like in that other box. We have a newer Skycam at Troy University. And again, Troy, of course, is right down here. And again, the segment that's coming into Troy, we don't expect it to be severe. But again, if we can keep, Bill, you took, I'm going to need WEX 05 for Toomer's Corner.
Take it.
So let's, I'm sorry, Ryan. We're going to, I want to bring the Auburn camera back up and we'll put that on WEX 05.
The rain has started.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we need. Let's take Toomer's full screen. And I don't know, Drew, I don't see any wind at all. I mean, it's like
Not a whole lot.
Hello. You better hurry.
Yeah.
She's got some speed. She'll make it back. The camera's shaking a little bit. I've seen this camera during really severe storms, and it shakes and bakes. I mean, it is a shake and bake camera. But again, we're watching a line of storms coming into Auburn. This is live from Toomer's Corner. And again, we're just kind of watching to see how the wind behaves and everything else. And obviously, at this point, the storm is sub-severe, but the core of it's not quite there yet. But I think we can clearly say that the line of storms has weakened a good bit. The lightning, in fact, last time we looked, Drew said one lightning strike, one. Basically a line of heavy showers. And again, it's going to pour. I mean, it will absolutely pour during the core of this thing. But the wind velocities just don't look that bad, which is a good thing. I think the storms are considerably weaker. We saw all the videos coming out of Elmore County, and we probably had winds to 50, 60 miles an hour. There's a shake and bacon. I'm telling you, this thing will shake and bake when it gets windy, which is one of the reasons we like to kind of watch it. But again, I've seen so many storms on this camera, but that just doesn't look like it's at severe limits. And remember, to be severe, you got to have 58 mile per hour winds. And that's a good thing. But this is what people are experiencing now in Auburn. And if you're in Opelika, knock, knock, it's on the door. It's about to come in. Somebody's getting soaked down there. We got to get these folks an Alabama Weather Network app.
Yeah, I know. We just got to check the app.
We got to get it on that fancy phone she's got, probably. Let's go back to the triple box. Ooh, that's nice. Orange Beach. That looks very inviting. JP, that's good. I like that. What you got down there?
Yeah, just kind of browsing a little bit, trying to see something interesting. Again, you know, the line is still really far off from the coast, from the Alabama Gulf Coast, so not much there. Again, from the Abbeville camera, the Troy camera, not seeing too much as the line slowly weakens.
All right, so again, we are here at 10:12. Obviously, the line is coming through Auburn with one lightning strike. Uh-oh. Somebody took my Wexo 5
I'm
again.
sorry, James. I keep doing that. We're going to have to get
We're going to
get a
ban
Wexo
Bill from
6.
the building here.
I want to show you a couple of pictures from Pine Level and Deepsville when
let's hold it with Toomer's Corner while we got a lot of mamas and daddies are watching right now.
Okay.
With students in Auburn, and they will come after me, then come after you if we take that down. So we're going to leave that up for just a little bit longer. And again, we've got one lightning strike. Look at here, one. So the convection is not deep. And obviously from the camera in Auburn, the wind is not that bad. It's clearly sub-severe. So again, we'll still hang on to these warnings, but again, they've clearly weakened. So the line of storms about to come into Opelika. It'll be coming into Lynette and Valley, Lafayette. The better chance of the stronger wind gusts, basically from Lee County south. Don't expect any real problems up here in Chambers County. That's above the comma head. And again, that'll be coming on through places like Phoenix City, Eufaula, but clearly it's sub-severe at this point. Again, by watching that Auburn camera, Toomer's Corner, it's critical to be able to see this stuff, and that's why these cameras are such a big deal. They really are. And we are so thankful that we can see these cameras because that is so helpful. But obviously in Auburn, everything looks fine. The wind was not that bad. It rained heavily for a brief time, and it's over. And that's going to be what you experience in Opelika and Lafayette and Valley and Phoenix City, Eufaula, ultimately places like Troy. I just don't think we have any severe weather problems for the rest of the day. So let's go back to a big view, Drew, to kind of show the whole state and put a composite on here. So you can see the rain is pretty much ended now along and north of Interstate 59. Now, there could be a little patchy light rain or drizzle up here as the cold air comes in. Temperatures are falling over North Alabama. They could wind up in the 40s over the Tennessee Valley this afternoon. All of this is sub-severe, what you see here, from Chatham to Jackson, Monroeville, Greenville, no problems. It's raining heavily for a brief time. There's some thunder and lightning, but again, it's like what we saw at Auburn. It's just not that bad. Our bow-shaped echo feature here, it's coming through Auburn and Opelika, but the wind velocities have come way down, and that little segment's going to be in Georgia quite soon. What is that? Is that a tornado warning I see in Georgia, Drew?
Yeah, it looks like they've actually got a confirmed tornado warning there.
What?
Yep.
Wow. All right. So once we get the Georgia Weather Network up, we'll take care of that. But again, that's obviously out of our domain, out of our concern. So we'll zoom it back in one more time to the storms that are over East Alabama. And these warnings are set. This warning sets to expire at what time? 10:30. So we'll stay here for 15 more minutes, and we'll plan on 15 minutes to go back to our regular programming here. And of course, if by chance anything happens out of the ordinary, we'll jump right back on, of course. And there's a lot of buzz about snow and blizzards, and just again, thank you for watching us. We want people to find us as a credible source of weather information. And with the social media nonsense that's taken over the world, it's increasingly hard to find that. So again, thanks for trusting us. And it's going to turn colder. There might be a day with a couple of flurries, maybe Thursday. And beyond that, there's no skill. But again, the next weather briefing I do will have an in-depth look at that. For those that don't know, I do weather briefings twice a day that are very in-depth. We show some very deep details about weather, in addition to the regular forecast that I do here as well. So, but if you found us, thank you. And be sure that you've got our app on your TV, your tablet, your phone. Subscribe on YouTube. What are you supposed to say? Click the bell? What do you say here? Who's a hipster in here? Ryan? Subscribe, click the bell.
Something like that.
like us, whatever. But just on YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel. That would be helpful for you. And we always go live on YouTube in addition to our main 24/7 channel here as well. All right, so Drew, any final comments from you here before we kind of, and by the way, let's go to the single box, Ryan, and we'll take tumors down since we're done with tumors. Bill, it's all you now.
Thank you, James. Sorry, I'm walking all over you there, just desperate to get these photographs to you. But this is Bailey Mitchell, Pine Level in Deatsville, and some pretty substantial tree damage there in these two images. So that's about in that area where a possible tornado may have gone across.
Wow.
So that's two images there that are pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's again, that's where we had that good tornado signature. Pine Level, Deatsville, right around that Autauga-Elmore County line. All right, Drew, your final thoughts here.
Yeah, I'm just continuing to see the trends moving, excuse me, in the right direction, and still not seeing any issues there along the southern part of the line. So I think we got through the time period where we had that enhanced low-level jet, and we had the upper-level support kind of in the area. But now as it's starting to kick off towards the northeast, it looks like things are starting to wane. Of course, we probably still have some instability hanging around, especially as you move further to the southeast, where it's pretty pristine. There's been barely any rain in the last 24 hours, and you've got still got some fairly high dew points, but just losing those dynamics. And so it's good to see that we're seeing that. And again, like we mentioned, really the probably the overall takeaway from this is just the fact that we got at least in a certain corridor of the state a lot of rain, some well-needed rain. And again, you can see that includes places like Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, Gadsden, Anniston, Alex City, Clanton and Selma, and places like Coffeyville and Thomasville, and parts of really the southern Choctaw and northern Washington counties really got round after round of rain and thunderstorms over the last day or so. But some good beneficial rain for that kind of central stripe of the state there. And of course, as you move back off to the northwest, got some decent rain in the Tennessee Valley as well. Maybe not as much as we had expected. Of course, we've still got the storms yet to move through the southeastern part of the state, but it looks, as this line continues to thin out, that as we expected, we won't be getting as much, unfortunately, further towards the southeast. But hey, we'll have more opportunities for that. But it's good to see at least that a nice chunk of the state was able to receive some good rainfall, and we've seems to have gotten away without too much in the way of severe weather outside. Some trees down here and there, and you always hate when that happens, falls on a house and things like that. But as long as we can get away without any injuries or anything like that, that's always what we're looking for there, James.
All right, and Bill, we get a lot of requests that your mic was off on your last update. They want to hear what you had to say on those pictures. If you can show those again.
Yeah, I thought I had it unmuted there, James. Sorry about that. These two photographs from Bailey Mitchell via social media in the Pine Level and Deatsville area really show the extent of the tree damage. And she's got two great photographs here, but this would be about in the area where that circulation went across. And the Weather Service now is posting lots of reports of tree and power line damage in that same area. One new report, 1 mile east of Alabama State University in Montgomery, there's a tree on a home on East 3rd Street. That time was 9:31. And we've got also several reports back up I-65 there, through the Prattville and, through the Pine Level and Deatsville areas of trees and power lines down. Some fences that have been knocked down. So it'll be interesting to see when the Weather Service goes out there and surveys, James, what they see.
All right. So again, that's the most significant damage that we have seen was right in that area, Pine Level, Deatsville, when there was a good tornado signature, a tornado warning was issued. But again, there's been scattered tree and power line damage in many areas because of this feature that kind of came right through this part of Alabama. It came through Dallas County, Autauga, Elmore, and what's left of it, as you can see, is over here. But again, there we go. You can see it coming into Choctaw County, and that thing just rolls right through the central part of the state. That comma-shaped echo, the bow shape, there's your tornado warning, and now it's over here approaching the Georgia state line. So, but the storms have clearly weakened. Clearly weakened. We watched it come through Auburn, Opelika. Through Auburn with the Skycam at Toomer's Corner, and again, just not much wind, little rain shower, and hardly any thunder and lightning. So let's go back in for a tight look as we're kind of winding things down here this morning. We expect no more severe thunderstorm warnings really after this in Alabama. We've got that line segment, and this has really gotten much weaker. The line segment is coming through, again, parts of Lee County at Opelika, parts of Macon County, south and east of Tuskegee. It'll be coming through the northern part of Russell County, be coming through Phoenix City here. But again, the intensities are going down, and there's no thunder and there's no lightning. None. Zero. During the peak of this thing, when it was coming through Pine Level, Deatsville, the lightning really ramped up. And now the lightning has really ramped down where there's nothing there. These are basically gusty rain showers, which is a very good thing. So, and again, once these storms are clearly, or these showers are clearly sub-severe, they're basically showers now, and these will be in Georgia fairly soon. So, we think a few notes here before we kind of go back to the regular part of what we do here on the network. We want to thank everybody first off for sending in your photographs and videos. We cannot show them all, but we see them all. And it's critical. It's like our window to the world. So we thank everybody for taking the time to send them. And if you want to get more involved with us and be part of our Skywatcher group, we have a Slack work group that's Skywatchers. And again, we've got over 1,000 statewide. And this is not an open social network. These are good people, and that we trust them, and it's good information. If you'd like to be a part of that, get our app and look for the Skywatcher tab. And just the little quick form you'll fill out, and then we'll get you in. So we love our Skywatchers. The Regions Camera Network, JP, thank you for your work. JP's been here since what time? Midnight?
About midnight, 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Ranked up.
Ryan, our director, has been here since midnight. Bill Murray, what you got?
James, we have to have the obligatory Alabama state bird. And
Oh,
it's
boy.
provided to us by Brandon Thomas in Prattville. He had a sighting there after the storm went through, and this right here is something that we have almost every time.
Yep. You know, the Alabama state bird is going to be in flight with a deal like this. So, we were almost hit by one of those things. We were doing a book signing in Cordova, and one of those trampolines literally, it missed my head. It was that close, and it hit this car. I'm thinking, wow, the state bird almost got me in Walker County. But so again, clearly we have no thunder, no lightning. Yes, sir.
One more thing, James. Michelle Micklick, one of our great long-time Skywatchers in Weaver, got a message from the city of Piedmont. There's a widespread power outage in the city of Piedmont and in surrounding areas. So if you're without power there, we know the heroic men and women of Alabama Power, the linemen. They take these photographs of them, and they're American heroes, James, are out there. And I thought an interesting statistic that I learned this week was, that over 90% of their line people come when they're called. And that in the industry is an unbelievable number. The heroic work that they do as they're going to be putting together, all these lines and things that have been damaged today across a wide area. So we salute them.
And we should mention the current number for the state power outages is currently at 28,000. So again, they are out working as we speak. Alabama Power, all the other utilities in the state, the co-ops, we thank all the linemen for their service on a Saturday in January. But again, the good news, we have no injuries to my knowledge. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. No fatalities with any of this stuff we've had this morning. The bigger issue, it's been the flooding, but again, we've had some storms that have produced strong straight line winds. We most likely had a small tornado that got down around Pine Level and Deatsville for a while. Again, The good news is that everything is rapidly winding down. We'll stay up for 4 more minutes because these warnings will go away in 4 minutes. But with no lightning, no thunder, hardly. We watched this thing come through Auburn when the Toomer's Corner camera, and it was just tame as could be. So the storms have greatly weakened, and we do not expect any additional severe storms today. Now remember, with thunderstorms, you can have the unexpected, but we'll watch carefully. But we do not expect any additional severe storms today. And let's look at the northern part of the state, Drew. Let's see where the back edge of the rain is. And you can see that the back edge of the rain is roughly along Interstate 20 at this point, or Interstate 59. So Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, north and west, there's nothing up here. There could be a few sprinkles, little patches of light rain later today, but there's just nothing happening here. All of the rain is south of Interstate 59. And again, this is just good old-fashioned rain in through here. Nothing especially heavy. Let's check the southern part of the state. We'll go down and look at that line, maybe the Mobile radar, the line that's down here in southwest Alabama. And again, you've got heavier rain in the northwest part of Mobile County, out towards Citronelle, curving up to about Jackson in Clark County, then across the Alabama River over to Monroeville. And this stuff is all sub-severe, just 2 lightning strikes, 2, that's it. And the dynamics are rapidly moving away. So again, we don't expect any severe weather problems in Mobile, Baldwin counties, or South Alabama for the rest of today. Yes, sir.
James, unfortunately, they've, well, not unfortunately, I mean, this is our job. They've issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 11 for that last little part of the line. So we are going to have a warning until 11.
Wow.
For
No thunder, no lightning, and a warning. You don't see that often.
Parts of Lee County, southeastern Macon County, southeastern Chambers, and Russell counties. That's that little sliver right there that was still ahead of the line.
Wow. No thunder, no lightning, and a severe thunderstorm warning. Showers can produce gusty winds. So again, the velocities have come way down. But what they did here, they just kind of extended this thing out to include parts of Russell and the southeastern corner, I guess, of Lee County here. This is Smith Station. So again, Phoenix City down to Hurtsboro, Russell County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's really a severe shower warning because we have no thunder and no lightning. But again, clearly this thing is ramping down, but I guess that's just a course of least regret. So we'll stay here for a few more minutes. Again, we make a commitment. Here's our commitment. If there's a tornado warning for any county in the state, we will be on the air, and we will stay on the air as long as the tornado warning is in effect. And we do our best. If you live in Lamar, Sumter, Choctaw, Washington, Mobile, Marion, Franklin, Lamar, any of these counties in the Mississippi state line, we'll try and come on a couple of counties deep in Mississippi to give you a heads up. That's why we've been on the air for so long. We had tornado warnings in southeast Mississippi. That's when all this started late last night. So if there's a tornado warning, we promise we'll be here. That's the promise. Now, for these severe thunderstorm warnings, it just depends on the magnitude. Not all severe thunderstorm warnings are the same. For example, this is not the same type situation as we had 4 or 5 hours ago. So again, if we think it's really important, we'll be here. But we promise for tornado warnings. That's the commitment here for all 67 Alabama counties. And again, if you're just joining us, we have a decaying, rapidly dying line of showers through parts of east central Alabama, and a severe thunderstorm warning was posted for extreme eastern Russell County. This includes Phoenix City, and extreme eastern Lee County. This includes Smith Station. The showers that come through Auburn, Opelika, Tuskegee. Again, no thunder, no lightning. There's just not much to it. We watched it come through Auburn on the Toomer's Corner camera, and there was just not much to it. There was just a little rain and hardly any thunder. In fact, no thunder and lightning, and it was here and it was gone. So we're just not, if you're in Phoenix City, it'll rain heavily for about 5-10 minutes. No thunder, no lightning, maybe some gusty winds, but nothing like the situation we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours ago. We've been here all night, and it's been a fairly active night. And again, we've had some flooding issues. But again, the rain rates have gone down for the most part. But we're all going to collect the reports with our team of sky watchers, and we are going to put together some rain totals for you. And this is getting close to being a drought buster kind of thing. We've got 5, 6, 7 inches of rain in spots, and we've got over 90% of the state in drought conditions. So I can't promise that the next time we get a drought monitor update, the drought's going to be gone. It's not, but boy, we've made a huge dent in the drought with what we have seen here this morning and last night. We had some flooding issues yesterday afternoon. And this morning as well, we've had some roads that were basically impassable because of high water. But speaking of high water, again, it's good to see some of the videos that people are sending me this morning involving the fact that our waterfalls are back. If you've ever seen our raging waterfalls, you know that they can be just so dynamic and so beautiful, but when there's a drought, they're just a trickle, and they look kind of pitiful. I thought I would show here in just a second. Yeah, let's take WEX 05. It's back. Anybody know what this is? What falls do we have here?
Nakalula.
Nakalula's the winner. Thanks for playing. Let me tell you what Nakalula Falls just a couple of weeks ago was a trickle. I mean, it looked pitiful. But man, oh man, is it back. That was taken this morning. And our water reservoirs, Lake Purdy, some of the other ones, they'll be filling up pretty quick after this. So again, it's certainly good to see that. So let's go back to the radar. And we're staying with this for just a little longer, and that we have a few folks that are still under these severe thunderstorm warnings for a line of showers. And again, I stress, we have no thunder, we have no lightning. These, quite frankly, seem to be sub-severe, but again, they decided to post this warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that just kind of includes a little part of Russell County, small part of southeastern Lee County. Storms come on through, I say storms, the showers, they come on through Beauregard here, and they'll be in Smith Station here pretty soon. And again, they'll ultimately come through Phoenix City. And once these things are in Georgia, then that's it. We are officially done for the day. We do not expect any additional severe weather problems. And again, looking at the reports, just everything seems to be related to downed trees and flooding. Looks like we might have a tree that's on a house. I saw a report in the Weather Service chat in Montgomery. Let's pop up WEX 05 real quick. So this is Princeton and Patton Avenue in Montgomery. Looks like a utility line has come down there. And again, that's an example of the type of damage photos we have seen through this event late last night, early this morning, and over the last couple of hours. But again, things have really calmed down in the last hour. So we'll go back to the radar here. And the only reason we're here, we've still got a small area under a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, every part of the state we treat the same. I will tell you now, these are not severe. These are showers, rain showers with no thunder and no lightning. But we'll stay here for a few more minutes as these are moving off into Georgia. We are very comfortable to say that we don't expect any additional severe storms today. The whole thing is winding down. But again, we thank you for watching. For those that don't know, we put the Alabama Weather Network on the air back in August. And it's a very exciting thing for me. It enabled me to do something I've dreamed of doing my entire life, and that's covering the entire state. I know this state better than anybody. And I love the people of the state, and I know this state, and I know what you need to do to be successful to take care of people. And I've always been constrained by the old school television markets, and this enables me to break away from that. I'm still the chief meteorologist for the ABC affiliate in Birmingham, and I'm thankful for my friends there that allowed me to do this, and I could maintain both positions. And it's just a good thing for the state. The people we have here, the resources, the cameras, you will have the best severe weather coverage in the country. I make a commitment to that. But what's funny, since we went on in August, we've not had any high impact weather events, none, zero. Had a couple of little minor events from time to time, but it's remarkable that we went through November and December with no big tornado days. And typically we have big tornado days. This is tornado season. And we all know it's going to break loose. And typically when it breaks loose, it breaks loose. But whether it's a winter storm, an ice storm, whether it's a hurricane, a tornado outbreak, big flooding event, whatever, we're here. That's why we're here. We've assembled the best people and the best equipment to make it all happen. So we're going to thank you for trusting us and for watching us early this morning. Be sure and follow us on the social channels, Alabama Weather Network on YouTube, Facebook, X, Talk, Gram, everything. And get that app on your TV so you can just hit the button and watch it. It's a very easy thing to do. But again, at this point, with no severe storms in progress in the state, we don't expect any additional severe storms. We're going to wrap up this coverage. I want to thank Drew McCombs, J.P. Spann, Bill Murray, Ryan Spann. They've been here all night. Great job. And we will see you guys a little later. And thank you for watching the Alabama Weather Network.
Live, statewide,